back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made I come back when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kavi-chan?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number one team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Well, welcome one and all. It's the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series, and it's time for the December Cup. I'm Relic, and I am joined by three very festive friends. In this holiday season, I'm joined by Kalosaurus, by Draku, and by Sov-chan. Let's go round the table, shall we? Kalo, first and foremost, how are you doing? Second of all, how are we feeling about OC earlier going on this morning, of course?
I am feeling absolutely fabulous today, Relic. I'm super duper excited to see what EU brings to the table. But yes, obviously being from the future and all, Oceania, December Cup has already concluded. And funnily enough, we actually had a new champion take the December Cup in comparison to the EOS play-in. So some pretty hefty upsets all around, but some very, very exciting matches. But after all, congratulations to Legends Reappear for taking the title for the December Cup.
I hope that they certainly reappear again. It was some excellent shows. Draku, we got an excellent showing on the patch front at the very least, in that it was a big patch. It was something that certainly shuffled up the order. Lots to talk about, maybe controversy in the room. So how are we feeling? Some good, some bad?
Good morning to everyone in EU. Of course, it is still midnight here in California. I'm on the other side of the pond. But Relic, like you were saying, a pretty high quantity of changes in the Next Steps balance patch. We will see if it is of quality changes as well. There was a number of changes that I would say are a little bit questionable, but whether it's going to have a big change in the metagame for today's event, we shall see.
My boy Tyranitar catching some nerfs. I was horrified. But Soph, we saw, although a lot of Pokemon were buffed and nerfed, we also saw some untouched, the likes of Miraidon, the likes of Mimikyu. Mimikyu having some very high-profile plays. Not that that helped Yutao, unfortunately, as Gen 5 lost in a full bracket reset to Nouns Esports in the EOS Cup play-ins.
Oh, yeah. So just first off, so happy to be here with you guys celebrating holidays with Pokemon and just talking a little bit, as you mentioned, about the EOS Cup play-ins. It was rough because for all of the play-ins that we had across the regions, it was a bracket reset and EU wasn't different. Gen 5 actually going the distance with Nouns Esports on 6 games. Having that bracket reset and Nouns Esports coming out on top on that 2-1-2-1 fashion. So at the end of the day, we know that Nouns Esports has the juice on lower bracket runs, and I think they were put down onto the lower bracket around the second, third round of the beginning of the bracket. So it's no surprise to nobody that they actually made it through and got the crown at the end. It was maybe a surprise to themselves because, if I'm not mistaken, Toons them told you in the interview that they were like, well, I think we're not even considering that we're going to take it. But they did, so that's pretty fun.
Yeah, they've returned to the dumpster for a second time. Explain filling in on
So
support
funny.
once again. Honestly, just one of those iconic interviews. You couldn't have asked for better. A little bit of housekeeping before we continue on with the conversation, though. Of course, Tinkerton. Hey, it's released. It's awesome. We're having a great time with it. But it's also under moratorium for this particular event. So we will be seeing it, fingers crossed, in January. But we will not be seeing it in December. We're also not going to be seeing Darkrai unavailable for selection today, which might shift some things. We will certainly focus in on that conversation a little bit later. But Kalosaurus, of course, today is the December Cup. It's the first online event where prize money is available. $3,500 total, 1,500 of those dollars heading to the first place winner. And the first place winner, of course, also picking up 300 CP. Let's take a little look at that leaderboard, of course, and see where everybody is coming noteworthy into this event. So we're not taking into account the CP accrued over yesterday's qualifiers.
Yeah, so there's no surprises here considering Nouns did win the AOS play-ins there. They do have the 300 CP. I believe, did they end up earning the CP over at LAIC as well? But there's a Gen 5 and a Panyan who are part of that top 3 and Lelovers as well. So I guess in terms, it's really hard to tell because it's still really earlier on in the season whether we're actually going to see some shakeups after today. I mean, there's already the shakeups in OC. So whether we're going to see maybe Gen 5 overtake Nouns if they can overcome that Titan, I mean, all of these questions will be answered as the day progresses. So we'll just have to wait and see.
As a commentator, I do love answering questions, and I love having my questions answered. Draku, again, a reminder of the road to Worlds. How many slots does EU have? And let's have a wider conversation as well, shall we, about who we're expecting to see in those slots at this early point in the season, perhaps.
At the end of the season, we will see at least 3 teams from the EU region. Of course, we have that outlier of potentially an EU team taking a spot at EUIC, but at the end of the regular season for UCS, there will be 3 teams from the European region. And so we have 3 pretty clear favorites in the EU region. Of course, Nouns Esports, winner of the AOS Cup play-ins a few weeks ago. Gen 5 is another crowd favorite. Of course, they were the runner-up of the AOS Cup play-ins here for the EU region. And another team, of course, number 3 in championship points, that is Apanyan, is currently in the lower side of the loser side of the bracket, but they are another team that we should be looking out for throughout this season. But of course, with these 3 positions for these teams, there are a number of teams that are still looking to make a name for themselves. And I think today is going to be a huge benchmark for them to make a splash in today's event.
If you've got the Hawkeyes of a Braviary, then you might have noticed, by the way, that there has been a pickup for Apanyan, by the way. They go by Komai Esport now, but for the purposes of today, they've signed up as Apanyan, and so we will be calling them Apanyan. But so for Apanyan, Nouns, Gen 5, that's a lot of teams, that's a lot of great teams that we're excited to see throughout this season. But that EUIC is an international event, of course. So many teams with travel awards now heading over to that event. And even still, even on home territory, we're still questioning, do any of these teams actually have what it takes to go ahead and win it? How do we feel EU is placed on the international stage at the moment?
Well, so coming from LASC in the first international stage of 2025, EU only had Nouns as their solo representative, and they didn't even get to the grand finals. They went into quarters, and if I'm not mistaken, until semis, or maybe even not that, because I believe the Brazilian team Tuesday did knock them out of the competition on day 2 for Saturday. So first event, a little bit mixed opinion, but then into December and AOS Cup play-ins, Nouns Esports much more consistent. This situation where Blaine is coming out of the dumpster, we need to always talk about it, it's just the funniest bit that has ever happened. Of course, aside from Spraggles kicking Dubes next at LAIC, but still continuing.
Solid.
We have this team in particular, to me, looking much stronger. But we also need to look about the other regions and how they have been performing in general. As Draco was mentioning, every region has an amount of teams that are going to be qualifying through regional points, through regionals and championship points into the world stage. Luminosity Gaming, big contender, super good force, and very strong in the moment. Won LAIC and will be competing at ACL finals in March as well. And of course, we have the whole of ACL and the amount of teams that are such high quality in the East that they are going to have to contend against for EUIC, for whoever does come to the event in London. So I think overall, we are prepared as a region for Europe, but I still believe that internationally, the forces are varied, but also very strong.
And if you are interested in EUIC, by the way, whether that's as a spectator, whether that is as a participant potentially, all of the information that you require over at www.pokemon.com/play-Pokemon. So that's play-Pokemon. Social media as well, a very good place to look at Unite Esports. So, moving on then, Kelosaurus, the next steps patch. We've briefly mentioned it. There was one, I feel, big winner, and their name is Serena. We have seen a couple of movements in the water that maybe we will see this Queen Ascendant ascend into the meta in this December Cup.
Oh, 100%. The winner of the next patch, or the next steps patch. So I guess in terms of the key points here, yes, it's received that recent buff. But one of the main things is Zarina, and we can see here Trope Kick being highlighted there. It has great maneuverability and that chase down. We've seen from previous tournaments when we do have those star players playing Zarina, just Trope Kicking into the flux zone, chasing them down. And then also it's that lockdown Unite move that it has, the Queenly Ascendant. So being able to find your target, it can really can just be such a pivotal moment. I guess, you know, if you don't have a slow bro on your team, maybe a Zarina is the next best option. Yes, two different roles, but one of the biggest things as well is the high lifesteal that it does have. So as it does scale, the triple axle, you are going to be able to get that HP regeneration as you attack wild Pokemon on the field, or also as you attack your opponents. Now, we did have the 3 items listed there, but I know there's so many different ways that you can also play Zarina. Some people like to play that attack weight solely. Some people also like to do the double stack, so attack weight and cookie. I think I'm really excited to see whether any of these teams do end up picking up Zarina and what type of builds and magic they're going to make happen with her.
There's a lot of expressionism with Zarina, isn't there? Central area, pathing, whether you want to partner with a Comfey, perhaps, or whether you just want to be that 1v1 maestro. Lots of different directions that you can take it, but Soph, with Darkrai unavailable for selection today, we're going to take a little look at Miraidon. Now, as expected, Miraidon with a big influence, of course, not just at LAIC, but 2 weeks ago at the AOS Cup play-ins. Do we think there are sufficient grounds now to place this as a more permanent ban selection?
Well, I think my personal opinion here, considering Miraidon is the main attacker at the moment, is the star on the stage, I would say overall, Miraidon having this possibility of doing Charge Beam, as we have highlighted on your screen, but also going for Electro Drift as an alternative of Deep Dive alongside a Shedinjidal, it would be, to me, interesting to see if teams overall, because Miraidon has been played so consistently, if they have learned how to play against it, I don't feel like it warrants a ban, or if they are still going to be focusing on potentially having that extra slot with the Darkrai not available, as you mentioned, Relic, and bringing this Pokemon to that phase in particular, because of course, to me, the 2 Pokemon that really warrant that position would be Miraidon, and then we could talk about Mimikyu next, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Mimikyu, I think, something that we will touch upon later on, because look, Japan knows what's up, right? Japan knows what's up. Draco, we've seen plenty of bans for this Pokemon. Umbreon in a very similar category, though. Umbreon, it's got a green background, it says Defender, but we're all sitting here thinking, this is your pseudo support. If Blissey or Eldegoss are off the table, this is your go-to every day.
Well, look, Relic, this is a Pokemon that is quite literally, I mean, we talk about Mew as being a jack of all trades, master of none. Well, Umbreon is a jack of all trades, master of them all. Umbreon is a perfect example of a Pokemon that I would say is categorically fluid, kind of going off of your example. It is traditionally, categorically, a defender. It does the best things as a defender, has one of the most incredible multi-utility Unite moves, and it's also doing the job of supporters better than supportive class Pokemon. So it is quite literally the best defender in the game. At one point, even in contention as the best all-rounder in the game. Maybe ask Overlord from Luminosity Gaming, who's been playing this Pokemon in the top path as that carry Pokemon, but it's also just a really powerful defender in its own class as well.
I just love how flexible you can be with the moveset, as not even as draft progresses, but in-game as well. I think that the best Umbreon players can really change any sort of series on a dime. But we're going to go to a Pokemon now that I feel like we should love to see in January, Tinkaton. I know, Kello, you have been playing a lot with this Pokemon. I think it's one of the most requested Pokemon for Unite in general, and the hype was real after it appeared in that special game mode, of course. What are we thinking in terms of build? What are we thinking in terms of influence, especially as it seems like we're settling into a bit of an all-rounder meta yet again?
I've got to say a little bit of bias towards Tinkaton, one of my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon available. And yes, you did see it in the Panic Parade. So to see it now as a playable Pokemon is so exciting. I myself ended up unlocking the trial license from one of the in-game events that is available there. So you can take it down into that casual mode and just go along and bonk. And I think from what I can tell, Thief seems to be that moveset, a lot of fun, and also just the little hop that Tinkaton does when you use that move. Like, cuteness factor, 10 out of 10 is what I can say. But also, it's just that Gigaton Hammer and Smackdown. Smackdown having that range on it. I mean, you see all-rounders, they don't really have that range. So I think giving Tinkaton that one's given this all-rounder a little bit of spice and a little bit of chase down with that Smackdown. So really, really fun.
It's very exciting. Cannot wait. And the players are just about ready for us to enjoy our first series on the docket. So, Soph, Kello, thank you so much for your thoughts, for your discussion. Enjoy yourself, sit around the fire, get cozy. Myself and Drake, who hopefully going to be bringing the heat on the mic as we take a look at our first series of the day. That series to be in the lower round 1, Draku, where Lelovers, who featured quite well, it must be said, in the AOS Cup play-ins, they're going to be going against first-timer top 8s for this season. It's absolute cinema.
It is an absolute movie for them to make their first appearance here in the top 8 for the December finals. Definitely not unfamiliar with high stakes Pokemon Unite is this team. I do recognize some of their players as Capybabas. This is a team that performed extremely well at the regionals last year. I think they made it all the way through to the top 8 for the finals of the EU region. Of course, I think falling short towards the end there, but still a team to be looking out for and, of course, performing very well in today's event.
Yeah, Lelovers, I hesitate to say undoubtedly at any point, but we are talking about the 4th place team in the AOS Cup play-ins, and when you look at the name value on this squad as well, there's so much to enjoy, right? Your Snow, your Potato, we talk about all-rounder meta, Potato absolutely loving life right now, your likes of Kaizen, previously known as Nayat, of course. You know, this is a squad of really experienced UCS pros at this point. Maybe not a 2-0, but they're surely expecting to make it to the next round, I should say.
Yeah, I think a couple of interesting questions that I want to propose to you. Of course, we know Potato, piggyback off what you were saying, one of the best all-rounder top carry players in the EU region, playing a lot of Mimikyu in the most recent AOS Cup play-in finals. But we, for a lot of us, know Potato to be a Buzzwole ace. Buzzwole is probably one of the best Pokemon that I've seen Potato pilot, and it was one of the characters or one of the Pokemon that was tuned up rather slightly. I think Smackdown's damage was increased towards the tail end of it. I think the cooldown for Lunge was also increased as well. Could we be seeing Buzzwole from this lineup?
Potentially. The problem that Buzzwole, especially in the past couple of months, has run into is that we're kind of still in a moment where crowd control is king in a lot of scenarios, and we're not even mentioning the likes of your Delphoxes that have been locked away for a while, where Fire Spin was the name of the game for so much. Buzzwole is close combat and only close combat. Maybe with Lunge as a more viable possibility now as part of that move set. There's a chance to close the distance and not feel the burn if you get it wrong or if you slightly misjudge it. Nevertheless, it still feels like a niche pick to me, and I think undoubtedly Mimikyu, I mean, we've all been talking about it pre-show, Mimikyu's still the one, if you know how to use Shadow Sneak effectively, a complete game changer.
Yeah, Mimikyu has just turned out to be, I think, the best all-rounder in the game. And it's gotten a number of tune-ups in, I would say, the last 6 to 8 months or so. I don't believe it's gotten any sort of nerfs or tune-downs in its kit. And it's got a couple of legendary holowares as well. I think it was also the feature of a battle pass. And so this is the Pokemon that we should be watching. Of course, this was the highlighted Pokemon that we had for last week. And we wanted to highlight new Pokemon today. But I think, even though Serena was our highlighted all-rounder, I think Mimikyu is still the best all-rounder in the game. It's doing really well in the Asia regions, both in its standard Shadow Sneak variants, but a lot of Trick Room coming out of that region as well. Could we be seeing some Trick Room today? Twisting the dimensions? I don't know. We'll see.
We saw a bit 2 weeks ago, not to great effect, it must be said. It's so situational, isn't it, Trick Room? Because yes, you've got those natural buffs within the zone, but I don't know. For me, Draku's Mimikyu is about traversing those great distances, being a menace from absolutely nowhere, and then escalating it up to 100%. We'll get a better idea as to whether we're even going to see the Mimikyu in due time, of course, as our first draft is underway. Lullovers on the first pick, Absolute Cinema on the second, and well, Umbreon featured, not going to see that. Psyduck, a popular ban at the moment, not going to see that. Joined by Zacian, and no hover so far for Absolute Cinema. Well, what do you know? Mimikyu ain't going to see that either.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's surprising here is that Zacian heading up to the ban slot, which means that Miraidon could come out to play. I think those three, Umbreon, Psyduck, Mimikyu, are going to be fairly frequent in that top spot, and especially because maybe Hoopa, not the traditional variant that we're seeing Hoopa with that hyperspace hole not being able to be played today, but Blissey and Miraidon will most likely be very high value picks.
We could see a little bit more Mewtwo as well, certainly with Blissey, that safeguard helping hand option a lot more viable. Saw a lot of support Mew as well, coaching incredibly valuable early game, combining with a Trevenant for the front line. Trevenant seeing a lot of play, not the easiest level 5 Evo to get online, but once online, as we've already mentioned, Draku, that crowd control through Woodhammer, super effective.
Jack of all trades, Pokemon Mew coming out to play, and there it is already. The Serena, I would say the biggest winner of the most recent Next Steps balance patch, coming out to play. Snow is hovering over this Urshifu, and we were talking about it in our pre-show, but Serena and specifically Water Urshifu kind of take up that same space. They have a lot of lifesteal. They could potentially be very difficult to take down. We see an eject button right now, but we could see something like this changing to a Water Urshifu. But, you know, because this Garchomp is on the field, and especially on their side of the field, they kind of take up that same space as a Pokemon that stays in the front line for a very long period of time. But at least front to back, Lullover's team looks really strong. I think Garchomp is a Pokemon that has a lot of questions on its head right now. It did get nerfed quite significantly in the most recent balance patch, so we'll see how well it can function on the Theosky runes.
Well, Lullover's giving me a bit of, well, deja vu, bit of nostalgia, maybe a bit of both. I mean, this feels like exactly the same composition that they were running for the majority of their matches 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I really loved the Urshifu Garchomp combination. Felt very ACL inspired. I don't see why, especially with Mew likely going support, I don't see why Snow would want to go Water Bear in this particular scenario. You do need that secure. I agree with you. The question marks over Garchomp, rather huge. Its entire kit, especially when we look at those team fights and those objective secures, completely down to how rapid those basic attacks fly off, and that has received not exactly a significant nerf, but sizable enough to be noticed. For me, it feels like comfort picks, which maybe for this first game, not a bad idea, since of course even if you lose, you've still got another chance in your pocket.
We are, of course, in the losers side of the bracket, so whoever loses here is going to be watching the remainder of this event. Well, at home, I'm pretty sure they are all at home, but figuratively speaking, on the loser side on the end. But here we go. Welcome back to Theosky Ruins, everybody. UCS EU Region December Finals begins here.
As expected, Draku. It's actually that top path Serena combined with the Gossifleur. Early invasion from Niels, though, and then they are going to find this. They actually missed with the tackle, but the boosted auto picks up the purple buff, eats a boosted auto from the Mew, as Snow's going to get involved in this as well. Niels popped the X speed, and so that escape mechanism now out of order. Harassed by Marv as Niels decides that discretion is the better part of valor. His job is done. Excellent work.
Only are you taking away the literal experience from the enemy team, but you're also just taking away resources away from Lullovers. That Phantom, which should be in this bottom path, was in that central area. Nonetheless, they are able to evolve into that Urshifu and a revenge KO going over the other way. That is the KO opener for Lullovers.
Ebon fit, Admin Engine down. Nice mirror screen from Umi, means that stuck on pad is Daddy Leon. Indigo still lacking that Gossifleur evolution. Actually goes the other way. Potato online with Gabite, still waiting for that Garchomp. Lovely Dragon Rush, though, brings Gossifleur back. Capuchans rotate here for Absolute Cinema onto the top path, although that Steenie goes down. Potato starting to cook 2 KO streak as well. Gonna slice through this Baltoy. Maybe a big assault as now the Capuchans rotate from Lullovers themselves.
Oh, this is becoming very dangerous very early on for Absolute Cinema. They handed over a lot of experience to this Garchomp, who is a dominant force even in the early game. This very fast auto attack speed can sometimes be very deceptive. A lot of experience going over to this Garchomp, who's on their way to level 9. They are now the experienced leader of the game.
Really strong flank from the Leafeon, and there Snorlax picking up another KO onto the Blissey. Nevertheless, Lelovers were the only scores after the first 2 minutes. Another 20 goes in. Nice control over the central area birds from both Leon and Niels as they rotate down to the bottom path.
56 points early lead for Lelovers, both in points and in experience. Serena has found their boots, heading up to the top path. One of the best level 5 or level 6 evolutions in the game. They have access now to both of their abilities and will get their plus variants of their ability. I believe it is at level 10, but once they get to level 9, they have that bounded Unite move, that Queenly Ascendant, really powerful at isolating a single Pokemon.
There's another strong rotate for both sides here, as again using that Dragon Rush beautifully, Potato, but Snow caught outfield. Triple Axel puts down further pressure as Niels falls back with Indigo in tow. First set of Reggies on the way, Dracu, and it seems like a split push for both sides.
Snorlax heading down to this bottom path. I think that Garchomp with that Urshifu in the top path is going to start that very, very quickly. Getting those auto attack speed, auto attacks, very quick to take objectives off of the field. Is going to confirm that with the Wicked Blow, and they're going to move on forward. There's the Snorlax and the Serena to defend this top tier 1 goal zone. That's going to make it a lot easier. And a Solar Beam from the Kanto region is going to take that one away.
And that's a Regieleki walking in straight through the front door. Interestingly, waiting for the stacks to come through for that Blissey before dunking the 30 themselves. Snow keeping an eye on Niels, keeping an eye on Snow. That's going to be a 21-point overdunk. A heavy slam, somewhat just as a small element of retaliation. Avoids the Ebon Fist as well before Indigo comes in to support. And check out Leon, who's also rotated up to this top path, but feels just more like a cursory look. Lelovers in control in this early game.
Yeah, kind of a disaster for Absolute Cinema. Livid Outrage in the central area is going to find one character, actually a KO streak of 2, once again to that Garchomp. I think the strategy for Absolute Cinema is pretty clear. Go to the other side of the map. I don't think they have the resources to out-secure a Dark Urshifu. A huge push here on the tier 2 goal zone. They're going to bring this down to 1. I don't think they have enough to break this. They do. It's a small overcap, but it's going to mean the Regieleki, they will get at least 2 going to that tier 3 goal zone. The fight continuing to spill out here. Bliss is going to get a KO streak for themselves as they retreat back over to the left side, and it is not looking good for Absolute Cinema. Definitely a movie they don't want to see.
Really interesting call from Lelovers. There was the potential full 99-point overdunk once we head into 2 minutes. But honestly, if you're going to make the call, then make it immediately. They've removed that flux zone for Absolute Cinema. Opens up a world of opportunity to pick up the next Regieleki in 20 seconds. Don't think Kaiser's going to get much opportunity to escape here. Indeed, they don't, falling to Indigo, but 259-point Straku to 0. A donut on the board as we hit halftime.
We're going to start rotating up to this top path. Garchomp, once again, into that Livid Outrage, finds the Miraidon, forces out the eject button. I think you're a little prematurely. They're going to grab the Eldegoss into that tall grass. KOs being handed over to either which way. I think the benefit going over to Absolute Cinema, KOing the highest level leader of the game, Garchomp, heading back to the Pokemon Center. Pokemon now starting to migrate to that top path. 3 members in the top here. Not as fast of a rip because that Garchomp is still just recovering on the field, but nonetheless, the secure from these 2 Pokemon still uncontested.
Absolute Cinema here, picking the correct choice. There is no way that they're going to be contesting that, especially with Toast getting absolutely burned, shredded down to below 5% health. They've rotated down to this bottom path, but is it a bit too late? Potato was looking at that Regice, decides to pull away. Lovely shield here from Niels. Emerald 2-step, isolated Potato. Phantom Forest as well, catches 3. Big moment here for Lelover as Absolute Cinema through the kitchen sink. Lelover threw it right back through the kitchen window. The shield will just delay this Snorlax from going down briefly. Once again, Umi with a clutch solar beam. 5 goes down, 32-point overdunk. Lelovers stomping the lobby.
Now we need to talk about some of these win conditions here. About 1 minute, 45 seconds left before the final stretch. They're going to have this Reggie Ice for the next 90 seconds. That EXP is always very valuable, especially with the lead as Lelovers has now. But it looks rather bleak here for Absolute Cinema. I think a couple of Pokemon to watch going into the final stretch, or at least approaching the final stretch, is this Leafeon. Has one of the fastest Unite moves in the game, most damaging Unite moves in the game as well. They need to find a target because they are quite down significantly in both experience and obviously in the scoreboard as well.
Big fan of Snow. Launches an E-Bomb Fist, eject button over the wall, and look at that, charging up the E-Bomb Fist so that they're knocked up by the heavy slam. This player, so intelligent in this early game, and definitely the comfort picks. You can feel the confidence oozing from this squad. The main problem I'm looking at here, Draku, and I don't know whether you agree or not, is that Absolute Cinema are still within touching distance level-wise. At a disadvantage, yes, but Lelovers have to keep their eyes and ears about them. They cannot afford to throw away this Rayquaza.
Yeah, level 11 on that Miraidon is one of the Pokemon that we were talking about to watch here. Quite struggling in EXP. In the top path, there is going to be one more Regieleki. He's going to be sent all the way to the Tier 3 goal zone if Lelovers is able to get that. The fight breaking down early supports are going to be first to fall here in that top path. Really nice Solar Beam from the Mew. Is going to catch a couple of members of Absolute Cinema. And once again, this movie is turning out to be something on Yelp not to watch.
It's a bit of a blockbuster, mostly because the Blissey fired off the Bliss assistance. Not only that, but we've lost Power Nap. We've lost the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Regieleki on their bike down that top path. Not that Absolute Cinema have the time or the space to watch because they're currently down health bars and this Trevenant's in the backline. Lelover's looking for the rip immediately. Neil's watching on, surely informing the teammates. Cotton Cloud Crash coming in. We've seen these pictures before, and would you believe it? It's happened again! But it's not the Eldegoss, it's the Miraidon that picks up the steal.
Oh, the race is on to the left side of the map to get these points in. The Serena is still having to work on the Regieleki going to the Tier 3 goal zone. Another 43 on the point. They don't have enough points, or at least they don't have any shields in this top path to make a break there. 317 to 184. I believe they still have the Serena shield, so it's still not over yet, but they need a lot of points. They lost their shield relic. This is looking bleak. Sometimes when there's a Ray, there is not a way, and this is still a very huge lead. They need to pivot through this bottom path. Not a single point has scored on that Tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path on the side of Lelovers.
Unite moves, Cannon 1-2 for Absolute Cinema. They've got a Queenly Ascendant. They've got themselves a Power Nap. Livid Outrage available for Lelovers as Absolute Cinema form up on the bottom path. That Snorlax is going to stay at base. Keep watch just in case of a counter score. Check out Umi at base for the purple side as well. They don't want any back caps either. Big Hornly though catches out Larute, and then they've got themselves the Wood Hammer, which they only unleash now. Hadron Engine down. The siege on the goal zone begins. 42 points goes down, but there's a Livid Outrage in response. Bright Future Meteor Storm as well. The Queen Ascendant is fired off. Trevenant has fallen. The Blissey close as well. They've fallen too. This is huge, but Lelover's finding the counters in turn. One final Bliss assistance has meant the Potato has run ruin through this Absolute Cinema front line. A valiant effort indeed from the orange side, but not enough. Lelover's lead holds. They take game 1 here in our first series of the day.
Well, Relic, we've only seen one game on broadcast, and we posed this question earlier today, the big question mark, the proverbial question of whether Garchomp is still a threat. Well, Potato has definitely made that so. You know, it's a Pokemon you definitely do not want to feed a lot of EXP, and 8 KOs in this 10 minutes of Pokemon Unite is definitely gonna get you there. We're gonna see our damage numbers in just a second, but a very, very strong showing for Lelovers. Absolute Cinema just saw maybe some plot armor for their team, able to get the Rayquaza away from Lelovers. Kind of a questionable turn, rip and turn for Lelovers, but considering their team, they have really good secure, just an unlucky secure of that Rayquaza going over to Absolute Cinema. Almost 90,000 damage on the side of Patati's Garchomp there. It was an incredible showing for this player.
But you know, I actually don't think that was a terrible decision in the end, because by going for the rip instantaneously, you're forcing Absolute Cinema into one of two options: contest for the Ray or don't. And I'm sorry, but if you don't contest for the rate, you might as well have given up at that moment in time. And so what they're doing is they're saying to Absolute Cinema, hey, so you know the Eos energy that you have in your pockets? Yeah, that's what you're going to have to deal with. You might pick up a couple of KOs here or there, but that's it. You're not going to be able to find anything more. And so they actually lack the resources, even with shielding, to break that lead that Lelovers holds. They have to form up on the bottom path, but they're also well aware that this team is intelligent. They could go and scout the back line, try and get a counter score themselves. Hence why we didn't see that Snorlax join the assault.
I think the team compositions for either which way were pretty obvious. Lelover is really leaning into a rip and flip, team fighting really their favor here. Absolute Cinema, I think with their composition, they really do appreciate being at a level lead, really dictating the tempo of the game, because if you look across their 5 members, really good at pushing forward, maybe not so much as like staying together as a team, but the high mobility with Leafeon, high mobility with Serena, like we were talking about before, supported by the Snorlax, also just holding forward on that control stick, really wants to dictate the tempo of this game. And I feel like losing out on the first set of objectives, specifically that Registeel in the bottom path, just spelt disaster for the rest of the game.
It was definitely even in the first 2-3 minutes. Let us not forget that it was Absolute Cinema who initiates that first. We call it Kabichan's Rotator, made popular by the team, previously known as Kabichan's, of course, over in Japan, where you rotate for top path with the intention of trying to break that T1 goal zone early, which falls into then the avalanche of, well, now we're going to try and get Regieleki in. If Regielecki's on the way, that's a free rotate down to bottom path, so on, so on, so on. But they weren't able to find that breakthrough. It was really strong defense, underrated defense from Lelovers, and they were able to hold that defense, Draku, because of those early evolutions, sending Snow into the central area, guaranteeing level 5 by the first 2 minutes. We saw Potato picking up that Gabite really early, and we saw how influential his Dragon Rushes were as well.
Yeah, Garchomp in the top path is definitely a Pokemon that you don't see, you consider in the top path very frequently. It's a Pokemon that doesn't need to stack. It thrives very well with auto attack boosting items. Think Muscle Band, Rapid Fire Scarf as well, maybe even a weakness policy or one of the critically inducing items like Scope Lens or Razor Claw. Whereas on the other side, Serena is a Pokemon that scales really well with an attack weight. Serena needs to make maybe some more riskier pushes forward, whereas the Garchomp can sit back, lean into that faster auto attack speed. And when you're thinking of the two in that top path, Gibble versus that Serena in that top path definitely goes over to the Gibble. May not have the best secure, but in terms of pressure in the top path, always going to go over to that Garchomp every single time.
It feels like Serena was picked a little too early for my liking, because Serena preys upon the squishier targets. Your attackers, your speedsters, and the only attacker of note was that Mew, which can escape to the back line super quick. And so you can understand why Lorat was struggling so much, Draku. I mean, goodness, they ended up dealing out less damage than Indigo on the Eldegoss. That, to me, speaks volumes of how isolated they were and how much confidence they lacked for going for those engagements.
We also did see the Leafeon picked very early on as well. I think Leafeon is one of the only speedsters that you can comfortably play it early on in the draft, but it kind of falls into the trap that other speedsters do. It does a lot of damage up front. It sometimes has some difficulty escaping some longer extended engagements, but Leafeon was picked very early on, and I think Lelovers did a really good job at adapting to that pick by picking a roster that was very, very bulky, very high health pool, and even if that Emerald 2-step Unite move from the Leafeon lands on something like a Mew, that's probably the high value target, it can go into the Unite move of their own to cleanse all of that damage for an instant. So I feel like Leafeon, again, does really well into attackers, but for Mew specifically, Mew is really good into speedsters, high mobility, has a Unite move that cleanses a ton of damage, and it's just a really good draft for Lelovers. I think Absolute Cinema had an idea for their draft, just unfortunately losing out on a lot of EXP, especially in the early game, kind of led to their downfall throughout the game.
It's funny you mention that, because my thinking goes along the same lines. It feels like they prepared for what they thought would be the ideal draft, rather than actually living in the moment of draft. They're like, Leafeon's the best speedster, let's go pick that first. Miraidon's the best attacker we feel at the moment for what we want to do. Let's go pick that first. It was a who's who of what feels hot at the moment, which is why when you look at Lelovers, they had that clear strategy in mind. Not only that, but what Absolute Cinema was putting in front of them that plays into their strategy perfectly. Like you say, real bulky composition, which naturally limits what Serena can do unless Serena is fully on top of the level situation, which that Serena weren't going central area. That weren't going to happen unless Lelovers threw away the early game.
Yeah, Lulliver's strategy, I think, is a very classic team composition. You know, the rip and flip has been here since year one of Pokemon Unite. You know, think about Dragonite was kind of the master of both of them. Really high auto attack speed, high damage, and of course the secure Hyper Beam. We all know that very, very, very well. This is a very similar type of team composition for Lulliver's team. Very fast auto attack speed, like we've been saying with the Scarchomp, securing potential with both Mew, and even better with the Ebon Fist or the Wicked Blow from the Urshifu. This is a classic example of a team composition that we've seen so often. I think this team comp that Absolute Simona was trying to put together, you know, again, high tempo, high mobility, you know, not really leaning into a whole lot of heals across the team. Again, really wanting to dictate the tempo of the game, just unfortunately running into a wall, quite literally.
Well, Absolute Cinema rating Leafeon so highly that it's their first ban as they head onto the first pick side for this game number 2 out of a potential best of 3. I'll remind everyone at home. Psyduck banned as the first pick for Orange side, expected, joined by that Mimikyu for the second time in consecutive games. Umbreon also out of the picture, which opens up Absolute Cinema's first pick to a number of different options here. Dracu, Miraidon, I feel, is what they're going to lean into, and indeed that is the case. Locked in for Leon.
Zacian also able to be played. It was banned, I believe, by Lelovers, who was on our purple side in game number 1. Miraidon, you know, it is coming out to be the best attacker in the game, and I feel like a lot of other commentators and other players would agree as well. But the legendary Pokemon coming out to play as Zacian is going to be in that top path. They have an attack weight, which is quite interesting. It's a Pokemon that really thrives with having a full pocket of Eos energy up, actually. Patati actually ended up switching that attack weight off, but we might be seeing something like a Metal Claw Zacian. This is an ability set that we've been seeing very recently. Metal Claw does really well into a team with a lot of projectiles. One of the secondary abilities with Metal Claw is that it literally blocks all incoming projectiles, and especially 2 attackers already on the field for Absolute Sima, it might be an obvious selection. Mewtwo Y! Take a look at that, Relic. You were talking about Mewtwo Y earlier on today. What do you think about this pick with their lineup they have so far?
I mean, they got a Blissey, they got a really strong front line with a Trevenant, and they got one of the strongest early game Pokemon, period, in that Zacian. Why not? Worth mentioning, of course, that Lorat's stolen away the Mew as well from Umi, so might as well lean into this different style of composition. Potato clearly favoring Zacian over that Garchomp Urshifu duo. Also means that Absolute Cinema have something new to try and deal with this time around. Toast rounding out the purple roster with a Glaceon, but Snow really switching things up. The Talonflame enters the game, and I'm glad that it does, Draco, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about its buffs in the Next Steps patch. Of course, less damage received on that Brave Bird, so the dive is in full effect.
Shout out to the North American team, Brave Birders, who is now just Rush Hour from North America. But I did see some Brave Bird being played in the ACL. I believe it was yesterday. I can't recall which team, but they just finished their event or their series, the ACL, this last weekend. But this team on the side of Lelovers, this is a pretty classic example of a team with pods, right? You think about Mewtwo Y, Trevenant, Blissey. They're most likely going to be hanging out with each other for a very long, extended time of the game. This is a team that is basically a protect the president composition, but they also have a really strong knight to lead that pod as well. Zacian, incredible in that front lane position, and then that Talonflame is going to be causing havoc across the field. I don't know how they're going to get to this Mewtwo Y. There's not a whole lot of dive on the side of Absolute Cinema. We might be seeing something like an Electro-Gif Miraidon, but I don't know. I feel like Lelovers once again has put together a really well-rounded composition and have won the game before the game has even started.
Oh, I don't think I would personally go that far. I do have a little bit of hope in Absolute Cinema that they will find that this sequel is more successful than the original film. However, I do agree that I like the look of what they put together better, especially with that Talonflame. You'd think that's a bit of a full send when you've got, for example, Glaceon that can actually tank that initial hit with the Snowcloak passive. However, you've also got the Miraidon, you've also got the Mew. Those are high-value targets that will fall very quickly at the hands of a Talonflame. Game number 2, Draco. Let's see who's right and who's wrong.
Blissey's actually going to go for an early stack in that top path. No berries here just yet. They're going to grab one before they head back over to the right side. We don't see a stacking Blissey all too often, but it does pretty well in terms of the healing. Also just maybe being a nuisance for the enemy team. K opener going over to Absolute Cinema. It's a Fletchinder in the central area, or a Talonflame soon to be at level 7. Potati in the top path with this Zacian. Always has to be careful of this Gossifleur. Has some slowing with that boosted auto every time it uses those auto attacks. But they're going to continue to lean into this bottom path. Another KO going over to Absolute Cinema, and they're going to continue scoring on this bottom path.
Goodness, it's not exactly a roster that should be struggling early game level overs, but Absolute Cinema in control. Let's see. Well, here comes the dive from Snow, though. Oh dear! Oh dear! Well, spoke too soon, Mr. Commentator. Lelovers turn it on its head. Plenty of dunks in. Plenty of stacks here for that Talonflame. All of the central birds over to Potato as well. Carnage for Lelovers.
Well, on their way to level 7 is Snow on that Talonflame. I did see a Flame Charge there. You don't typically see Flame Charge and Brave Bird being played together, but I think both flavors of Talonflame doing really well, or just generally any speedster doing really well into a triple attacker composition. All special attackers, by the way, on the side of Absolute Cinema. Like I was predicting before, this is an Electro Drift Miraidon, so it's going to have a little bit of a speedster flavor to it. Also with the Shedinja doll. Unfortunately, they are going to be KO'd outside of that Wonder Guard. Oh no, unfortunate catch there by, I think it was Patati on that Bunnelby as they were trying to retreat back over to the right side. It's one of the unfortunate properties of that ability.
Snow lurking and indeed confirmed it's the Fly, not the Brave Bird. So they've got that escape mechanism / engagement mechanism. Little less risk than with the Brave Bird. Not a bad shout, in my opinion. Also catches that AoE, I think, with a little bit more precision. Would hammer down onto Niels, who's looking for that Blastoise evolution sooner rather than later. Towards the first set of Reggies we go, as all Potato almost catches out Indigo. Hadron Engine down as well. Here's the Fly. Again, choosing not to engage on this occasion. Safely on pad for the moment, Absolute Cinema.
Zora Tiger Gaming rotate to this top path once again. 4 members up here. Miraidon once again is going to be parking their bike in the Pokemon Center. Only briefly brought down to 4. They are going to break this goal zone with a nice overcap of 21. Really quickly on the objective rip of that Regieleki. They are going to respond with a rip of their own. This time actually securing that Registeel in the bottom path. Lelovers has some interesting decisions to make. There is a tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path to look towards, but a 4-player push onto the tier 2.
And there's no pad to deny these early scores. You've got the Glacial Stage falling down, and that Mewtwo Y has been escorted to the backline pretty successfully. Flame Sweep. Hey, what do you know? It missed everybody. Fly goes in. Again, tanked by everybody. That Regieleki is dissipated. Only, what was that, 5 points at the end from this push? Absolute Cinema. Absolute defense.
Yeah. Defense, or quite literally offense, turned into defense. That Registeel definitely helps with that defense, boosting their attack and special attack for, again, that next 90 seconds or so. And they have a lot of EXP wild Pokemon to capture on their side of the field, but it looks like they might be positioning for a tier 1 push in the bottom path. Miraidon is going to be off-laning in that top path. A lot of NDDs to capture in these next few seconds here. But as we head into the middle point of the game, Relic Absolute Cinema looking a little bit better. They have scored at this point in the game relative to where they were in the last game. This is a rapid spin Blastoise. We haven't seen this flavor of Blastoise in quite some time. Actually quite surprised to see that. Not a whole lot of crouch control on their side of the field. Airstrike going to come down. Unfortunately, going to not really get a whole lot of value out of that one. Blastoise going to be very close to being felled here, but a KO streak of 2 for the Mew player.
Slowly but surely wins the race for Absolute Cinema after reacting to the Infinite Cyburn with a Hydro Typhoon. This response has been really strong. Good kiting here from Toson and Glaceon. Again, those Icicle Spears really starting to ramp up. You've got Indigo falling in. Kaizen trying to save anyone that they can see. The Mewtwo taking down the Blastoise in the end, but that Icicle Spear pressure once again, ensuring that Lelovers are not able to respond. Lelovers with a lead still, Draku, but Absolute Cinema showing signs of life.
Yeah, they are looking really, really, really strong here. I think the Pokemon to watch as we head into the later stages of this game is this Pokemon right here. That Talonflame is going to be clearing some wild Pokemon in the central area. Bright Future Meteor Storm might be a bright future they need here because they definitely need the win here to stay in the tournament. Regirock brought down to 25% already. Electro Ball for the Secure. And another Southern Reggie Relic going over to Absolute Cinema. And this time they're going to push the tempo. Tier 1 goal zone at 21 points. It's going to be a smaller overcap, but nonetheless, really good positioning here for Absolute Cinema. Most likely this final reaching the southern part of the map.
It was going to be 19, but that Miraidon dunking a 12 just before, so they have maximized as much value out of that as possible. Talonflame, of course, scoring a little bit counter on the top path, but that also means that Lelo is there, rotate to this top path. Oh, that's a flame sweep! There we go, catches 3! A strike! And here's the fly to fall into Indigo as the Eldegoss is sent back to the Pokemon Center. 2 KO streak now as the turtle has, it's become clam chowder out there, eating up the KOs. Talonflame.
Did someone call in the janitor? Flame Sweep catching 2 with a KO streak of 3. And again, Talonflame is a Pokemon that has most recently got buffed, not of any of the kit that it's using right now, but especially in this team composition does really well generally as a speedster into attackers. Also with Icicle Spear, it can nullify or at least avoid all of that damage from the Icicle Spear simply by going up into the air. There's a little bit of breath here as we go into 1 minute before the Rayquaza spawns onto the field. Teams are really close. Level 13 highest on the field. Zacian is actually caught on their own. Patati is going to retreat back over to the right side with the help of that Talonflame in that tall grass. Win conditions here, Relic. What are some of the things that you're thinking about for both of these teams?
Well, I'm looking at that Talonflame again. Are you able to get enough damage out to negate your squishy health bar? Well, level 13, aiming for 14, and to steal away of the orange buff. Lelo's feeling confident enough to stray into Absolute Cinema territory, and all 5 of them forcing Niels back, going for the dive too as well. But those Icicle Spears, yet again, so much damage done. The Snowcloak eating that initial fly attempt, and Snow will pay for it. Toast with a KO, and a quick rotate down to this bottom Reggie. That might be theirs for the taking. Lelovers overextending their reach.
Registeel, we all know how polarizing this objective can be. We mentioned it earlier, that attack and special attack buff can be devastating. Lelovers is going to position themselves in the central area, actually kind of aggressively on the side of Absolute Cinema's central area. Solar Beam is going to find that Zacian in the pixel bush in that central area, and this might be the final stretch for Absolute Cinema if they are able to hang on, but the first to fall is the Blastoise.
And the Phantom Forest catches 3, looking real good, and the Flame Sweep catching 3 as well. Infinite Cyber catching 3 as well. It's 3s, it's a triple, baby. Look at that, the Storm though does so much damage, and then the Electro Drift as well into the Shedinja doll, but there's a Mew falling too. It's very much eye for an eye at the moment as both teams sort of settle down. Lelover's going for the rip, and they're not able to steal it this time. Absolute Cinema, that Talonflame's been on fire.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Blastoise might not have read the script before the movie started to be recorded. They were the first to fall, and I think there's still a lot of questions for me for this Blastoise. We'll talk about it as we end this game here, but they are going to cement their lead here. 1 minute remaining, but it is becoming quite a disastrous hill to climb here. Patati is going to fall in that central area. It's about now a 500-point lead or a 400-point lead with 1 minute remaining. They are able to KO 2 Pokemon, 2 legendary Pokemon heading back to the Pokemon Center. They might be felling this tree all alone. Does it make a sound? We will find out.
Okay, this Talonflame's going to get that free score. They're back at base. Absolute Cinema with the full send. It's turning from thriller into horror for them. But is there one final twist in the tail? Snow will launch this fly. Not going to deny the 30. The Flame Sweep into the Flux Zone. Absolutely huge. 40 points down. Here's double 46. 273. Still nowhere near close to the 610. Rapid Spin into Potato. They're going to be getting scraps of Aeos points at best, but they do find Snow. Fallen yet again. Potato has to fall back. There's a big Mewtwo play. X-Attack also launched, and the Phantom Forest into 2. The delay tactics just enough for Lelovers. Was there even a hope? Maybe not. Absolute Cinema, we salute you for making the top 8, but you go no further. Lelovers into the second losers round 2.
Unfortunately for Absolute Cinema, this is Finn, the end of their movie, as we throw away our popcorn, or at least they're going to be popping some popcorn as they're going to be watching the remainder of this event, like I said, figuratively from their own homes. But 610 to 273 is your final for our first match of the day. And now that we're going into the end game here, we have 3 attackers on the side of Absolute Cinema with a kind of a carry Blastoise with the rapid spin. Again, a lot of question marks on my side with all the mobility tools on the side of Lelovers. I would kind of appreciate this Blastoise if they were the more defensive-oriented Blastoise. Surf Hydro Pump would most likely be a lot more advantageous. Not a whole lot of crowd control, especially with a team or going up against a team with so much mobility as Lelovers has.
I think it just feels like the mix of movesets just didn't play into it well. I think Water Spout for a little bit more debuff would have done well. I think that Surf would have done well, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what moveset you choose, Draku, as we'll get to it eventually. We see Niels way out of position compared to the rest of his team. They were finding a lot of joy with those snowball techniques. All 5 players assaulting the same zone, leaving Lelovers isolated in certain areas. And we saw those, I mean, what was it? Kaizen and this Trevenant's health bars, they were both so low. They went to, I want to say, below 30%. That's dangerous. That's a moment where Absolute Cinema could spin the entire game on its head. But because Niels wasn't there, Lelovers had the numbers advantage, and they made Absolute Cinema pay for it dearly.
They had the numbers advantage. They also had the bulk advantage as well. Like I was saying, that we can see right there the Blastoise being the first to fall here, kind of with no value. They weren't able to get anything on their side of the field. They were literally being bullied outside of the central area. I believe there was an ensuing team fight that went down here. The Miraidon actually does end up going down here, and this is kind of the end of the tail. There is one more valiant push here, but huge shout out to Snow, by the way. We did see one flame sweep kind of miss the earlier part of the game, but every other flame sweep after that definitely found their mark.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, we saw that Blissey going down Kaizen. But what they did really well, because both them and Marv, they were both caught in the Bright Future Meteor Storm, of course. And what they did was really intelligent. They split apart. And so Marv could regen a lot of that health back immediately with that Trevenant toolkit. Kaizen, of course, that was Leon's target. So I think that they kind of knew that was the end for them. But again, splitting those win conditions within the micro situation of a team fight, that's what's ultimately pulled through for them on this occasion, is what pulled through for them on multiple occasions. Remember 2 weeks ago, their micro looking really good, Lelovers. And I think really the only question that we have now is when they do run into one of those top teams, I mean, we're not going to put too far ahead in the future, but when they do run into your Nouns or your Gen 5s or your Panion, are they good enough to stand their ground and say, no, this ain't a top 3. This is a top 4 now.
Well, this is I'm glad that you referenced Lelovers maybe going into a top team, because I got an update for you, those in the chat. Gen 5 from the winner side of the bracket ended up losing their winners semifinals round to Drill Peckers. So in that winners finals, which we'll be seeing later on today, Nouns Esports winning out over BH3, and Drill Peckers are going to be your winners finals teams. Gen 5 Lelovers in that lower side of the bracket. That is what we're going to be seeing later on in today's event. But today's event, I think, is turning out to be a lot of surprises. One big surprise, again, Gen 5 going down relatively early in today's event. Apanyan is actually eliminated from the December finals for the EU region. Church of Michael, or at least Michael Merchants, is going to be moving on forward in the losers quarterfinal, and lots of surprises. Definitely a movie, of course, not for Absolute Cinema, a movie for us here watching these December finals.
Time to leave the cinema, but not for too long. We will be back after a very short break, folks. The UNITE Championship Series continues after this. Welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. Relic and Draku with you as well. If we did say there are going to be some twists in the tale, and the twist has most certainly happened. If you didn't catch us before the break, Opanion, one of our top 3 from the AOS Cup play-ins, out, and we are going to be following the Michael Merchants, the folks who disposed of them as they head up against BH3, a team who lost to Nouns Esports Draku 2-0 in those same play-ins. A lot to talk about and just digest here in general.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about in the pre-show, Opinion is a team that is definitely one of the top 3 favorites. Of course, Nouns Esports at number 1. Gen 5, who is also on the loser side of the bracket, being knocked down by Drill Peckers, is another astonishing revelation as we go into this game here. But, you know, Michael Merchants definitely making a name for themselves. They were able to win out over Opinion 2-0, quite dominating fashion early on in today's event.
2-0. Opinion not even getting a game. That is crazy to me. Not a single best of 3 going the distance across both the winners semifinals and that losers round 1. Evolutions on the ban board yet again on stream. Leafeon and Umbreon selected by BH3 Esport. Michael Merchants picking up that side up for the first ban, and it feels like Mimikyu. Listen, Sofchan is going to be very happy in the background because she was predicting this, and it feels like she is the prophet among us.
Yeah, these, of course, Blissey, Miraidon is most likely going to be in these first selection options. With Mimikyu off the table, you know, I think Zacian has still cemented itself as one of the top 2, maybe even like top 3 all-rounders in the game. Those are the 2 Pokemon that I just mentioned, Blissey and Miraidon, going over to Michael Merchants right away. But Inteleon is a Pokemon, like many other attackers, have been increased, specifically in that defense and special defensive stat. I believe some cooldowns were also adjusted for some of its mobility tools. But what do you think about Inteleon? We haven't seen a whole lot of this Pokemon, but with Miraidon kind of taking the spotlight of the attackers, there's not really a whole lot that comes to mind. Inteleon, maybe?
Yeah, we saw it a bit, didn't we? Funnily enough, with Opanion, and we saw a bit of liquidation as well, which might not be a bad suggestion going up against a Dodrio, not Dodo, picking that one up for the side of Michael Merchants. I do prefer this Shifu frontline in combination with Zacian. That looks pretty good, and it feels like we're going to be locking in potentially the support Mew. I mean, we've got that EXP share on there. We're boosting the stats with the Slick Spoon and with the special attack spectacles. SVM then with this final selection for Michael Merchants could go for an all-rounder. This is a squad which has already got a very strong front line. No, we're going to be going double speedster. Whoa. It's another throw of the dice as a Zoroark without a Comfey enters Thea Sky Ruins.
Relic, I don't know what you're talking about. There's not 2 speedsters on Michael Merchants. There's clearly a Zoroark and a player named Not Dodo that's playing potentially a Dodrio. But Dodrio is another Pokemon that most recently got tuned up. I think a lot of bird Pokemon was actually buffed in the most recent balance patch. Dodrio got a couple of tune-ups, kind of minor tune-ups. I think the damage for Drill Peck has been increased, but you know, Dodrio going into specifically a Pokemon with a bounded Unite move. I'm looking at this Dark Urshifu, that 5th selection on the side of BH3 Esports. It's going to be very difficult. I think one thing this Dodrio player has to be very cognizant of is when this Pokemon has used that Unite move, because you can cleanse it. They have a full heal that could potentially cleanse any sort of hindrance for a short period of time, but more importantly, that Unite move.
That Dodrio, I don't mind. I think that is primarily a comfort pick. I think that it is a pick that can enjoy a lot of value out of this game. It's the Zoroark which I have question marks over. When there is a Lucario on the table, which is relatively, it's on sort of like the outer periphery of the meta right now, and you're looking for that backline, I'm sorry, but the Lucario is going to have a better chance of getting there than the Zoroark. The only thing that I can think of with the Zoroark is through Thief, you've got that instant retrieval from going in too deep. Like if you're like, oh, I'm gonna go down here, back out you go. Whereas with that extreme speed Lucario, you got to make the trip backwards as well.
We don't have the at least the analytics for this. I would love to see any sort of analytics of the win rate of a Zoroark with a Comfey and without a Comfey. Of course, we have this Blissey here, which is one of the best supporters in the game, but with the high mobility tools that Zoroark has, it's sometimes very difficult to chase down a Zoroark as they're doing their thing. But there's also a Dodrio on the field as well. So this list is going to have a lot of work cut out for it, especially trying to chase down these two very highly mobile Pokemon.
Fizzy's doing a very good job here. Burns the eject button, gets a bit of burn off onto SVM, pops the X speed. Kree again is going to be calling for this, or are they? They're confident enough. A slap around the face of the Phantom leads to our K opener. And look at not Dodo with such an early flank onto this bottom path. The Sobble forced back onto base and Kree getting early stacks.
Urshifu heading out of the central area to that top path, a traditional rotation for both junglers heading up there. The Zoroark just a little bit late because they were distracted by this Phantom, especially being KO'd there in the central area. But a kind of a quieter team fight engagement here in the bottom path. Dodrio still yet to get that third head. Really good last hitting on the side of BH3. I think they don't have their water gun ready to go. I think that was a KO. The Zoroark going down. It's a very high value KO, especially early on in this game.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed from both sides, to be honest. Finally, that evolution for Dodo onto Dodrio, though, has to get out of there due to the support fire from Mephil. Oh, here goes the Zacian starting to cook. Volto slicing through Chelvin. Big health bar boosted auto, eats the berry, but the 20 points goes down. Metal Claw doesn't want to go too deep into the flux zone. They certainly caught wind of the potential Zoroark and Miraidon threat, and I like that from BH3, not biting off more than they can chew.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at limiting both this Zoroark and this Dodrio in the early game. You don't typically see a Dodrio in the bottom path. No, not a whole lot of range on the side of Michael Merchants. I didn't see what this this Miraidon's going, but I do believe it should be going a charge beam Miraidon with the team composition that they have. But like I've been talking about in other games throughout this broadcast and throughout these UCS broadcasts, that Michael Merchants is playing this game in pods. Again, you want to expect this Miraidon, this Snorlax, and this Blissey to be hanging out together, and these two speedsters are going to be running riot throughout the field. It's going to be a question whether this Trevenant can actually lock down on any of these speedsters. I think in a 1v1, a Trevenant can't really lock down on either a Zoroark or a Dodrio, so just like that, it's got to be very careful walking into these tall grass, and this Trevenant has its work cut out for it to try to latch into one of these speedsters.
Oh, Greg there should have looked at the map. Absolutely chose the wrong direction. Oh, it is the snipe shot. Wow, great shot as well from Mephil. Man, if that was later in the game, that Dodrio is a goner. But check out Michael Merchants going for the strong rotate bottom path, leaving that Miraidon on top, going for the rip immediately as Fizzy goes in. There's an egg bomb in there too. Kree looking for the double slap. And look at that, the Inteleon moves in, but it's not enough to take that Regice away from Michael Merchants. Not Dodo with the steal, but the KO streaks mounting up now for Mephil. Pops the Azure Spy Vision. 2 KO streak for the Zoroark, but plenty of points to be scored here for BH3 Esports.
Yeah, objective secure going over to Michael Merchants. Of course, BH3, I think, got the better half of that, or better part of that engagement, getting a couple of knockouts in that bottom path, but also taking that bottom path tier 1 goal zone as well. Zacian in the central area, working on some wild Pokemon on their own. There is a Regieleki in the top path, but quite typically, some teams will actually leave this Regieleki alone, going for team fights rather than going for the objectives, because sometimes you don't want to give up that tier 1 goal zone, especially when you have a Miraidon on your side of the field.
6 minutes left on the clock. And Michael Merchants slowly but surely making their way to the top path. BH3 still watching over that bottom path with Fizzy. Might get a rude awakening as BH3 will claim the majority of these clouds, or at least I would think they would. Deep backline poke from Volto, Metal Claw, but SVM, has taken down this Shifu. Michael Merchants have to continue on with the assault as the Bliss Assistance and the Illusion Dive does lead to a second KO here for this Zoroark. Really starting to cook, looking for the scores now. Bright Future Meteor Storm providing an excellent cover to the scores as they go in. Still no goal zone broken. Wow, half the health bar of that Miraidon evaporated from the water of that big old snipe shot, and returning with a vengeance. Japer with the 2 KO streak. Michael Merchants might have left this a bit too late, Draku.
Yeah, that Trevenant is now just coming through that central area. I think there are 2 major threats for these 2 speedsters on the side of Michael Merchants. One of them we saw with that Ebon Fist Unite move from the Urshifu. You have to make a decision whether to use it on the Dodrio or use it on the Zoroark. Both of those Pokemon most likely having a full heal. I think it was kind of a luck of the draw that the Zoroark did not have any of their cleansing mechanics available to them. Really nice defense on the side of Michael Merchants, but with this Trevenant being elsewhere on the field, this Zoroark and this Dojo as well doesn't really have a whole lot of things to be worried about, especially when that character is somewhere else on the map.
Oh, SVM, I was not familiar with your game, but in going for the drill peck to finish off that Regieleki, they've been made to pay. 3 scores on the top path. On the bottom path, BH3 will take that Registeel as well. Michael Merchants hanging strong, but as this game progresses, Draku, BH3 starting to exude more control.
Really close game. Some more scores going into that top path. BH3 doing a really good job at holding on to both of their tier 1 goal zones. This Inteleon is going to find someone in the tall grass. The Mew is going to respond with a KO of its own. The Electro Ball finding the knockout there. Goal zone going down in that top path is going to give them a little bit more room to work, but BH3 is going to continue pushing on for the Bright Future Meteor Storm, their tool of choice to push off this Urshifu to make them retreat back over to the left side of the map. I think Fizzy is going to be kind of going on their own in that top path. Really nice Wicked Blow to make some space, but the Triple Trample is going to be the tool of choice to get that knockout.
Oh, not Dodo going to work with Electro Ball, the stun, but SVM into the backline doesn't quite save Dodo. Should surely get Greg here, who goes into the surf, got that Thief down once again, but Greg's done such a great job to fend them off. Unfortunately, in focusing on that Zoroark, they completely missed the defense of the goal zone, or rather the lack thereof. Michael Merchant's getting plenty in, but that score from Greg has now ticked over BH3 into the lead once again on a knife edge this game.
A really sneaky back score on that top tier 1 goal zone. I mean, it might have a Santa's hat, but it might be the Grinch that stole the tier 1 goal zone. And it's going to bring the lead just under 5 points, or 5 points exactly is this lead for BH3. This is quite literally, like you said, Relic, a knife's edge, a razor's edge as we go into the final stretch. Regieleki is going to go to the tier 2 goal zone on the side of Michael Merchants. There's going to be one more Southern Reggie spawn, and it looks like Michael Merchants is going to try to buy this one for the team.
Yeah, taking a look downstairs, that ain't good news for the tree. Conservation effort in vain, and they actually go for the score. They're going to try and take down this goal zone. Everything unloaded by Not Dodo in the Eos pockets. Now focusing onto the Regirock. This is going to have to be a big rip. This is risking the steal from BH3 Esport. This is a big send from Michael Merchants. It pays off. That defensive and special defensive buff is in. 60 points dunked for that Urshifu, 275 to 210 as the orange squad lines up. Watch out for that backline poke, maybe from Japer, maybe considering the TP back to base. No, they're going to stay there as the triple trample forced out, but there's the drill peck. Illusion dive completely whiffs. That's a huge Unite move wasted for the Michael Merchants.
Yeah, not only that, that Blissful Assistance is going to find its way onto the Dojo. The first knockout going over to Michael Merchants as the Mew is going to have to watch as their team starts to migrate back to the central area. 1v1 between the Speedster and the All-Rounder. The Urshifu got to be very careful. They're going to retreat back over to the top side of the map. I don't think that was the target of choice there, but Chelvin is going to soak up all of that damage from the Ebon Fist.
Hadron engine down, potential buffs. We've got the Azure Spy Vision popped as well. Chelvin forced into the power nap, and now maybe looking for the rip here. Michael Merchants, I wouldn't call the rip here, but hey, why not as well? BH3 with a chance to steal the Sovereign Sword! 275 to 210. This score's about to get bigger for BH3.
Yeah, but they already see Azashian already in the Pokemon Center. I think the Snorlax is trying to make a valiant effort to stop that tree from scoring. They actually don't have any points, but the Snorlax is the only one left standing here as the Inteleon is going to score another 100 points, bringing this lead to just over 200. 30 seconds left. I think this might be the game for BH3.
Yeah, absolutely. Mephil with the 3 KO streak, and I should correct myself as much as I was excited about the Sovereign Sword. It was actually Mephil with the Rayquaza takedown. Ultimately, a scary moment for BH3. There were a lot of misplays in this central area, but time and again, it's the story of Michael Merchant's game number 1 here. They had the opportunity to take team fights by the scruff of the neck to really put BH3 into awkward situations that necessitated a retreat, but time and again, opportunities not taken. The mentality simply has to change in game number 2.
Yeah, very, very scary moment there for BH3. Their Urshifu kind of being caught out in the upper part of that central area, that Rayquaza pit, the rendezvous at 2. You know, Michael Merchants definitely had a really good look. They had a Reggie Rock buff for the next 90 seconds right before the final stretch. I think that would be very favorable for these two speedsters who generally lack some defenses. But I mean, take a look at this score line. I need to take out my magnifying glass because before the final stretch, it was an incredibly close game. 9 KOs for the Zoroark, I believe, is your knockout leader of the game. But take a look at this. Mephil, 110,000 damage. Basically, if you round up a couple of those digits at the end there, it's a pretty big number in competitive Pokemon Unite.
Huge, and I have to say, the confidence to go with Snipe Shot into a Zoroark and Dodo, partly because I feel like Snipe Shot is still the preferred move anyway, just in terms of pure damage output and the value that it can eat into the front line with, but the fact that they were landing so many of the shots, I feel like as casters we are continually impressed with it time and again. Maybe we should just say, oh, this is the normal for me, Phil, but genuinely a breakout game for them, looking really impressive. But you're absolutely spot on with Michael Merchants as well. They didn't have a bad game themselves. There were so many individual moments of brilliance. SVM, not familiar with your game, absolutely phenomenal on the Zoroark. The key element with so many of these team fights for me, Draku, is but. Every single one of the major team fights had a but, and that included SVM. As impressive a game as he did have, wasting the illusion dive on the Southern Path, criminal.
Yeah, not only that, but I think a couple of the Unite moves in the final stretch fight kind of went to no value. I think there was a really nice triple trample followed by a drill peck combo that landed on a couple of members of BH3. But like you were saying, that Nightfall Haze and also that Blissful Assistance kind of going to no value here. I mean, right here, you can see the Urshifu is down. That's probably the best securing tool on the side of BH3 down, at least most consistent, with that Snipe Shot being body blocked there by Chelvin with that Snorlax. Really nice Sovereign Sword, as we can see here, the Unite move from the Zacian. So you don't know where the secure, but we might need to go into a slow motion there. That might actually be an auto attack that got the confirm there, but it's hard to see with all the Pokemon there in the central area. But we've seen it time and time again. We saw it with Curios. I believe it was year 2 of Pokemon Unite. In Worlds, that's how they won Worlds, with the auto attack secure with Inteleon. But Inteleon is a Pokemon that hasn't seen some light, I would say, in the last 6 to 8 months or so. Attackers have been definitely a little shallow in terms of their representation on Theia Sky Ruins. Miraidon has definitely taken that prime slot for most teams. Mew is a close second, with Pikachu kind of following in after the most recent bust. But Inteleon having a really strong showing today, and obviously 110,000 damage is another number we cannot shake off.
I'm telling you, it's those defensive and special defensive buffs. They're coming in clutch. They mean something at last. But for real, as you say, just you feel like if the Nightfall Days had been available in that Ray Pit, we wouldn't be talking about the auto with the steel. Admittedly, the Sovereign Sword was there as well. Would have felt like more of a toss-up, honestly, if Michael Merchants had had any more of those Unite moves available. Alas, they have to put this behind them now. This is another elimination game. They lose this next one, they're out of the competition as one of the 5th or 6th best teams in the region. Again, no discredit there. That's an incredibly high barrier to try and reach and try and breach ultimately to break into the top 4. But where do we see them finding the improvements, Draku? Because I feel like the draft was okay, and we certainly saw that they were putting that team comp to good effect.
Yeah, this is not a team comp that is like super unfamiliar with this region. I see the European region as being a region that loves their speedsters, very high tempo gaming. They love to rush down, hold forward on that control stick, like I was mentioning earlier on in the broadcast. There's a number of players that love to play these speedster type Pokemon, or generally just speedsters as a whole, and I feel like it was not necessarily in their team composition, in their draft strategy, just more so in how they approached the game. Talking about those Unite moves, that's the best tool in the game. Not only in damaging the enemy team, defending your team, but also just securing objectives as well. Those 2 Unite moves, Nightfall Haze from the Zoroark, we've seen that time and time again being a really strong securing tool for objectives. Even Blissful Assistance, very strong securing tool for objectives. Both of those being used to quite literally no value going into the final stretch.
Yeah, what was the question that I put up at the beginning? Would they have rather gone with a Lucario over the Zoroark? I think genuinely, on the basis of that, it wouldn't have made much difference. In fact, I feel like they had more win conditions in those key moments through the Zoroark being available. So do you stick or do you twist with what you feel is going right for you? Because we could look on Michael Merchant's favorably. We could say change the mental. Again, take the game by the scruff of the neck. Really put BH3 into those positions where they simply cannot win a fight, where they have to concede objectives, where they have to concede ground. We're talking about a completely different game. We're talking about Michael Merchant's really dominating the game. But here's the thing, is BH3 now have that one game lead. So could we see changes from them, actually, to try and secure down the macro?
I feel like their draft strategy, specifically for Michael Merchants, their draft strategy was pretty clear early on. Of course, Mimikyu is just a generally good Pokemon to ban out, but I've said this in a previous broadcast, but Mimikyu is quite literally the anti-speedster Pokemon, and well, they banned the anti-speedster Pokemon and then picked two. Right, so their draft strategy was pretty clear. Of course, BH3 did a really good job at responding by pulling out another Pokemon with a bounded type Unite move, that is that Urshifu with the Ebon Fist Unite move. But here we go, going into game number 2. Michael Merchants this time on our purple side team. They are with their backs against the wall, quite figuratively here, with their tournament life here in this next game. BH3 on our orange side team. Nothing too out of the ordinary for the bans. Not Dodo is actually going to be playing a Pokemon that is not Dodrio. Zacian is going to be the first selection for Michael Merchants.
Takes that away from Volto. Umbreon available for the first time on stream today, and Fizzy is taking that with both hands. And me, Phil, I can understand why they'd want to lock in the Inteleon early here. Backline poke, very strong comfort pick for this player, evidently, and worked very well in the previous game.
Yeah, Inteleon is typically a Pokemon that I would consider to be later on in the draft. You know, it's a Pokemon that can be countered very easily simply by picking speedsters on the other side. But I mean, BH3 picked Inteleon into 2 speedsters on the other side, so I feel like they're pretty confident in their ability to not only protect the Inteleon, but of the Inteleon's ability to hit highly mobile targets. They're going to be picking out a very similar draft as before, pulling out that Mew once again, and also this red Urshifu again.
Slowbro, hello. That's a great pick for one of your final slots. It limits what BH3 can potentially go with. No explosive damage speedsters, I would suggest, looking at the all-rounder rosters. Having a little roam around, and we were mentioning Buzzwole potentially on Potato, Volto, another well-known Buzzwole main of old, is going to flex those muscles, looking for the lockdown on the Zoroark and on the Miraidon, of course. Solani with a lot of heavy lifting in the back line to do to try and reach that Inteleon alongside SVM.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this Buzzwole pick is going to do super well, especially with the Slowbro on the other side. I think the big question that I have for these drafts is, what ability does Chelvin run here? There's not a whole... I mean, there's 2 Pokemon that have, like, moderately good dive on the side of BH3, Dark Urshifu, and this Buzzwole, but I feel like Scald also does really well into their team too. That debuff you get from Scald, the burn status condition that you can apply to these physical attack Pokemon, reducing the amount of damage they can do for a period of time, is just so strong.
The more I look at it, I think the more that Volto's pick is more to counter not Dodo on the Zacian, because that Zacian is nightmare fuel early game. So I can only imagine that Volto is going to look to try and match where Dodo goes. And whether they're running Metal Claw or not, the point is that they need to get close to their opponents, those Zacians, to deal out the damage. That means, as long as, again, this team sticks together, BH3, and starts to snowball into their rotations, that means they're going to have to face up against Volto at one point or another. And yeah, that could cause some level of trouble, alas. We always see how these things play out, don't we? Levels and player performances are all sorts of factors as we enter game number 2. BH3 looking to progress.
Like I was saying before, Michael Merchants against the wall in game number 2. If they lose out on this one, they will be going home. Watching the remainder of this tournament from the bench, quite literally. Zacian in that top half going up against a Buzzwole. Like this is a matchup that we've seen time and time again. Miraidon in this bottom path going against Cobble. Really good last game from both of those attackers. Zacian might be the first to fall here. Boosted auto Electro Ball, the tool of choice.
And look at Volto there, the speed up, the passive, forcing Kreen to the X speed, otherwise they might have fallen as well. Coaching doing the heavy lifting as Volto starts to feel properly strong. Mifil and Fizzy on this bottom path, forced back onto Pad, Electro Ball, and again, this coaching is... The support Mew and the evolution of this in general across pre-season 4 and now into season 4, Draku, so impressive to see some of these more attacking style players pick up this attacker and utilize it in such a unique way.
Giving the holiday gift of a shield, mind you, the most recent battle pass being one of the highlighted Pokemon, Zacian. Fortunately going to be the second to fall in this top path as well. Urshifu is actually going to be felled in that top path. Oh no, the auto attack is going to be the Grinch that stole that score. They're going to be manually retreating back to that central area, but really good defense and offense inside of BH3 in this early part of the game.
The tech as well from SVM to hit the illusion at the perfect time to nullify that Electro Ball. A minor moment, but a demonstration yet again of how strong this player is. And they lead the lobby on levels too. SVM really impressing me, but they need to do more with their team. And well, round 1 to Volto. Round 2 to not Dodo, and a big rotate onto bottom path. The foul play stuns 3, but 27 points down here for SVM. They can break the goal zone with Solani if they want. Another score for the Zoroark, and Michael Merchants pull away.
Yeah, Michael Merchant showing some life here in the early game. Of course, it's to be expected with how strong of an early game Zoroark specifically has. I mean, across their team, really strong early game presence. Japa got to be very careful. They're going to try to cleanse some of that damage. Another KO going over to this Mew. I think a Pokemon or a character or a player that's not been doing so well is Zacian in that top path. Been rather quiet, especially with the presence that we've been talking about Zacian has in this early game.
Volto eats a big thief and into the ground. I'm going to plant me a tree, says Volto. Kree's going to pick up the berry. Or are they? Oh, well,
no.
Look, you can see Volto was going for it, not Dodo. Saying to Draku, listen here, I'm cooking. Just watch me now. Slicing into Japa. Has to eat that up, that boosted auto, I should say, and Japa just about getting into the back line, but my goodness, Greg didn't make it. Kree, Metal Claw, shielding Ebon Fist, and now Volto, no, they're not going to finish the job. Maybe the Regieleki, no, decides to let Dodo by.
Really nice usage of the enhanced version of the agility. Get you a small shield as you retreat back over to the left side of the field. SVM is going to use that Unite move once again to not a whole lot of value. They're going to be KO'd on their own. Kree trying to save that speedster. KO streak of 2 for BH3 as they push on forward. Ebon Fist pulling them up into the air and back into their Pokeball. The charge beam is going to be the tool of choice to defend this tier 1 goal zone, but a really nice team fight engagement for BH3 and a huge overcap of 36 to balloon this lead to 116.
The warning signs were there. Michael Merchant's not reacting quickly enough. Ultimately, just the Soulzation, not enough to dispel the threat of 4 on this top path. Regieleki heading over to BH3, and because of those KOs, because of the delayed nature of Michael Merchant searching for any wild Pokemon they can, this rotate onto the southern path also not quick enough. BH3 with a slow rotate down. Dodo going for the defense, but look at this BH3 presence. 2 Pokemon with steel capabilities on the Regice.
Reggie Ice formed in this bottom path. Really nice solar beam, but secure going over to the feint attack Zoroark. 1v1 or at least a 2v1 in this top path going into the central area. Really nice defend here by Michael Merchants. Finally a win somewhere, especially with the snowball that BH3 is starting to form up here. I believe it is that time of the year, Relic, where snowballs tend to fall from the sky, sometimes at least. But as we go into the middle point of the game here, just like in game number 1, a game at a razor's edge. 116-74, right side team is in the lead as that notification says, but still a very close game as we head to the halfway point of this game.
I was going to say snow over in Cali. I think you've got sun over here. We've got rain. Always disappointing in the United Kingdom. We've got the right substance. It's just not cold enough. 74-116. Speaking of the stuff, both of these teams have really impressed me. And Michael Merchant's They had a much stronger early game this time around, but sadly, that's also fallen off a lot sharper than what we saw as the decline across game number 1 occurred. BH3 with a level 11, 2 level 11s now, sorry, and that level 10 Mephil. Michael Merchants have the level lead as Volto and Dodo again going at it. 3v1, Super Swole Slam ain't gonna do nothing. Forces out the Cotton Cloud Crash, but there's Mephil caught against the wall, forced into the eject button, tries to snipe shot away. Here's the Solar Beam from Greg. Oh, SBM caught a little bit too deep in the source. And now looking for the retreat. Not Dodo over the wall. Misses out on the Ebon Fist. Japer now going after their teammate Kree. They're not so lucky.
Yeah, really kind of odd engagement there by Michael Merchants. Maybe trying to push forward. They got maybe a little too comfortable getting the KO on the Buzzwole and maybe too comfortable seeing 2 attackers just defending that top tier 1 goal zone. They lost a lot of EXP pushing on forward. I think it was more so that the offense was a little lackluster than the defense being better on BH3. BH3 grabs this Reggie like he's going to send that over to the tier 2 goal zone. No one here for the defense, and Kree is going to have to let go of their tier 2. A Reggie steal going over to Michael Merchants. Let's see what they decide to do here. They can push on forward, but it's a long road ahead to that tier 2 or to that tier 1 in the top path.
But it's the long road ahead that Michael Merchants were clearly prioritizing there, choosing the Reggie steal instead of the defense of their top path. And it means that the level situation again looks good. And they've been able to run rampant on this top path. This is where we start to see a bit of value. Maybe 8 goes down. Snarl. It's Fizzy versus the world. But here's the cavalry. And Fizzy's defense leads to Michael Merchants being forced off zone. 168 to 224. This one ain't run yet, Draku.
Yeah, a beautiful defense by Fizzy on that Umbreon. Snarl does quite a little bit of damage, but that tick damage across that area of effect, sometimes we call it AoE, was a really good tool to defend that goal zone. You're able to get a couple of KOs, but I think more importantly, it allows you to retain the lead. 224 to 168. Both teams now heading to the central area for the rendezvous at 2.
I was going to say both teams were level 13. Scratch that. Michael Merchants with a Zoroark and Zacian on level 14. And check out that Miraidon on level 12 too. That's not too shabby. Rayquaza, the shiny Rayquaza, enters the field, and Michael Merchants looking for the poke. BH3 haven't really set up shop, looking for more wild Pokemon. Check out Japer, bottom right of that minimap, way out of zone. Michael Merchants surely going to suss that out eventually as Volto stations on the top path.
Yeah, BH3 has really good tools to poke at Michael Merchants, but they are going to go into a very quick flip here onto the Rayquaza, and once again, Inteleon is going to be the Pokemon to capture the big black dragon in the sky. Michael Merchants with 4 members down, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining, and an ace for BH3 is going to be moving on.
It's a 4 KO streak for the Buzzwole. It's not about winning the battles, Draku. It's about winning the war. And Buzzwole can stick their flag in the Michael Merchants home base now because the job is done. There's a minute left, and we can't say for sure at the moment Michael Merchants are completely out of it. Big 34-second timer now for Volto to eat up. This Shifu as well going to go down, but Michael Merchants have to leg it, and they're going to have to hope that they pick up enough Eos energy on the way.
Artillery unit Inteleon is going to be on a duo mission next to this Umbreon, who's done a splendid job at holding on to goal zones. They are going to lose their shield, but they are going to go ahead and retreat back to their tier 2 goal zone, get a little bit more healing onto that tier 2. They know they have a significant lead. Mew is going to continue scoring, only 10 points on that tier 3 goal zone. Inteleon going to be the first to fall here in this push on forward. This game might not be over as the Umbreon the next to fall, but we can take a look on the left side of your screen. Michael Merchant has bought a one-way ticket to the Pokemon Center, and BH3 is going to be moving on.
Back-to-back 2-0s on stream. Back-to-back aces for BH3. 1 in the Ray Pit, 1 in the last embers of this game, of this series. BH3, well, they ran the risk, didn't they, against Michael Merchants, who decided to flip the coin, came up tails on this occasion.
little bit different of a game going into the final stretch. I think a Pokemon, or at least a player that was rather disappointing on my end was SVM. I feel like I kind of maybe had a little bit of a grimace every time they miss one of their Unite moves, but Zoroark is one of those Pokemon that can be incredibly devastating in the right hands, but I feel like unfortunately this player fell a little bit too short. But a couple of standout performances for me, of course, Fizzy on the defense of that tier 1 goal zone is a big highlighted moment for them, but Inteleon, take a look at that. 2 times we've seen them on broadcast, 2 secures of the Rayquaza.
And I tell you what, there was one moment right at the end there where Kree, I want to say 60 to 70% of their health bar just disappeared. Why? Because Mephil hit them. and it really was as simple as that. Maybe not as influential this time around, but certainly demonstrating, as you say, Draku, that this Pokemon still has value. But Michael Merchants, I think that as much as they will surely be happy with getting into the top 8, with making top 6 even this time around, first and foremost missing out on the money and the bigger CP amounts, which is a shame. But I feel like they'll look back at the VOD reviews of this series and wonder what if. There were so many opportunities. Of course, they got the Rayquaza again, of course. There are so many opportunities for them to really just show BH3 a little more of what they could offer on the Theosky Ruins. And they just kind of backed off at the wrong moments time and time again.
Might I highlight a moment there? Inteleon secured the Rayquaza with a boosted auto.
Second time in a row,
Yes.
Right? That's insane. Crazy.
I was able to see it a little bit more clear this time because they were all by themselves above the Rayquaza on the other side of the wall. But it's an incredible showing of experience and composure, especially with all the Pokemon right on top of that Rayquaza. It is quite literally a Hail Mary finger point, a shot into the Rayquaza, but nonetheless, it found the heart of Michael Merchants.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Michael Merchants are broken now as they exit the competition. BH3, they're going to move on in the bracket. They're going to be facing the winner of the next series on the list. That's going to be Gen 5 versus Lelovers. And Draku, I gotta say, slightly jealous of Soph and Kello. That's 2 huge teams. And considering that Gen 5 coming off the back of a 2-0 loss against Drill Peckers as well, real opportunity for a second upset, this time with Lelovers in the driving seat.
Yeah, Nouns Esports and Drill Peckers still waiting for us actually in the winner's side of the bracket. That is going to be another set to be watching as well. And Gen 5 and Lelovers, though, that is 2 teams that we predicted to be the top 4, potentially top 5 of today's event. I mean, any predictions from you as we head on to break?
No. And so we're going to head on to break. We'll see you soon, folks. Soph and Kello on the other side of this as the UNITE Championship Series returns.
What's good, everybody? Doob Snacks here with another episode of Snacks with Snacks. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC, and I've got a tour guide with me to bring me around all of these snacks this go around. So, thank you for joining.
Much appreciated. So happy to be here for Snacks with Snacks. Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering I am Brazilian and I'm going to be your representative for Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite.
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
We're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Very nice.
Oh, that's terrific.
Terrific.
This is this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that
Okay.
eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're gonna be fine. So next up we have the. Lucas.
Okay. Well, it was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This was. I knew this was a Twinkie.
It is what. Okay.
I knew this was a Twinkie.
Okay. Childhood memories, nostalgia. This is what this evokes.
This is a
The
Twinkie.
vanilla filling.
It's a Twinkie. It's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is just the same, but chocolate, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
I mean, yeah. Why not?
You know, chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my
it
personal
feels
favorite
more-
as well.
The peanut butter cylinder is getting to me here. So I'm gonna have you help me open these.
Oh, of course, yeah.
As I get into these too. What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Gotta love the well, there he goes.
Got chocolate sandwich cookie all the way through,
Oh, there we go.
right to the middle.
Yeah.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that peanut butter. So we're
I
gonna-
do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not sandwich style, but on top.
Okay.
Also chocolate, but
Turtle on the back.
yeah.
It doesn't have peanut butter in it, I can assure you that. It does taste like peanut butter though.
Yeah, this one of my personal favorites.
There's an Americanized version of it. And instead of it being one humble piece like this entire package is just two jumbo ones.
Oh, okay. Well, I get
So
that.
essentially we've taken your classic snacks and just done
made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to them.
deep-fried.
Yeah, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease. Ooh, I really like that.
Okay, good,
Let's rate these
good.
things. Speed run. This is bottom tier. I'm going to put that at 2.5, considering everything else is much more solid. Twinkie taking a large lead here, and I think I'm going to go. You can't give like a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a 5 for sure. Size differential. Size does matter to some people. For these, 3.7. Which leads me to the chocolate sandwich cookies, 5.9.
Okay.
And that's because these, despite being first and kind of felt like I was coughing sawdust the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite of the sweets group. 8.5. I love these. I love these.
That
These
is
were
incredibly
terrific.
good, yeah.
This was sweets, so we've got more to come. What else
Yeah,
we
we
got
do.
coming up?
Right, so we got the savory, we got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks with Snacks.
Stay tuned.
Whoa! So, you're over there with Doob, and now you're over here with me for teleportation. Your secret
nice.
skrill. But, folks, everybody, welcome back to the December Cup for the Europe region. I'm Kellosaurus, and of course, we have Soph Chan, the magician, here joining us today. What a fire 2 sets we have had so far, Soph.
Oh, yes, we did. And I know that we have been talking about highlight, player of the games and all of these too. And I will say for this last set with BH3, Miffle on the Intellion was just so up there.
Yes, 100%. The snipe shots were absolutely insane. So really, really excited for them. But folks, we are going to head on over to the other side of the losers quarterfinal, where we have Gen 5 and Lel Overs waiting on there. But I mean, so far, we've had some pretty big upsets there. I mean, Drill Peckers defeating Gen 5 and knocking him down into the losers bracket. That is absolutely wild.
It really is, because we had been talking and we talked about it in the pre-show, Kello, Gen 5, Opinion, and we had as well, of course, Nouns Esports, the one team who won in AOS Cup play-ins last 2 weeks. And well, things are a little different. Aside from Nouns Esports already confirmed for the winners finals, we have Gen 5 on the lower bracket, we have BH3 on the lower bracket, Opinion unfortunately already out of the competition, so things have been pretty much upset so far.
shaken up, I guess you could say. And I guess that's the thing. It is still pretty much early days in the 2025 season. You know, last month, or I mean 2 weeks ago, really. I keep on saying last month, even though it was beginning of December. Yes, we did have Nouns taking the AOS Cup play-in titles to go and participate at EUIC. So they did an incredible losers bracket run, landing themselves in that winners final. But Drill Peckers, you know, that must be such a good feeling to defeat the number 2 from last month. And it's just going to show, I guess, you know, the strength and the difference in EU. It's expect the unexpected, I guess you could say, Soph.
Definitely, because as you mentioned, last event, I was going to say last month as well, 2 weeks ago, we had Drill Peckers making into the quarterfinals of the bracket, but already on the loser side. So this time around, they come in through the winners bracket. Drill Peckers are still going to be playing because they are on winner finals that we're going to be covering in just a next series. So it's quite a lot that they have improved from this last event to this one. And on top of that, although Michael Merchants also are already knocked out of the tournament, which is what we just saw with Draco and Relic, they also just made a show out of what we had been looking at as a Ponyan in being such a strong opponent.
No, we did have, absolute cinema there. So it has been absolute cinema here today. And I don't think the action is going to stop. But for those folks that aren't familiar with Gen 5, as these teams are getting readied up in lobby, we do have, over on Gen 5, some pretty well-known names. Yutao, Megu, Suzuro, Lundaru, and Qatar. Representing them. And over on Lelover side, we have Umi, Nayat, Potato, Snow, and Marv. So I guess from these names, Soph, any of them ring a bell, anything that comes to mind when you hear them?
I will say, we mentioned during pre-show, and I think I touched upon it very briefly, the Mimikyu, strong, has been constantly banned all throughout the tournament. That's what I think about when I think of Yutao, and I feel like this is not going to be any exception to the rule. It's going to get banned once again against Gen 5. And on the side of Lalovas, when they played against Absolute Cinema, Potato to me was just so good on the Garchomp. It's definitely one of their specialties, but also when they played on the Zacian, it was crazy good. So we know that these are Pokemon, for example, the Mimikyu and the Zacian, there's sometimes that they are either picked or they are banned.
It's funny how you've mentioned all of these 3 Pokemon, Mimikyu, Zacian, and Garchomp, all falling into that all-rounder category. So, I mean, we know in terms of all-rounder picks, there is a lot to choose from. I'm hoping we get to see some Serena, but you just never know. But you know what? So if we are going to head on into this draft pick phase, well, there you go. You picked it. Mimikyu, Zacian on the chopping block, not available for this match, along with 2 supporters, being that of Blissey and Psyduck.
And that has been constant, especially for the orange side, right, Kello? The Psyduck usually there with the Mimikyu themselves, but we know that Gen 5 also understand the power of this Pokemon in particular. With Blissey out, Hooper is going to come in, definitely using that Trick Hooper build, which is something that we know can sometimes mean the likes of a Garchomp or the likes of a Mewtwo Y that can come in their damage dealing category for their squad. Now Lelovis go in with the Mew and the Umbreon, and to be honest, we have been seeing quite a lot of Mews in the support category with EXP share, but sometimes just straight out the original attacker.
I think it's that utility kit that it has, the ability to change the moves, whether you want to select Electro Ball for that trusty secure, or whether you'd go in for a bit of a push with that Surf. But yeah, it's that coaching. Earlier game, it works so well with those allies. But you were talking about Garchomp a little bit earlier, Soph, as well. Megu has locked that down for Gen 5. So whether they're the ones that are going to end up playing it, we'll have to wait and see. And along with a Slowbro, I do like Slowbro in terms of its Unite move, the lockdown potential, but also just because it is such a tanky kit, it's just so hard to take down.
It really is, and I think overall this squad here, this composition for Gen 5 feels very solid. The Glaceon is going to guarantee some of their early game pressure, and when you have the level 5 for the Urshifu available as well, it's going to be what you usually expect with a Wicked Blow Dark Bear build, which is objective secure. Now Lelovers, because the Leafeon is not banned this time around, they take it for themselves, which is a interesting trade compared to what you would expect for them getting the Garchomp, but because it was denied by Gen 5, they have to branch out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You've got to answer back with some evolutions of your own. I guess that's the benefit of evolving at level 4. Looking at Lelover's composition here, they are quite the early game scalers. Get Snow online, level 4, they're able to keep that pressure either in the top path or the bottom path. We'll just have to wait and see. However, it's going to take a little bit of time for Megu to get online, and depending on whether Utal ends up taking that central area or whether they end up going into pathing, we know Kubfu can struggle a fair bit in that early game.
Yeah, we do, but we know as well that when you have a Pokemon that struggles a little bit in the central area, as you said, Keller, having that Blissey usually as the game starts, as the Chansey going into their own central area to help or try to deny any possible invades is something that has been happening very constantly as well. And on the side of Lelovers, I think overall they're going to have a good priority on the top side with that Buzzwole plus Mew, because the Garchomp, well, still has to evolve 3 times. So when you have, of course, twice to get the 3rd tier evolution. So that is going to allow Lelovers to have some of that pressure into the early game as we get into our game 1 of the last quarterfinals of the day. Gen 5 on your purple side versus Lelovers on the orange.
And we can see Sending Snow, who is that Eevee, going to evolve into that Leafeon, into that central area, along with the Kubfu and Hooper over on the other side. But we can see the Snorlax creep on over across the other side on the minimap Marv as the pressure is on over on Gen 5 side.
Yeah, that Snorlax going invading deep as the bot side also seeing some success with that push. Marv is going to get a nice belly push, but still not enough just to manage to zone as necessary to secure one of those invade steals. But on the bot side, Lelovers don't seem to find that much. Oh, actually, they got some success taking down that Eevee, but that's all that we have seen so far across the map. Shifu is online on the level 5.
Yeah, and it has gone for the Dark Bear Wicked Blow moveset as well. So it's just that trusty secure that we were talking about, but it all comes down to that charge up. You don't want to be in a tall grass, but those birds are going to get soaked up there. So no KOs for either side, as Azura is going to get locked down in a mean look here.
Still trying to push, but it's a 3v2 as the Shifu has taken one of those Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center, and Utah decides to go and pivot to the central area as they are going to have that extra bit of time before the 8-minute mark to fight for the Altaria Swablu's top side. Still continue to try as much pressure because Kaizen is now an Umbreon. Potato can move forward.
I guess that's the thing. Megu isn't actually running attack weight, so they can play a bit passively, where Potato is running their attack weight, so, you know, has to try and risk it, empty out those AOS energy. But when they have 28 points on hand, it is going to be difficult unless you get some KOs. But, oh my gosh, Megu with the pushback there, Soph. Are they going to get out?
Oh, no, the answer is no, unfortunately, Gello. And when you have such a big push from a Leafeon early game, you know that there's trouble coming around. A huge rotation from Lelovers altogether, as 4 members or even 5 members were on the top side as they are now transitioning to the central area. I believe that before the Leafeon went to the top side, they also guaranteed the central Swabblers.
One thing I do notice is Leafeon is at level 7. It does have that advantage over Urshifu because it gets that Unite move at level 8. Whereas Urshifu, well, level 9. They are at level 8 here, so we do have those birds spawning up shortly, but they're not going to delay and look at soaking those up quickly.
Snow pushes out and guarantees this KO as Lalovas is looking to prioritize the Reggie top. So Reggie Alecki is going to be very necessary for them. They have quite a lot of points to potentially take this down. They have the 30, so that would be just enough to guarantee that fine prime spot to start that Reggie Alecki as he can push towards the tier 2 zone. Now Gen 5 on the bot side will also guarantee Reg Ice and not going to get contested. So overall, trading of objectives.
Yeah, one objective each side. The benefit for Gen 5 is they do get that global experience across the side. Plus, they have that HP regen. Oh my gosh. Marv with the heavy slam onto Utah, preventing him from going back home. Ends up getting punched in the backside for that one.
Yeah, sometimes you can at least try to get some value out of it when you know that you're already going to go down. Speaking of, this zone is also going down as Utah is very deep into the enemy defenses, but they have quite a lot of numbers as this fight started with Lelovas on top, but they're going very low in HP. The Hyper Beam is huge, the Solar Beam, excuse me, as they have a 4 KO streak for Umi, make it a 5 KO streak and an ace just for the Mew.
That is massive, picking up all of that experience. You can see they have climbed to the highest level on the map so far, a level 11. So that is absolutely wild. And I guess the benefit is it isn't that supporting Mew this time round. So those solar beams, light screen combinations are going to pack a punch.
They definitely will. Going back to the bot side here as Potato is still guarding that top tier 1. But a potential rotation for the whole squad of Lalovas as they know that Gen 5 is also interested in taking out those tier 1 pads as none of them have been taken, and a difference in points that goes 8 for Gen 5, 234 for Lalovas.
I think one of the biggest risks here, so for Gen 5, is the fact that their home base is wide open, and it's demonstrated perfectly here as we just had Snow go and dunk in Eos Energy into that home base. So, you know, I know people say when there's a way, there's a way, but if you are able to just get enough points, and oh my gosh, they're going in with a smackdown, quick KO there.
Very quick indeed. And 5 seconds for this rotation here to the bot side makes it for Gen 5 to be very much behind the rotation. Well, no, actually, they are going to be okay. It was just the Garchomp who is not going to be participating, so Megu is not going to be able to help in the contest, but it's fine. Once again, both objectives traded with no fighting whatsoever, Keller, as now Lalovas is still trying to defend here on this tier 1 pad, and doing pretty well, the Snorlax at that with the block as the rest of the squad is joining up.
It's really interesting that they decided to pivot away even though the Snorlax was quite low. I mean, they did end up losing their tier 1 pad from that back-capping Umbreon from that side, but Soph going on in with some Unite moves here. Can Snow make it on out?
Wow. They do. That is insane. Down on the bot side, Lalovas is pushing out pretty strong with a Super Swole Slam, but there's also the Hooper Unbound, and look at our camera going in. We are fancy. But Gen 5 is going to take this opportunity to get the scraps and at least guarantee the Burst Swole. Another one will be the Snorlax. A 2 KO streak for Megu is going to feel very much better for this bot side push.
Oh, 100%. Getting those KOs, the experience, they've managed to spike up to level 13, so have both of those plus movements on hand, which is going to reduce that move cooldown. But once again, we're going in for another fight here.
Yeah, super strong from the side of Lalovas, and a nice Electro Ball that follows them back to base, and another one that is going to be doing quite a big help. 3 KO streak in the bush, and they managed to survive. That is a sneaky reset from Utah.
Oh my gosh, Umi is on an absolute roll on this Mew. They've managed to catch up, also hitting that level 13 benchmark as well. But I mean, yeah, we look at the points with 1 minute left to go until the final stretch. Gen 5, they are the ones behind at 21 to 287. So I guess the benefit is they do have all of that comeback experience in terms of the Indeedis over on their side. Well, Lelovas, I guess thing is they have the map control. So that's why they're going in, being aggressive, pushing on forward. That way they can just starve Gen 5 of this. But this is going to be a really risky Reggie Alecki here, Soph.
I totally agree, Kello, with Gen 5 trying to get some space into this top side as Lalovas have positioned themselves there first. Nice heavy slam comes down there, but they are still going to be blocking them out of the objective for the moment, as there's still 30 seconds for Rayquaza to spawn, and this could be contested by both sides. Lalovas don't really commit to going for the objective, are more interested in not causing any possibility for Unite moves to have to be expended.
No, exactly. You do not want to utilize your Unite moves. You don't want to get caught out. Instead, you want to try and get this prime positioning as Megu ends up getting caught out here. So if we're beginning the final stretch.
Yeah, the Livid Outrage is huge, and they're going to have plenty of shields with the Trick Hooper coming through as well, and the Hooper unbounded to happen with the Buddy Barrier, and Lalovas is just falling very low and have the Mystical Mirage, only to have Umi follow back one of those players, coaching over the wall, as they're still pushing back, but the Yashifu is so huge, and look at Utah with a nice eject button away, will dodge both abilities, including the heavy slam from Marv, as Lalovas was falling at the seams with a Glaceon. With the Garchomp, you can definitely go for a rip. Marv might be trying to get something with a heavy slam. They have the block, just trying to time it perfectly, but they don't, and Gen 5 will guarantee the Rayquaza and the fight.
That is absolutely wild, just falling behind in points for that whole game, only to secure the Rayquaza. 100 points does end up going in, however, Suzuro's shield has been broken here. Slowbro marching on forth, getting a 90 points onto that goal, and now Gen 5 do have the lead. The thing is, Lalovas, there's still a minute left here, so do they have the momentum? Do they have enough charge in them to fight on back and get some dunks of their own?
It's a very tricky question because Megu still has their Ray Shield and they're pushing out to the home base. Utah defending here on the bottom pad as 5 members of Lalovas are committing to this push, 32 points. That was an interesting animation, but they managed to get it. 304. Oh, we are goddamn close as we're still trying to push this. And they have just enough of those points with the 30 on the Umbreon to potentially do something more. But it's still going to be super tricky if those points can't really connect. The slow beam is huge. Kaizen is going to get taken. More points to be scored, and the small gubbins, the better. But Gen 5 managed to defend this one, and it's a full ace. And Lalovas are out for such little points.
Oh, you've got to say a valiant effort over to Lalovas for not giving up, pushing that pad, but unfortunately with the healing and the shielding that home base provides, Gen 5, I mean, they also have the Rayquaza shields on hand. They're the ones that are going to win that final fight and take that first match for the lower bracket quarterfinal.
Difficult one, I will say, because Lalovas had such a big advantage all throughout that game. But the way the Gen 5 played around the Rayquaza fight, Kello, was just so huge. With Utah going into the backline and having the best dodges on abilities ever, and guaranteeing that they were still standing for that final Ray push, especially with the Garchomp for Megu and Lunda on the Glaceon as well. Heavy damage that could be output there, especially in the damage per second category.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the thing. Gen 5, things looked a little bit dicey for them, but the fact that they were able to just keep their cool during that final stretch, be able to take 3 of those members down, which will likely surely see in this highlights package here. But there was some great moments from Umi. I know they ended up picking up a 5 KO streak, the huge solar beam light screen combo.
It was doing so well, and it's something that you highlighted, Kello. The fact that it's not the support EXP share Mew makes it for so much more reliable damage. And unfortunately, it all came down to the last Rayquaza fight, because Lalovas managed to get all those Regielekis pushed in to all of the pads. You had one going and racing into the home base, and this fight here, even though it felt like it was a very bad position for Megu to be in as the Garchomp, there were plenty of resources that were used to try to stop them.
One thing I have to point out during that, Suzuro with the clutch trick placement over onto Megu, who was at such low HP, giving them that movement speed buff, but also just the shielding so they can get out, was absolutely clutch. And I mean, yeah, you look at this, who's left? two Shredders, Megu and Lunda, and then the trusty secure of the Wicked Blow. Things just ended up fitting into place like a puzzle for Gen 5. I mean, might have been a bit messier in the box, but I think once you start putting it together, completing that picture, it was just all Gen 5. But we know, Soph, that these are best of threes. So it isn't over for Lelovers just yet. But the question is, Gen 5, they are the team that came second last month. Can they do what Nouns did last month and do that losers bracket run themselves?
Now, we'll see if that's the case, because the competition is very tough, as we saw right here in this quarterfinals. The other side as well with BH3, which is the opponents waiting for them in the losers semi-finals. And I gotta say, this game in particular, I felt like it was in Lelover's hands. I thought they had the early lead, but maybe a couple of times I would have preferred to see some more contention, because most of the objectives, they were traded back and forth. One team on the top side, the other team at the bottom. And sometimes you want to look for those engagements and fights to try to deny it from the opponent instead of just trading them.
I guess that's the thing when it comes down to Pokemon Unite. It's that give and take. In terms of Regieleki in comparison to those basement Regis. Yes, it pushes on fourth. It's that secret six member that can do a fair bit of damage, but also provide those stuns and also weaken those goals. That way they do get that insta scoring, but you're not getting the buffs that those basement Regi provide when you do go in for those team fights. Picking up a Reg Ice, picking up a Reggie Steel, giving them that attack and special attack buff. But it's also that global experience that those basement Regis provide that the Regieleki doesn't. So I guess, all of this comes into play, but, Lelovers, they had both of their tier 1 pads still up and running. Whereas Gen 5, because both of those tier 1 pads were depleted quite earlier on as well, they had that comeback mechanic in terms of all of the extra wild Pokemon that they have on their side. So I guess when it comes down to things like this, well, should Lelovers maybe play a little bit more aggressively into that later game to try and steal away all of that comeback experience?
I feel like when we noticed that the focus from Lelovers was on the Regieleki, and they felt like they were comfortably ahead in EXP enough that they didn't want or need to take the basement Reggie, as you pointed out, maybe they should have stopped on the second one, because they had so they had one going into tier 2 because they destroyed the first pad very successfully, but then the second Regieleki, maybe they could have just been into, well, we already took down the space, so if they get the extra EXP, as you mentioned, we need to try to fight for it. So maybe that rotation to the bot side would have been more beneficial to them and make them even more ahead, because that is something, as you said, that is the downside of just being so ahead. The enemy is going to have the comeback and the potential just growing power much quicker. That to you that are ahead is going to force you to go so deep into the enemy bases.
Yeah, exactly. I guess, maybe. No, that's the thing. I'm glad we're not pro players here, Soph. I mean, we only provide a mere analysis of what potentially could be. But, in those moments, these things happen. All you have to do is pick yourselves up and go on to the next game, which we are headed on into that draft pick.
Exciting stuff, as once again, Psyduck will be banned as the first option on the orange side alongside a Mimikyu. But for Gen 5, they go for the Blissey again, but switch it around with an Umbreon, which has been off and on for the drafts so far that we've seen on broadcast. First pick for purple side in Gen 5 is Zacian.
Yes, Zacian has really come to that rise. I guess we've been seeing a lot of Zacian and Miraidon. Just the potential that it has, I guess, being one of those former EX Pokemon to charge up your moves with that Eos energy. But Kaizen, I guess, considering that their Umbreon ended up getting banned by Gen 5, they're going to lock in the Hooper this time round and take that away from Suzuro.
I really like what Lelovers is going for here, because Umi, did so well on this Mew that you need to run it back. At the same time, what was able to be provided to the Garchomp by the Hooper trick build was also so important for Gen 5 that taking it away by Lalovas was a great choice. Potato now takes the Garchomp themselves, which we were mentioning alongside Marv on the Snorlax again, but a Zoroark and Comfey combo for Gen 5, Gallo.
Oh, I mean, we've seen this a fair bit. Pop off the Zoroark Comfey. I mean, it's the Comfey plus, you know, Miraidon and Zacian. There's just so much potential for the Comfey on who they choose to latch onto. But ooh, Snow. Pivoting away from that speedster role and locking in Zarina. So in our pre-show, we did talk a fair bit about Zarina. It is, I guess, the star of the Next Steps patch, receiving those buffs. We did see it a little bit earlier on. So this is quite different from a Leafeon being a much later scaler in comparison. So doesn't end up getting that level, that evolution at level 4.
And it's a lot of resources that are going to have to be used by Lalovas to guarantee both Garchomp and Serena to become online. And on the side of Gen 5, when you have the Zacian already, you know, ready to go, much like the Mew, of course, but we just know the destructive power the Zacian have on any point of the game, it just gets a little more tricky. The Zoroark as well, as soon as you get off the Zoroark into the Zoroark, I feel like with the Comfey being in the lane, and helping them, especially on the top side for the early Swablues, it's just gonna be make or break for the rest of the rhythm that we're gonna have in the game.
I think that's the thing. You look at Lelova's answer back is, you know, rather than going for something squishier like a speedster, Zarina, you know, does have that all-rounder, more tankier build to it, plus that HP regen. So whether it's actually going to be enough. But Soph, here we go.
Here we go, game 2, Callow. Potential final game for Gen 5 to advance into the losers semis, as we are seeing the expected with the Gibble and the Hooper on the top side, but Bliss, of course, the supports going out to the central area, and an interesting Mew central as well.
I was going to say, yes, sending a Mew into that central path is quite unusual. You don't really see it. I guess, you know, just trying to get that level 5 ASAP. That way they can go and switch those movesets. Plus, they are going to go and help a Potato. Well, actually, they're not stacking this time around.
I find it very fascinating how they went for a 3-person send on the top side and actually trying to deny that Zacian early on. It's a very valid choice. Bot side though, Utah notices that they're going to have to try to get an advantage for themselves as well. Go for the go zone. You have the engine as well proccing there to deny some of their healing. And with the rotation coming from Umi, they're going to be here pretty fast for an 850, as it's going to get mostly guaranteed by the side of Lalovas, and stacking there by Snow. They really need to get that Arena online. But top side though, Potato fighting against Megu, but nothing going to come to fruition.
No KOs for either side just yet. Electro Ball is going to shoot across, but that isn't going to chip away much from that Zoroark, considering it does have that Comfey pocket. But you know what, Gen 5, this is what we usually see from them. It's that aggression of the Comfey Zoroark duo, circling in the bush, waiting for the perfect time, but unfortunately they didn't end up out securing their Zarina there.
Well, sometimes it does happen, and I feel like Suzuro, well, gonna get taken in that situation. Potato once again meeting Megu, but a huge backup that comes from Lalovas, especially with coaching and the shields that it comes through with. You have not just the coaching, but the Trick Hooper in this composition. I am very excited to see how the later team fights are going to go through. The top side still being pushed as the Zoroark is looking to go into the back lines. Help that comes through on the Miraidon, but they're not going to overcommit at this point.
No, just playing it safe for now as they make their way through, looking for the perfect pick, and Potato might be this perfect pick to take as they manage to knock them down.
And Callow, 20 seconds for the next set of objectives to spawn as well. Going into a quick nap here. Mav still looking like a very, very competitive and intense game.
Yeah, and look, Yutao and Suzura aren't going to give on up, but it is a tricky Hooper there, so they're not going to get KO'd. But we do have these basement Reggies spawning along with that Reggie. Like, I mean, 4 members to shred this up from Gen 5. Only the Hooper there to try and out-secure, but Kaizen, unfortunately, I mean, a 4v1, that is a bold move.
Yeah, especially not having the hyperspace hole. You're not going to have backup from your team coming from the other side of the map. The Reggie will stack it on this tier 1 pad as Utah is trying to escape with a comfy. It's going to be a 2 KO here for Potato and a very nice defense for Lalovas, considering that tier 1 was not taken down before the objective was.
I think being able to take down both of them means that they're not going to be able to get any AOS energy up into that top side. So tier 1 is still left standing for Lelovers. But we do have these birds here. Highly contested, but I mean, with a 4v1, now the tables have turned, Soph. And Kaizen getting the revenge on the Maridon.
Yeah, Lunda, unfortunately, not going to be surviving that one, as Lalovas is still pushing here on the top side. Snow with very low HP, but having the massive numbers advantage, they are going to be fine. A lovely overdunk as well, getting them to 139, as they're still going to try to push this one, but maybe Potato went a little too deep and got deep fried, as now Qatar is going out to the back line. Doesn't really get that one to pull them into their own squad. A nice heavy slam by Muff, but they still have to be careful considering the grass not on the comfy, but Utah will disengage.
Yeah, they're not going to look at engaging here. They want to make sure to use their resources potentially for a better time as they pivot down into that bottom path. But Utah ends up getting denied those dunks by Potato. And we're going in. A huge electric terrain is being laid on out on the floor, Soph.
And very necessary to guarantee the buffs that it comes with. But Volto, again, on this Zoroark, I have been missing a little bit of the power that it can have with the Comfey. Top side, we see the Serena, who could potentially be trying to take the Reggie Alecki by themselves, as 4 members of Lalovas are repositioning for the basement Reggie, and the full squad on Gen 5 as well. A nice dunk that comes through as well, especially when you have the Hooper to get even more of that buddy barrier shielding, as they're still going to push him forward. Plenty of HP bars, still huge, with the Queen Ascendance onto Utah. Another heavy slam, pushing them with the block into their own squad and denying the damage as well. Qatar is left standing, but funnily enough, Lalovas goes very low on health themselves.
They go low on health, but they didn't end up getting many KOs, so that is good. They were also able to protect that bottom tier 1 pad, so this is what we saw last game from Lalovas, having both of those tier 1s available. While it's beneficial for the shielding and healing that it provides, I mean, you also just don't have as much comeback experience over on your side, but we have a Reggie Alecki up here. I mean, the points are quite close here, so Lalovas, if they do secure, it's going towards tier 2, but this could be huge for Gen 5 here.
Oh, you have the slow smoke as well, and it's gonna get guaranteed by Gen 5 with the Zacian, as they're still trying to push forward with Potato super low on HP. Grass not connects, but they are not going to pursue just for the moment, waiting for the Reggie Alecki to catch up as well, as they have been pushed. Utah doing so much, and now they have the Unite move procced as well, especially with the Comfy to get them healthy, going in close to the bushes, and Qatar might be in a bad position. They are very much healthy, especially with their focus ban getting procced with the curse, and they're going to be safe from action.
But interestingly enough, they secured a second Reggie Alecki, only to come to no fruition, but waste some time. So that tier 1 is still left standing. Snow with full pockets, wandering around. They are only at that level 11, so likely trying to reach that level 12, level 13 benchmark. I mean, looking at the levels so far, Gen 5, they have the advantage with that level 13 Zacian, but considering everybody else's levels, there's still 2 level 10s on the side of Lelovers here.
It could make a huge difference on this last Reggie Alecki, basement Reggie fight here, as Lalovas have guaranteed 2 of them, and it's funnily enough that that was the case considering they are behind on levels themselves. Snow gonna go very low as Utah is getting a back cap over 50. Now still with the healing and the focus man proc, they're gonna maintain themselves healthy. Bottom side of Reggie Steel on 50%. Oh, and the Horn Leech will take them back. Lunda just waiting for the charge beam to guarantee the final hit, and it's gonna be the Garchomp who does does it. So Potato will continue on pushing forward. They were basically already down, so might as well just commit to the fight. And because they got the objective, they're feeling pretty good about it.
I don't know if they're feeling good about that, considering they ended up getting taken down. Yes, they do end up coming up for this final stretch, but the thing is, Gen 5, they're looking potentially to go and shred this as the rings have come unbound, Soph.
Yeah, looking very interesting here, especially with the backup with the rings and badge you mentioned. Oh, nice power nap as well, but they're going to get taken down as they were. A hefty front line, but not for just enough as the Lovers needed it. Into the back line with the Queen Ascendancy. Yutao's going to take damage, but it's not going to be just enough to take them with the comfy to back them up. So Zero will be now a solitary flower, and the flowery fields might not be forever, but Gen 5 will take the Rayquaza and are looking to push with Lunda with 22, make it a 44 as they still have a 50 onto Megu.
Yeah, and they're rushing away from Marv. I mean, even a heavy slam won't be able to stop this one. Zarina also jumps from the pad, but Megu able to agility their way across the wall and back to safety, and they still have their shield here. So there is a lot of Eos energy on the floor, but Lilovers are going to make sure to pick that one up. I mean, this is like we saw last round, right? Rayquaza going over to Gen 5. Lilovers caught in this position where they have to try and make up a difference. This time around, I mean, it's still not a lot, but whether they're going to have that momentum, that power to actually take down these Titans that Gen 5 just demonstrating.
45 seconds to go with a massive push, plenty of Unite moves, and Gen 5 is still coming out on top. The Flowery Fields Forever help up massively. Umi has to use, they don't even have, they were trying to do the Unite move there, but it got cancelled just at the end of it because they got taken down themselves. And Gen 5 with another almost team wipe, as we saw the Hooper on the top side, Kaizen trying to score that 50. That wasn't even going to be enough anyway, while Gen 5 will guarantee a 2-0 Callow and advance into the loser semifinals.
Yes, they are going to be going up against BH3, but that does mean Lilover's run is over for the December Cup. But my, oh my, I mean, Gen 5, yes, they found themselves down in that loser's bracket, but question is, can they make the run? I mean, looking at this scoreboard, 556 to 201, you have Yutao and Lunda both picking themselves up 7 KOs as well. We'll have a look at the stats, but I mean, that's the thing, you've got to give it to Lilovers. They actually put up one good fight. It was neck and neck looking at this graph.
It was, and funnily enough, when we look at the knockouts and the assists, Lilovers didn't really get much at all. Most of the fights went to Gen 5, and I feel like maybe it was because overall Lilovers were looking to go for objectives and again, not really commit onto those team fights, Keller. I don't know if you're on the same page as me, but maybe that was something that didn't work as well for them.
Yeah, we are going to look at some highlights here. This is what you're talking about. Yes, the objectives that Gen 5 were able to lock on down for themselves. And they were some pretty good fights. But yeah, looking at these stats, I guess Gen 5 were the ones to mainly come on top. Whether it's that Lunda, the Thunder chase down, but also the damage that the charge beam is outputting from a distance. And you've got to give it to Qatar, like just being the tank. And then the Comfey pocket as well. Like, that seems unstoppable.
And it kind of was, if you think about it, especially with the curse build there on Qatar. There was so much healing, and every time you saw Yutao going into the backline as the Zoroark as well, they were never taken because of how well Sazura was playing on the Comfey. You can see it here as they are still trying to get onto the Mew themselves. But Lilovers is just falling one after the other. Queen Ascendance only guarantees that this arena is going to be standing for just a little bit longer. And at the end of the day, the rest of the squad, especially there with Megu, only focusing on ripping, it was such a wise choice by Gen 5.
Yeah, exactly. We know that's the thing. This team knows their roles. They know what they have to do. Zone on out. Keep them preoccupied. That way the rest can do what they need to do in that backline. But even then, just the defense that the Gen 5 were able to demonstrate. The Sacred Sword from Zacian is such a good defensive tool to have. I know we've seen both Metal Claw, but also that Sacred Sword laying that AoE circle down. It really worked out in their favor come this match. I guess considering, you know, the melee, the the melee composition that Lelova's selected.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for them, not even Omi on the Mew was able to capitalize on those long-range damages that were necessary on the team fights. But we're going to go into a short break while we get things ready for our next match. That series will be the winners finals. Now's Esports versus Drill Peckers. You're not going to want to miss this. We're going to be right back after a short break. Welcome back to the December Cup, as we are going to be covering next the winners finals, Nouns Esports versus Drill Packers. I'm still Surf Chen, she's still Kello, and we were just talking behind the scenes how this last match that we saw that got the semi-finals for loser side confirmed, which is Gen 5 versus BH3, felt competitive but also a little slow.
Yeah, in terms of the team fights, I guess, yes, you did have them there, the T2 pads, you had the objectives and everything like that, but I feel like in comparison to, I guess, the previous sets that we've seen, I guess it's more just being a little bit more cautious, a little bit more careful, knowing how much is on the line. For those folks today, this is the first monthly cup that we have for the 2025 season, which has a prize pool. So, you know, that pressure to make it on into the top 4, that way you get a share of that $3,500 prize pool, it might be weighing down a little bit there.
It's very possible, especially when there are teams who have been into today put into the losers bracket because of their placements coming from yesterday open qualifiers. Some teams that got already knocked down into losers bracket. It just always makes it feel much more difficult. But if you don't know, we have best of 3s all throughout the day. So even for the people that were in the lower bracket, they still have that possibility to at least play 2-3 games there minimum. And for the next one, it's winners finals, which means the first team that's going to get confirmed to grand finals, Kello, it's going to be coming up in short of, 20-30 minutes?
I mean, I guess it depends on whether we're going to see a 2-0 sweep or whether we're going to end up seeing ourselves around 3. I mean, Drill Peckers, considering their run from last month, a much different look. I mean, even from Nouns as well, making that losers bracket run. So to see both of these teams here in that winners final must feel pretty good. I mean, yes, you just got to make sure, you don't buckle underneath that pressure, but at least these two teams, they do have that safety net below.
Yeah, it's something that, as you were mentioning on the nerves, is going to make you feel just a little bit better. But we also know that being the first one to be confirmed to grand finals feels incredibly good and definitely worth it aiming for. As you were mentioning, Drill Packers, the fact that they, in the last round for winners semis, they knocked down Gen 5, which was definitely one of the teams that we were counting to be at least top 3, made us, whoa, Are we questioning our whole existences now? What happened to a power rankings? Do we have to call Zoinks and ask for power ranking advice? Because that was crazy. But then Gen 5 got into the lower semis, and then we're like, okay, right. That makes sense.
I think that's actually a really good point to bring up. In terms of Zoinks' power rankings, there was only one EU team on there, which was Nouns, and they were ranked 10th. So, you know, the question is, can Nouns keep that 10th spot, right, by winning the December Cup? Or, I guess, is there going to be a new EU team to go and overtake them? I mean, Nouns, you know, we've seen them play at LAIC. We've seen them, you know, make that losers bracket run come the AS play-ins. So they will be representing EU at EUIC as well. So I guess in terms of the regions, they are considered at the top. Majority of these players, they've participated at Worlds. Not once, not twice, but 3 times so you know, they're trying to keep that dream alive, that momentum, their names that have become so well known to us over in the EU region. Whereas, you know, you have Drill Peckers. I feel like, you know, in terms of their performance in previous seasons, like, they've kind of gone under the radar. So those that aren't actually familiar with Drill Peckers, I'm sure we'll end up seeing those names come up in the draft soon. But we have Jean-Mi, Revenge, Frigo, BNJ, Galaxy, and Globe as well. So these names, we have seen them, I guess, more in the grassroots tournament side of things. And we did see 3 of them, Jean-Mi, Frigo, and BNJ. They were Sucre last year, so they do have some experience in the UCS circuit.
Yeah, and I think we covered them a couple of times when we were doing the EUIC secondary stream for 2024. So Suka were there, getting that experience in, getting that practice, not necessarily advancing as much, but that's part of the progress you need for competitive style. Now, upper bracket, this is Nouns versus Drill Peckers for your finals, guaranteeing who will be found out to be on grand finals pretty soon.
Well, look, we have our first bands here. Blissey still locked up, although Zarshan has decided to find a spot up there along with Psyduck and Leafeon. So, you know, we're seeing very similar bands across these sets, but also some shakeups here and there. But Adesu isn't going to let go of that Miraidon, locking that in first.
Well, no surprise at all. We have been really just doing theory crafts on who would be the one Pokemon to substitute the Darkrai in the bench, but it's so far has not been the Miraidon. It has been played constantly. It has been usually the Psyduck coming out as most of the times to be banned. Zacian with the Blissey as well has been up there with Hoopas. And speaking of the Hoopa, we might see it being confirmed as a supporter for the side of Drill Peckers alongside that Mimikyu and Umbreon. Also very high priority picks for the 2012 season so far.
Yeah, well, considering that Mimikyu's pretty much been banned across the board for the previous sets, this is going to be, I believe, the first Mimikyu that we're going to see be let out on the field. But yeah, Umbreon, Mimikyu, Zarina, along with a Comfey for Drill Peckers here. So maybe keeping their ranged attacker until last here is really interesting. So Nouns are going to have to be a bit more cautious on what they select up, because they don't want to get caught off guard. But Pikachu and Blaziken is the last picks. This is going to be the first Blaziken we've seen as well, so isn't it?
I believe so, Callow. And to be honest, with that slight nerf on Overheat, I don't feel like this Pokemon has been bothered just as much as maybe the developers were intending. But it feels still very good, especially in confirming objectives. Callow, is that an Almarouge, really? Is that an Almarouge, really? Is that what I'm seeing?
This is, I think, yeah, you are right. One of the Paldean Knights is going to be let out onto the field. I guess in terms of, yeah, you have Cerulege, the Armarouge. Armarouge is an interesting pick here. Both of its movesets, I think, are quite viable. You have more that bulky all-rounder build that you can have with that charge, the AoE that it provides, or you can go more that psychic build, which is more the range damage. So I'm really intrigued to see which one they are going to opt for, but they do have the special they have the double glasses plus the slick spoon here. So I'm thinking this is going to be that ranged build there instead, because, well, yeah, we were talking drill peckers, they don't really have much range over on their side.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it. And as soon as you have that Unite move enabled, Psycho Boom, especially with the build you mentioned with the Slick Spoon and Double Glasses, can do just so much coming from that protected position. And it's interesting as well how we have been seeing Calm Phase coming through. We saw it with the Zoroark, yes, expected, but Calm Phase also without the Zoroark as just an option of supporter. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Let's just get this one going and we can talk a little bit about it. Now Z Sports and Drill Packers for your first game of Winter Finals.
I guess, Comfey does provide that healing. Mind you, it is a one-on-one in comparison to an Eldegoss that if it does have that Pollen Puff and they are in close proximity, it heals all of those. So I guess that's the downside with the Comfey. So definitely going to need to choose its host carefully. But we are going to have an invade here from Bruv onto B and J, who's only a mere Char Cadet here.
Yeah, it's, well, the Snorlax is gonna feel definitely big compared to the Char Cadet, and maybe the Mimikyu as well. Gonna go for a quick nap here, healing and back up. Oh, but it's still gonna get confirmed there. Well, actually, no, Bruv does steal it. Wait. Do they? No, they still the red one. Okay.
They got the red one, and I'm guessing because their tackle was on cooldown, they weren't able to finish the job. But you know what? They may not finish the job earlier. They're able to finish the job with that tall grass and allow both of these members to go and empty out those Eos energy. We do have Gatlu, who's currently the Combuskin, is stacking that attack weight, so wants to make sure to pump that up for that later game.
Yeah, we just saw both teams converging on the Yotarias spawning at the 850, and overall the scores, or actually the levels, are looking pretty good for Now's Esports as they're going to push on here, and the damage on the Electro Drift is just huge. Very nicely done there by Toon to continue this push, but the Mean Look locks it down, almost able to take down the Miraidon as well.
I actually really like this choice of the Electro Drift, but oh my gosh, the Blaze kick onto B and J there means that Nouns are able to secure that KO. But because of that, Zarina is able to come online with that neutral ball toy. But look at this, Soph. Nouns soaking up all these birds for themselves.
Yeah, on the EXP portion, they are definitely eating good as they have been rotating pretty well across the map, and Godlu also doing well on the Blaziken on this bot side. Well, you can heal, but can you heal enough? The answer is no, bruv. You're gonna go back to the Pokemon Center and maybe going out too deep there with the Electro Drift. Now Adesso comes in to help, and this Pikachu might just be able to slow them down for a little bit, but they are gonna be taking themselves. Electro Drift is gonna get stopped by the Mean Look. Huge play there, and they're gonna still try to push, but Mimikyu will pay for it with the two remaining members of Drill Packers escaping. Top side, 2 KO streak for Godler on this Blaziken that has been doing incredibly well.
They have been doing absolute work. They've already reached that level 9, so able to go and switch up from that kicking stance to that punching stance. The cooldown reduction that it has as well. Like the combinations that will come out from Gatlu are going to be insane. But we do pivot down into the Reg Ice. We have Revenge getting caught on out here, so...
Oh, that is not what you want to see, but deep into the enemy defenses is Toon with that Electro Drift. The amount of shielding that comes through here with Blaine on this Eldegoss is just helping out massively as they're still trying to get their B and J. Plenty of damage, but just, again, not enough to actually take them down. Now blocking the Comfy away from their own teammates is definitely going to feel super sour as now Esports confirm the objective and also the team fight. And again, Godlu with a 2 KO streak by themselves after getting Regieleki as well.
I know that grass is highly combustible, but to see that Zarina just explode through that overheat is absolutely wild. We already have Gatlu at level 11. Level 12! So, at the 6-minute mark, that is absolutely wild. But it looks
It's
like
crazy.
Drill Peckers, they're going to have to try and figure something out. Play it safe. They do have both of those tier 1s depleted, so have that comeback experience. They need to make sure that Nouns Esports don't play aggressively here.
They need to be, as you mentioned, not just getting the XP, but being defensive, as they can try to potentially do some sort of split rotation to go for the outer goals, as they only have scored 20 points so far. And Phil, still with this mean look, doing well, have been caught out here, and maybe this could be an opportunity for them to score here on the bot side. Going deep, this arena still with 40 and a comfy alongside them, but still very much out of position. The rest of the squad has joined, and the power nap by Bruv is just absolutely crazy. Now Esports comes in, and they're still maintaining themselves healthy, but Drill Packers have the damage with the Armor Rouge, but just for not enough time, as the Meteor Storm is going to get them up into the air, and with the Mimikyu also so low on HP, now Esports guarantee 4 knockouts on that play.
I think it's Nouns Esports' ability to just read what their opponents are going to do. Yes, Drill Peckers attempted to push top path, knowing that there were members up there, so pivot down into the bot path. But then they also end up finding other members of Nouns, and they were pretty much just following them behind, able to just cut them off and keep them at 20 points. Gatlu on the Blaziken, using those combinations to just shred down this Reggie Alecki. For Galaxy E-Girl, I mean, it's a little too late. They do have the time to go and shred this down though.
It's so many points that they have accumulated so far, and with the Reggie Alekis as well, plus the bottom Reggie, which they are positioning for at this very moment with a reset. Oh, nicely blocked there by Bruv to deny the Shadow Sneak from connecting into their attacker. Well, Gadlu is already on the buff themselves. Revenge still looking to go for something. Flowery Fields Forever, they were used on the top side with the comfy on Galaxy Girl as well as the Meteor Storm, the Thunderstorm, 2 electrical types with the Desu and Toon. They can continue pushing, but now with so little HP, they have to disengage their Desu. Well, on the bot side, we know the Nows have guaranteed yet another objective. Another dunk coming out from Bruv, just to widen that scoreboard even further. 245 to 20 points. Man, for the meantime, there are no objectives, but Drill Peckers, they do have a fair few yellow dots over on their side, indicating those wild Pokemon. Galaxy E-Girl is going to make sure to try and spin these down. Gatlu doesn't want to risk it taking on that 1v1, even though they do have that level advantage. Shadow Sneak always connecting to Bruv in these situations. It feels like Drill Packers have not been able to really go into the back line and reach the damage dealers on Nouns Esports. Now Free has been found there. Gonna get blocked into Nouns Esports themselves with Electro Drift going in as well. And plenty of damage the Toon can assert in there. The final hit is going to be there as well. But healed up by the Comfy as Galaxy Eagle is still standing. Goes in, but again, Toon takes the upper hand with this Miraidon as this arena is still trying to do something more. Getting knocked up and finished by the Electro Ball as now the Comfy will soon follow. Armor Rouge not in the best position to try and do anything about it, but maybe get some EXP across the board.
Oh, poor Jean-Mi getting the Vault Tackle Pikachu as they're trying to latch onto B&J on the Armor Rouge. Not able to quite make the distance. But the thing is, Drill Peckers, they are all up and running. We have all of their Unite moves online. Thing is, they are the ones that are behind in points. They need to try and make it into this chokehold. But look at this positioning here. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. I thought they were going to be able to escape that one, especially with the mean look, but we know that it only targets one player. Oh, into the backline, Revenge actually meets onto Toon, and they have the Comfrey as well. Flowery Fields Forever, they get popped with a Thunderstorm that comes in Revenge for Nouns Esports. Power Nap getting 2 knocked up. Galaxy Eagle doesn't have the Comfy with her, so they're going to get taken down. Still trying to push forward with a Meteor Storm. The last hit will knock them up, and that is Godler finishing them with a 2 KO Shriek, and Nouns Esports take the fight.
Yeah, well, they have the numbers advantage. It's only the Armourouge and the Umbreon that's left, so they can just go shredded it down. As we do have Blaine and Bruv just blocking them from entering the pit. Now those shields have been locked on in, taking away Drill Pecker's win condition here. I mean, you know, without those shields, it's going to be a hard fate to try and fight on back. But even then, the thing is they have to try and survive the tank that is Bruv.
Yeah, it's definitely a choker, a very heavy slam Pokemon. No, Revenge again is not able to connect that Shadow Sneak onto a Desu as they are still able to score. The shields were enough. Now getting a Queen Ascendus onto Godlu, but they are of course still very healthy. Going to be trying to escape, but we know that on 30 seconds and 600 points behind, I don't believe Drill Peckers can do anything more because, well, you just simply don't have enough points to score.
Oh no, you can see, yeah, Zarina and the Armourouge have full pockets. They're going to allow Comfey to get in that 25, but we have Bruv here once again. A little bit of a yap, a little bit of a nap, a little bit of a heavy slam as well, and a block to just go and defeat them down, taking away Drill Pecker's chance of making it on forward to that grand finals there, So Nouns. My oh my, what a dominating performance they have just displayed that round.
The team fights were definitely, I would say almost impeccable. They were so good. Great defenses by Drill Peckers on the majority of the game, but we can see overall with how many points they scored, with the assists and knockouts on their table, that it wasn't quite enough. And unfortunately, although they had some Pokemon that could take advantage of these plays with Revenge, we've got to give a shout out to Bruv, blocking every single Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, absolutely wild. It's, yeah, getting the hit of the Shadow Sneak, knowing that they can take that, but then utilizing their block as well to just give them that extra bit of shielding. It really comes down to that timing, but some incredible moments here. But I mean, we looked at the graph there, Soph. Nouns were able to secure every single one of those objectives during this match, including the Rayquaza.
It's crazy. And most of the times, you didn't even have Gadlu fighting for the basement Reggies, as we can see here on the screen, Callow. Most of the time, Gadlu was just there on the top side, taking the objective solo. And the Reggie Alekis helped out really well because Drill Peckers didn't have that for themselves. And just because it was denied, it was just good enough. And Gadlu also, in those plays, soloing people 1v2. It's just quite a lot of control and dominance that Nouns Esports displayed.
I think it's the amount of trust that Nouns have for each other. This is one of the longest standing teams that we have had stick together during, you know, the whole of the UCS circuit. Mind you, they have had some switch ups here and there, but you know, the core, Gatlu, Adesu, and Bruv sticking together. I mean, Toon joining on him has really slipped on nicely into their team there. But yeah, just an insane team fight. The power nap, regenning Bruv there. Once again, it's just... I love watching Nouns. It's hard because it's just like, you know, Drill Peckers, you know. What is the play going on forward into this Titan of the EU region? Do they need to make some switch-ups? Yeah, they secured the Mimikyu for themselves this time round, but do you think, yeah, B&J, they had that 90k damage. Do you think they need a little bit more long range in their composition that Armourouge just isn't able to hit that mark?
It's possible. Unfortunately, I felt like the Serena didn't really connect to that composition overall, because it made it so that Comfey, I forgot the name of the player at this point. It was Galaxy Eagle. So it was Jean-Mi with Galaxy Eagle on the Serena. It felt like Comfey was almost exclusively always on the Serena, and it felt like that was decreasing the power that they could have with being on the Armourouge, being on other Pokemon in the team. And unfortunately, because they were taken down multiple times by Godlu 1v2, it just felt like that power was lacking on other sides of the map. Maybe if you're already getting taken down that easily by Godlu, get Jean-Mi on another player, and that becomes 1 knockout and not 2 for Godlu.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1. I know, Bruv recognized that, going and isolating Jean-Mi multiple times. Same with the Adesu. Just a vault tackle on the Comfey when it has nobody to attach to. Like, you really got to feel for them. But so we're going to head on into our second match for the winners final here. The ban phase. So Nouns with that one up. It'll be interesting to see which Pokemon they're going to ban on up.
Oh, first time that we actually see the Miraidon getting banned themselves. And it was Nels who did it. So we have a quick analysis to do here, Drill Packers. Because they lost, loser pick sides, they pick purple. And we know the priority for purple is Miraidon. Nels reads that, take it out themselves. Alongside that will be the Psyduck that has been a constant, plus the Leafeon and Zacian for a first pick of Umbreon, one of the Pokemon with the highest win rate so far in 2025. We're carrying on. We are carrying on. We have some technical issues here that basically internet makes everybody feel a little bit confused, but we are still on Garchomp plus Eldegoss for the side of Drill Packers. We know Garchomp has been fairly played today alongside a potential Serena, not them together, but having them as possibilities of all-rounders recently has been working out pretty well. And now Z Sports potentially going for a Desuon and Espeon, which we know is one of the specialties for themselves, as Sylveon and Espeon have been their evolutions of preference. And I believe, Kello, that you are back with me. Welcome back.
I am back, and you know what? I absolutely love seeing Adesu rock the Evolutions. Evolutions being one of my favorite Pokemons there, and as you said, they're the Evolution connoisseur. So it'll be really interesting to see what Drill Packers are going to answer back here. Alolan Ninetales, they're going to let it snow here so far. I mean, it's summer for us. I mean, quite hot, but I know in
Yes,
other regions it's been getting a little bit chilly.
Indeed, and well, I find it interesting to see this Mewtwo Y coming through without a Trick Hooper or without a Helping Hand Blissey, but it is still going to be the case. They have the Eldegoss, and funnily enough, I would say this is like a prime composition to try to go for a Blissey or the Hooper, but it was taken there by Z Sports, a good deny. And Godlu, as we all know and love of a Greedent player, is going to have this one for the game too. What I want to talk about though is Toon on this Mimikyu. I feel like that is a huge threat to Drill Packers.
I think just Toon in general, the versatility that player has is absolutely insane. I know in that previous cup that we had, the AOS Cup, when they did the interviews, he pretty much played a different Pokemon for each match. Said that he didn't really know what he was doing. I mean, okay. And yeah, we're seeing these versatility come on out once again. So, I mean, normally you would see, say, Gatlu on that Mimikyu, but instead going for that Greedent. So I am very, very intrigued to see Toon on this Mimikyu like yourself.
And you mentioned Godlu as well. The covered belch is also so dangerous as we get to game 2. A match point for Z Sports to advance into the grand finals, the first team to be confirmed, or for Drill Packers to get themselves into a game 3, as we're looking at that little Squirvat on the top side, trying to get as many stacks as possible.
I mean, normally you would see, say, a Squirvet going in for an invade, but making their way up into that top side, making sure to just go and out-secure that Bunnelby from that Gossifleur. They are running double stacks, AOS Cookie and attack weight, so they want to try and make sure they bulk up in that earlier game before it gets a little bit dicey with too much AOS energy on hand.
It's important to guarantee the early EXP, especially for the 850, as we're getting pretty soon to that, with both Central Area Pokemon already here on the top side. Toon is level 5, I'm interested to see what type of Alola Ninetales we're going to have here today. More of that hindrance style or into the Aurora Veil. They have the buff for themselves as they're going to push in here. And plenty of attempt and effort here from Nouns Esports into going into the back line. Even the Swablues are still standing with the Altaria. They're very close to finishing them off there with the Desu, but it's not going to connect in the end. Just one of them as the Gibble was taken down and the Altaria as well.
Yeah, I actually noticed that we have a Desu running that Psyshock build on the Espeon. I guess considering their team composition, they did need something with Secure, so that is going to have to be a Desu's job. But it's also just the stun that it provides. If they are able to get their target demonstrated there, a great combination with Bruv, but I guess Frigo, being the Umbreon, they are able to take those hits and make it back without getting knocked out.
And I personally love Psyshock as one of my favorite builds for Espeon, so I like that a lot. Now going here to the central area, Drill Peckers did really well into getting the XP. Now a nice heavy slam with a Trick Room on the Mimikyu for Toon. So we're getting some lessons from ACL and learning a little bit that if you have a lot of crowd control, a lot of hindrance, you can use the Trick Room. Now Toon very close to getting taken. We'll use the shield there on the Trick Hooper and are going to escape.
Oh, yeah, it's the double trick, Soph. We have the Trick Hoop, plus we have, the Trick Hooper. So you thought that Mimikyu would have enough maneuverability within that square. You pair it up with another Trick Shield. That Mimikyu is going to be so hard to catch onto. But we do have a Desu being able to pick off one of those members, trying to lay down a Psyshock just to ward him off, I guess, considering we do have those objectives spawning up now, and they're going on in.
Yeah, they are. Bruv's taking so massive damage. The Mewtwo will continue and finish them as well. Desu is going to get taken by the Eldegoss, and Jami will be feeling very much happy about that chase down. Although you can dodge the slows on Toon, the rest of your team cannot. Now using the Trick Room to get away with Godlu. Now found between a rock and a hard place, trying to heal up as much as they can. They have the bells, they have the covered with the belly slam as well. They're going to go in, steal the berries as they are still standing, but Nouns Esports haven't been able to find any of those confirmed KOs as they are going to Drill Peck, especially on Revenge's hands, as it is served hot off a plate as they're still pushing and maintaining the defenses here as the tier 1 zone is still standing. You have the Psychic Solaire guaranteeing 1-2 KOs as Toon going into the back line will confirm Revenge and eventually come out on top for Nouns Esports.
Holy macaroni, what a team fight between these two teams. Nouns really wanted that tier 1 pad and they got it, being able to land those KOs. However, Drill Peckers were able to land some KOs of themselves. I mean, we do have Galaxy E-Girl now hitting that level 9 on the Garchomp, so has a Unite move of their own. And you know what, as if Gatlu wasn't speedy enough, like Trick on Hooper just works so well with this composition. Being able to just slip and slide around with that covet, that extra protection. I mean, that's going to be one tricky ingredient to try and catch up to. I mean, it's going to be tricky to catch up this Mimikyu as well.
All of them, plenty of trick into this composition as Nouns Esports is protecting here the top side with 30 out of 80 points to be scored by Drill Peckers. They're going in. Nice Mean Luck will knock it down and maintain them in place for just a little bit, but the amount of healing that you have with the Godlu is just huge. Nice Psychic Solaire by Adesu to continue this defense, but Drill Peckers are still maintaining heavy damage with Revenge with this Mewtwo in the backline. They're still very much healthy as they're still pushing out 2 KO Shriek into the backline. That is confirmed by Drill Peckers, and now Revenge is gonna get taken in a trade, and Nouns Esports can potentially take down this pad by themselves, but no, Drill Peckers, they are there fast enough as Nouns Esports have started to do the Reggie and Lecky. They have it on 30%, a potential steal that could come here, but the power nap to zone them out on from Bruv is huge, and Nouns Esports take the objective.
Oh, where there's heavy damage, there's also a heavy slam and a block coming out from Bruv there as Reggie Alecki walks in through Soph, and now that is going to be an overdunk, just going to broaden that, but the fight isn't going to stop here.
Yes, it's not, as the Trick Room is placed. It can dodge some of the slows, but it cannot dodge the stuns. Toon is going to get found in a bush. They're still taken down, and the side shock, although it doesn't connect, is still there to maintain that anybody coming close would get stunned by themselves. 2 KOs for Toon as they can move in to take down the Central Otaria.
As we have some downtime, some breathing room here, Toon is already at a level 14. I think this Trick Room really worked out in their favor. I guess for those folks that don't know what Trick Room does, Mimikyu, when it's within the area, it receives a movement speed when it ends up getting slow. So it's the complete opposite going on into, you know, the Umbreon or even this Alola Ninetales that does have that potential to just go and slow Toon down. It's really working out in their favor, as we can see just during these team fights. Bruv, once again, shielding themselves up with a block. They're trying to dive on in. And you know what? That is one piece of the pie for Drill Peckers. The thing is, can they get any more pieces of pie here?
Maybe they will. The feast has been served, and Drill Packers will score it and make it so the dinner is theirs. Now Z Sports is going to try to prevent this last push to continue forward. But one thing that happened while Drill Packers was pushing that tier 1 was Godlu on the top side scoring a 50 to the tier 2 pad.
Oh, we do have another Regieleki that does spawn before the final stretch. Nouns making sure to race on up, get that positioning, whether they're actually going to set all their forces to try and set it on down. Potentially, they're just going to let Toon do Gatlu's job this time round instead. So switching up those roles along with Edesu. This is going to create a lot of pressure for Drill Peckers. They do have that tier 2 buffer, but the thing is with a Greedent over on the side of Nouns, you don't want to have that potential of a double cap coming in, and Galaxy E-Girl has recognized that, beginning to shred up that Regieleki, but Frigo here, they're going to back on away, considering none of their team are really in sight in this raid pit here. Adesu! That was such a great side shock from them, but Soph, look at Galu down bottom!
Yeah, once again, as we know, Godlu on the green and just positioning themselves to create as much advantage with rotation as possible. In coming from the back line with the covet as well, as they are going to be a nuisance that the green needs to be. But the Hooper Unbound has been set in motion to gather Z Sports teammates into the fight. Now still, Godlu is maintaining 4 members on themselves alone. And now with Toon coming back in for the damage, as this Mimikyu is on the Trick Room, is going to take damage themselves, but also going to be trading it back with a Desu nailing those side shocks. Now Z Sports take down 4 members of Drill Packers, and the only one standing is the Umbreon. They can go straight for the Rayquaza. There's nobody that can try to do anything about it. Frigo, you don't have even the Midnight Bronze to try to defend this. This is Now's Esports, and it could just be them confirming their entrance into Grand Finals.
Oh, I mean, there's 45 seconds left to go. You have Noon and Galaxy E-Girl hacking and slashing at each other, but it ends up being the Mimikyu that comes out on top. You pair up the Rayquaza shield plus a Trick shield from that Hooper. Both of them are going to be able to rush on through Sofa. Man, 130 to 553 points. We have Galaxy E-Girl, and more points are going to rain on through. I think it's pretty much safe to say here, congratulations to Dowds Esports, your first grand finalist team for the December Cup.
Well, now Z Sports doesn't really need the lower bracket run to maintain a grand final presence, Gallo. And that is a 2-0 sweep for now Z Sports, the first grand finalist of December Cup. And I will say, pretty impressive at that, especially with how Godlu was zoning people and gathering attention. It was like that Greedent had a taunt.
Don't think we actually have any Pokemon that do have that move, but yeah, look at that. The stats, double digits for Adesu and Toon. Honestly, chef's kiss to those Psyshocks in that final stretch. We do have Drill Peckers who managed to secure themselves 1 Regieleki, but securing 2 Regielekis for the sides of Nouns plus the Ray and the Registeel as well, as we look. Oh my gosh, so for 119k damage on Adesu. I did call them at the beginning one of the evolution connoisseurs.
Yup. It is. Did not disappoint Deso with that build. So exciting to see that some things on the side of Nouns Esports have maintained the same style, like Bruv with the Snorlax, Heavy Slam, and Block. But also seeing versatility from Toon going with the Trick Room, considering the amount of slows that they had on Drill Pekaskello, and especially Adesu nailing every single one of those high shocks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just those long range aim movements that are always so impressive to see it land down. But you've got to give it to Drill Peckers, right? I mean, this fight was so intense and went on for so long. Blaine and Toon, the trickster duo in that flux zone, just trying to shred it down. And then you pair it up with a Desu sidekick Solaire. Like, I know the team isn't here, but like Nouns Esports, they just demonstrated absolute cinema there.
They did. They really did. They're making it justice. And Nouns Esports showing that they can not only get to the grand finals once again, starting 2025 season, but that they can do it in such dominant fashion as well. Most of the abilities well put. The strategy overall was also so well thought out with the split pushes by Godlu. Considering that you have such movement speed with the greed and the way that Tuna was playing as well, dodging abilities with the Trick Room, repositioning, dashing around. Even if you don't have that explosive damage that you have with the Shadow Sneak, I feel like the composition was overall so well executed.
It really was. And you know what? Well executed, which means they do end up getting rewarded. So as we said, they are going to be your first grand finalists here for Europe. But folks, while there is so much action happening, it isn't going to stop. We need to take ourselves a quick breather before we do end up bringing Draku and a Relic back for the lower half of this. To see who's gonna make it on through. I mean, we still have a Gen 5 and BH3 esports to go. So make sure to hydrate, take a breath, and we'll be back real shortly.
Hello friends and welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. Relic and Draku back on the mic as we dip back into the losers side of the bracket. Gen 5 going up against BH3. Interesting stories for both of these teams so far, Draku. Gen 5 with that uncharacteristic loss to Drill Peckers, and BH3 taking down the Michael Merchants, who themselves took down Apanyan. So one team theoretically on the rise, and one team looking to bounce back in style.
Of course, Gen 5 is a team that we're all looking at to be one of the top runners of this league and throughout the UCS season. Still maybe underperforming in my opinion. This is a team that has recently been put together, an all-French squad for Gen 5. Still got to prove themselves. They got a really huge name for themselves. Still got to prove themselves on the Thea Sky Ruins and here in UCS. Probably.
Yeah, 100%. Look, Gen 5... That first game against Lelovers, they literally turned up for the last 2 minutes, and they managed to get a win. So they've still got that captain clutch factor. Utah really stepping up big time on that Shifu. A bit of a closer game number 2, but even still, you felt like Lelovers had a chance to push it to a game number 3. This really, I think, more a test of BH3. One of these themes of the evening is we've got these supposed big 3. I mean, Apanyan. Shout out to Gecko Kami as well, by the way, who's recovering from a visit to the hospital. Well done for making it in the first place. But we've got that potential big 3. Can we see a big 4? I think Lelover's unfortunate to run into Gen 5 on this particular day. For BH3, this is a chance to mix it with the big boys.
Wow, take a look at that, Relic. There's a Mew ban on the side of Gen 5. I'm not sure if this is potentially a target ban on someone on our right side team here. Zacian's going to be the first selection for Gen 5. Pokemon that we've seen do really well for Gen 5, that we might see later on in their selection, is Urshifu. Utah has been incredible on that Pokemon.
I'm 100% certain that Inteleon ban is directed exclusively at me, Phil. It has to be. It has to be. And Gen 5 looking perhaps to replicate some of this incredible Hooper trick tech that we have seen utilized today. Combine that with Guitar on the Slowbro. That's an incredibly strong early game comp already. As BH3, they've got that Umbreon on lock. I think Miraidon for me, Phil, that's a fine replacement. Miraidon in a really good place. They're going to deny Utah the Shifu, and they're going to lock in that Blissey, which does at least remove potentially double stacking for a Mewtwo Y auto Rain of Destruction. I don't even want to think about it, Draco. Disgusting.
Ooh, this Pokemon that we haven't seen today was Utah's Absol. They're going to switch on over to Blaziken, who has seen some play today. Lunder has been exceptional on Espeon. If you were watching the last series for Gen 5, has been so pivotal working around that Trick Room Mimikyu. I believe it was Nouns Esports that was running it today, but Lunder still a fantastic attack player for their team.
Yeah, between the Espeon and the Glaceon, this player is extraordinary at mid-range. Volto, gonna go with that Buzzwole, which I don't think is necessarily a bad choice, as we see a lot of early game threat with Gen 5. Utah, of course, got to evolve through those stages, looking to come out on top, especially with those objective secures on Overheat. There was some concern, Blaziken receiving a couple nerfs in the most recent patch. But as we saw with Gatlu in game number 1 against Drill Peckers, Blaziken is absolutely fine. Any news of its demise, greatly exaggerated. So I think both sides really good drafts, Draku. Good drafts. I think it now just comes down to those micro and macro decisions on the field in which you'd probably say, historically speaking, Gen 5 with the advantage.
Yeah, both teams very similar in their composition. Really strong front line, 2 all-rounders for both sides, 1 defender, 1 supporter. Obviously, I think the one maybe stand-outish thing that I'm going to point out here, Lunder on that Espeon going against Mifel on that Miraidon. Miraidon just itching out in the range just a little bit. And of course, Lunder has to be on point with those side shocks, which most likely this player is going to be selecting, whereas Miraidon can, as long as they have that enhanced version of the Charge Beam, can be dishing out very consistent high amounts of damage for this Pokemon to watch.
You know that Espeon still has a lot of value. You just rewind to a Desu just 10 minutes ago. But it's another 10 minutes on the clock here, as in our losers side semi-finals. Gen 5 will take the purple and BH3 will take the orange in this opening exchange which sees Greg and Cesaro meeting in the middle. Not exactly handshakes. This is the Hooper is going to take an about turn, has to pop the X speed, looking to cause as much of a nuisance as possible, and doing a great job even stealing a berry in there as well.
Perfect timing on that magician passive ability to steal a berry away.
Oh,
Come on. And Lunder is going to take a whiff of the invade that Sazero is putting on, and the Kung Fu is also going to bite the dust as well. KO streak of 2 for their opener for Gen 5.
Oh, wow. Again, great shot calling from Gen 5. Interestingly, stored power, so going for that sure hit catch-up mechanic, which I think, honestly, not a terrible call when you're looking to chase down a kiting Miraidon. Speaking of, unable to deny the evolution for Qatar. And again, Lunder chasing down this Blissey, unable to find, or sorry, not even Blissey, Chansey unable to evolve in this first 1.5 minutes. Gen 5 looking super strong.
Yeah, same thing for this Urshifu. Finally able to get to level 5, but those early spawn of the neutral birds is it's come and gone, Relic. And something that has not gone away is Lunder and Sazero heading into the central area. Fizzy also struggling to find that first stage evolution into the Umbreon. I haven't seen what this Miraidon is so far, but BH3 kind of struggling in this early game.
Absolutely. I mean, to have no Blissey, to have no Umbreon within the first 90 seconds, that's one way you just got to grit your teeth and try and ride the storm out. So we do eventually see that Umbreon online just about, but level 7s for Lunder, level 7 for Megu already, gapping BH3 with the exception of that Miraidon by 2. And on this pad, now the purple side, we're having a look, but maybe thinking otherwise.
Yeah, also level 8 for Utal on that Blaziken. They have access to their quote-unquote Unite move. The stance change to go from that fist to kick variant of the Blaziken. They're going to rotate up top once again. Pretty good early game lead for Gen 5, especially for this Blaziken. Does tend to struggle in that early game. There's that overheat. Most recently nerfed in one of the balance patches, and it's a full 4v3 situation here in the top path. Of course, not a Hoopa hyperspace hole to send some members to that top path, but Trick, always a very consistent tool to heal your team.
Okay, Gen 5, you've not scored so much, but you're certainly on top of the level game. Meeting in the middle, we got 3v4 for this Regieleki, who takes an interest in Fizzy. In we go with a Metal Claw, and then into the Fist style as Blaziken switches it up, planting into the ground. Volto doesn't matter because Gen 5's already got the Regieleki. Umbreon down, Volto down on that Buzzwole. Beautiful eject button into the Psychic Solaire, and that forces Blissey off pad. Should be destroyed momentarily.
We've seen the strategy once again, one team really devoting a lot of resources to that top path. Gen 5 is going to balloon their lead to 138 to, like we've said before, a donut for breakfast for BH3. They do have a Regi Ice buff in tow, so a little bit more passive healing for the next minute or so since that objective was taken. They got to make some moves here. They need some points on the board. You know, Gen 5 is slowly starting to tick ahead, and especially with that top path broken, those Regielekis are going to become more and more valuable as the game goes on.
Yeah, that Regice absolutely a necessity for BH3, but it's a catch-up mechanic at this moment in time.
Oh, wow.
Kidnapped Japer, but they're are they going to get out? No, not quite. Megu ensures that Volto popping the Super Swole Slam. And planting Megu into the ground now, but the rebuke is merciless. 2 KO streak for Megu, who says, hey, these clouds are mine. Stay away, sir.
So we head to the halfway point of the game, 138 to once again 0 for BH3. Let's take a look at the field state other than the score. 2 level 10s, potentially a third level 10 on the side of Gen 5. All Pokemon have now scaled into their final evolutions, some even getting their first plus abilities, looking at that Blaziken to be specific. So we head to the halfway point of the game. Do want to mention a few Pokemon to watch here. Of course, that Urshifu with that Ebon Fist Unite move landing on any member of Gen 5. Of course, Utah doing a perfect job at pulling that Urshifu into the Speed Flux zone. We saw that engagement in the top path. Got to be careful where you use that Unite move. It could be very devastating, but can also be something to be watching out for.
That's one of the quickest Regieleki takes I've ever seen. I started my sentence in the past tense because it was that quick. But Gen 5 have rotated as quick onto this bottom path through the rings unbound. And as much as BH3 were looking to adjust, they didn't so with enough vigor. Gen 5 now turn their attention to this pad. The charge beam goes down. Ebon Fist on the back line. Psychic Solaire and the Bliss Sisters both popped at the same time. Blaziken is down. BH3, the defense strong enough for the moment. Health bar's low, but they have to find more value. The Midnight Prance is popped, doesn't get as much shielding as they would have liked. Backline poke for Japar, who takes down Lunda, but is not going to find much luck against Megu, who rides this Metal Claw wave. And indeed the Surf of Qatar, to and throw, back and forth. 10 goes down. Now they're going to try and score the 31, 38, maybe for U-Town. Big egg bombs from Greg22, throwing them down the Hail Mary. But look at this. Again, BH3 with such strong defense, denying Gen 5 the big scores. Only minute additions to their now 173 points.
Couple of huge shout-outs to some heroes in that last engagement. Of course, Megu coming in as the hero, getting a couple of knockouts to push BH3 off of their goal zone. Gen 5 pushing on forward. Some beautifully placed egg bombs, both in timing and quite literally in placements for Greg on their Blissey. Just incredible showing of marksmanship for both of the teams, for their individual players. Really close game. Of course, the scoreline does not reflect it. It's more than a 1 point or 1 score game in double time as we head there in 1 minute or so. And again, Urshifu is still going to be a very pivotal Pokemon in that final stretch fight. We saw Japa really push for that Speed Flux zone, got a couple of KOs, but unfortunately handed a lot of that experience back over to Gen 5 as they pushed forward in their defense.
Both defenders on the bottom path, and Japa dives into the deep end. Watch out, Megu's ready to run that Metal Claw right through you, and they've got the passive burst. A little poke onto Volto, Charge Beam, Egg Bomb, and this time around, BH3 seizing the opportunity now. Gen 5 looking to effectively punish them as they try to back off here, but no, really strong work from Volto to deny, and onto that pad, Mifil will eventually look to TP back to base. They're going to let this Regieleki run onto pad Gen 5. They don't mind BH3 scoring here, and why not? Because the more important objective has just landed.
BH3 using a few Unite moves in that last engagement. More importantly, that Bright Future Meteor Storm not available for their team. We did see the Hoopa go into that unbound state to pull Megu back to the central area. And those Unite moves quite pivotal, especially that Hoopa Unite move, not only for repositioning your team, but those Hoopa Hyperspace Fury Fists can do so well at crowd controlling the enemy team. Urshifu may be going for a late score here without that Regieleki to make that goal line vulnerable. Megu waiting in that tall grass to prevent any back scoring. Here's that 1v1 between the two. Very dangerous moment here between the two players.
I really think that BH3 are just going to have to full send it here. Japa has utilized their Unite move. That's another one wasted. We've still got the Super Swole Slam available, still got the Bliss Assistance and Midnight Prance. But Fizzy, ideally, waiting for Qatar to utilize that Slow Beam. Unless, of course, the Slow Beam lands on them. Time running out. Gen 5 know they have the lead. BH3 know that they most certainly do not. Charge Beam goes down, trying to again poke away at Qatar. Volto's caught them, plants them in the ground, Slow Beam unleashed, and they've taken down Fizzy. The worst has happened. Sovereign Sword slices through one, gets through a second, no, not quite, but Volto does eventually fall despite the Bliss assistance that, yes, they lost Qatar on that, ultimately BH3, but it's just Japer at the gate. Big overheat, doesn't matter. Gen 5 clutch up yet again.
A beautiful ace by Gen 5, and I gotta say, they were able to pull out the slow beam from the Slowbro, but they just did not have enough damage to take down this titan of a defender. And as soon as they allocated a lot of their resources into that fight, we saw them come out the end falling at a full ace to Gen 5. And I think it was a lot of those Unite moves. Again, that Miraidon Unite move was not used to the best utility right before the final stretch. Same thing with the Urshifu Unite move. Could not use that in full utility in that top path engagement. Left them at a deficit in terms of the Unite move economy. Allowed Gen 5 to sweep them in that final stretch fight.
Was it as simple as just the Slowbro being them? Not quite, not necessarily. But BH3 will look back on this game and think that overall, it could have been a lot worse, I feel, Draku. They were out of it for a while on the level side of things, but they never let the score lead get out of sight. And by the time they did hit Rayquaza, of course, it was far more even. Gen 5, of course, unleashing the Rings Unbound, a huge Unite move to not have at your disposal.
Yeah, I wonder where the positioning was. The Regieleki, I believe, did crash into that top tier 1 gold zone to, make it vulnerable even in double time. I think it did extend towards that period of the game. The Urshifu going for that kind of late score. It was still a one-score game. It was less than 100 points. A 100-point score at that point of the game would have given them a very, very slim lead. Really nice play here by Utah, by the way. They recognized that the Urshifu most likely going into that Unite move, going to pull them in with that Blaziken, the Blaze kick. Was able to get a really high-value knockout there, but a couple of things just not going in the way of BH3. I didn't think they played that necessarily poorly, but maybe in some of the timings and when they allocated their Unite moves was their downfall in the final stretch.
Well, as much as we can say, hey, Gen 5 didn't have the Rings Unbound.
Yeah,
BH3 didn't have the Bright Future Meteor Storm. I mean, that's one of... that's although a slow-moving Unite move, we can see it used to great effect, a fantastic area of effect that can break up a team like Gen 5 from sticking together, helps isolate players, or indeed shielding your own team as you look to back off. But Japer in that top path, of course, having to utilize the E-Bomb Fist just to try and get out of a sticky situation with Megu, who had that top path well covered. Just mistakes across the board, really, and ultimately more win conditions in the favor of Gen 5. That Slowbro, although not the only factor that contributes towards that win, a linchpin in why we see the win going towards Gen 5, who are now, of course, one win away from a date with Drill Peckers potentially in the losers final.
Yeah, BH3, in my opinion, had a lot of tempo going into the final stretch fight. They got the Regieleki, they got more importantly, that Hoopa Unite move. I think it was more so not to pull Megu back to safety. It was actually used in kind of a late team fight that kind of broke out for the Regieleki. I think both teams were maybe investing that the team fight would, bleed into the final stretch fight that ensued about, or the final stretch that happened 10 seconds later. But yeah, there were a couple of really stand-outish moments to me that was really interesting to see. Volto getting the eject tech on the Slowbro, Smackdown pulling them back towards the team was really cool. Just didn't have enough damage to take out the Slowbro. I think the Slowbro was probably the biggest maybe issue with dealing with that front line. I don't think the Blaziken did all too well in those bigger team fights, but as long as they were able to take out the Slowbro, I think the dominoes were to start to fall, but unfortunately they weren't. They didn't have enough damage to take down this Pokemon specifically.
It's all about the mental for Katara as well, because your health bar is very quickly disappearing. Mm-hmm. You've got a hugely influential Unite move that can prolong the inevitable, but in an ideal scenario, sets up for at least one of your opposition to go down along with you. And I said it before it happened. If they hit that Umbreon, that's a disaster. And that's exactly what they managed to hit in all of that. So to have the focus, to have the vision to be able to hit that slow beam despite everything going against them, swung the game in Gen 5's favor. And yet again, not for the first time today, Draku, in the Ray Pit, this team just doesn't miss. Strange to think how they lost against Drill Peckers. I mean, it feels like their early and mid game must have been truly abysmal to get to that stage and not find the victory somehow.
Yeah, I would say Gen 5 is a second half team, but more like a final quarter team.
Right,
As a quarter in it, we're dividing our 10 minutes up into quarters specifically here. But if we're looking back, both you and I were watching in the green room for Gen 5's set against Lelovers. Lelovers definitely had Gen 5 on the ropes for the first 8 minutes of the game for both of those games, and this wasn't the same story for this game, but BH3, like I was saying, had the tempo going into the final stretch fight, really good composure, getting a couple of the high value Unite moves out. Gen 5 is just another team post 2 minutes.
Certainly BH3, it was, considering where they came from, very impressive to find themselves at parity, I think, with Gen 5, because let's consider that they didn't have a Blissey until 1.5 minutes in. They didn't have an Umbreon until 2 minutes in. Gen 5 locked down those early Evos really, really effectively. And so as much as we can talk about BH3 and their ability to bounce back, there are still question marks over this Gen 5 roster and how they let such a dominant first 2 minutes slip away, actually.
Yeah, I mean, looking across their lineup, I think both teams have some disparities, or at least some things they need to make up for in that early game. Blaziken obviously doesn't have a very good early game. Kubfu, Umbreon have pretty middling early game as well. But, you know, comparatively, BH3 has Miraidon, Blissey, or Chansey has Pound in the early game, really good last hitting. Miraidon, both of their tools, really good last hitting. Fell Stinger for Buzzwole, really good last hitting as well. So there's a couple of discrepancies for either of the teams. Gen 5, you know, on paper shouldn't do very well in the early game, whereas BH5 should, or BH3 should. So a couple of things to think about going into game 2 is how to, you know, mitigate some of your early game discrepancies where you should be excelling. Unfortunately, they just didn't. That's BH3 specifically.
Gotta say, rolling it all the way back to draft. Can't help but feel like that Inteleon would have really helped BH3. Can't help but feel like, especially when you're going into a slow bro, to have such a huge range advantage that hits like a truck against one of the tankiest Pokemon. I mean, maybe, especially when we're talking about the Rapier here, maybe it wouldn't have made that much of a difference. But I can't help but feel that by target banning a player's comfort pick immediately, that unsettles a team significantly as well.
It's hard to believe that Inteleon is the ban of choice when Miraidon is as powerful as it is, but I think you kind of hit it on the head. Inteleon, for Mifil specifically, has been, again, a dominant force as we've seen them on broadcast. Mimikyu is going to be the first pick selection for BH3. Nothing too out of the ordinary for bans. I think Psyduck is going to continue to stay banned for the remainder of today's event. But I've said this in the past. I don't think Mimikyu is a very strong first pick Pokemon. It has a number of counters, in my opinion. Quite literally, if you just bulk up your team, Mimikyu can't get those resets on abilities like Shadow Sneak. It can maybe go toe-to-toe into Trick Room. We saw Nouns Esports do really well with that in the most recent game. But we'll see. Mimikyu, I would love to see if we have a statistic of Mimikyu's success if it's picked earlier on in the draft versus picked later on in the draft, but it has a lot of attributes like a speedster, does a lot of really high damage when it's using Shadow Sneak plus one of its other abilities. I'd really like the direction that Gen 5 is going here. It has a lot of different tools to damage this Mimikyu from really long range, but J-Ba is going to be pulling out that Zoroark. We've seen some Zoroark play today. I don't think Zoroark has been done particularly well without a Comfey. They're going to be pulling out the Eldegoss as the supportive choice.
I have to say, a few eyebrow-raising moments for BH3. Psyduck ban on the purple side. I don't know. I feel like you force Gen 5 into that ban and you take control of the draft. Mimikyu first pick, very strange. Espeon over Miraidon, bold. And Gen 5 is going to round out their roster with Yutao's main, as far as I'm concerned. I think that this is a very, very well-rounded composition that they've put together. They've got that support Mew, they've got that amazing backline poke with Megu, they've got really strong rotate tools, they've got the Trick Hooper, which admittedly doesn't synergize as well with this roster on paper, but as we've seen with Nouns Esports, you can still do some funky teleport technology, plus of course the Unite move, which we've gone over many times, and they've got that secure with a Shifu. BH3 does have secure, but they've prioritized Espeon over Miraidon. I don't think that Gen 5 has necessarily opted to counter this Mimikyu directly, though. Confidence in themselves and their own composition that they'll win anyway. They know how to deal with Mimikyu on the micro level. They don't need a Pokemon to help them out.
Yeah, looking at the held items for this Miraidon, it's most likely going to be an Electro Drift Miraidon. It has a Shedinja doll. I think that's the big telltale, but it's also a stacking spect Miraidon as well. So really trying to get those micro scoring in. We were talking about EX Pokemon having a stacking item. We were talking really briefly about Zacian with an attack weight. Miraidon this time with a stacking item as well. These are Pokemon that traditionally don't do a whole lot of micro scoring because of their essence as a Pokemon. They like to enhance their abilities with the Eos energy they have in their pocket. With Miraidon specifically, is the duration they have the Hadron engine put out on the field. And we'll see. Miraidon heading up to that top path. We might be seeing some invasion going on here. Both the Phantom heading into the central area, but look at all the defense from the supportive class Pokemon for both teams.
We'll see whether that eventually helps. Oh, would you believe it? They've missed out with the Phantom Force. Don't matter, because the auto is going to put it out anyway. X-Speed popped on the chase. Oh, and they got the Citrus Berry as well. Sazuru, you are a very cheeky boy indeed. It's essentially just an auto fest now, but here comes Lunda with the coaching and Electro Ball. K-opener.
I can see Sazura right now smiling face to face or cheek to cheek quite literally and pulling out a magician play, getting that red buff auto attack, auto or basic auto from the Hoopa. And not only that, specifically that red buff is going to go so handedly with this Pokemon because that slow is going to be so devastating in this early game.
G5 feeling good. BH3, they've got to score Draku, which quite frankly is better than what could have been said for the first 5 minutes or so of the first game. And look at this again, Gen 5 harrying and harassing, but BH3 have got plenty of players rotating central, but that just means that Gen 5 get 3 stacks on this top path, and look already at the damage generated with this Electro Drift, which just runs over the Gossifleur, no mercy.
Gosh, micro turning into macro and vice versa. These two Pokemon in the central area are just demanding so much attention, pulling even that Mimikyu from the top path, allowing that Miraidon to get a micro score to continue boosting up that stacking specs. And man, Mew also gonna pull away with that blue buff. Gen 5 is putting on a clinic on the macro game, pulling the attention of Pokemon to that central area, quite literally, Relic, demanding attention in this early game.
And Lunda on this coaching pops up in a moment, immediately closes the distance, providing that support, not just in the natural abilities of coaching, but position-wise also. Electro Ball, guess what? A lot closer to you. Solar Beam, guess what? It can reach a lot further than you. And as we head towards our first set of Reggies, although the score lead might be minimal, Draku, Gen 5, is dominating.
Man, I can't tell who's the support Pokemon for Gen 5. Is it the Hoopa or is it this Mew? Because the Mew, of course, with that coaching is boosting up the auto attack speed for the Hoopa autos. The Hoopa obviously is getting a couple of secures here. That Mew has the blue buff right underneath it with that aura. Gen 5 right now is going for a split push, but I don't think it even matters because they are demanding attention both in the bottom path, in the top path, and also the central area. Regieleki going down rather quickly. Finally, a win for BH3, able to send that Regieleki over to the tier 1 goal zone on the side of Gen 5. But now Gen 5 is going to use that Unite move, sending that Espeon back to the Pokemon Center and fully stacking up on that attack weight.
That's perfect, and they've got plenty on this top path to defend away the Regieleki. Look at how BH3, as soon as they took that Regieleki, 180. We need to work on these wild Pokemon again. Stat, 9 to 105 in favor of Gen 5, and going after the central areas, guess what? That Umbreon's just going to steal away all of the Swablu, and now the Gen 5 Brigade has arrived. Mimikyu takes out the Miraidon elsewhere on the map, and that means that Volto's going to get a free 30 to score, but the scoring ain't the problem right now, Draku. It's everything else.
The problem is this duo right here, hand in hand. These two Pokemon are like a magician and their assistant, quite literally. Trick Hoopa has been, I had some reservations about it going into today's event. It has been an absolute splendid thing to see. I mean, you can see this, the auto attack speed from Mew, probably not the best, but boosted by that trick, the boosted autos are definitely hitting in this game.
As we head towards halftime, yes, your eyes do not need correcting. Oh, what a fight with the Shadows thing. Shush, Mr. Relic. Volto's working. That's an incredible play. They get scores down on the zone. They crash the zone. Megu's Electro Drift eaten up by the invulnerability. And here comes the come play with me. Got ourselves a Midnight Prance in there as well. Shedinja Doll. Psychic Solaire. Wow. Oh, another find. Oh, Volto's popping off in a big way. 3 KO streak on this top path now. But here comes the Emon Fist. Volto! Oh, how on earth did they not go down? Never mind, Cezuro's got them covered. U-Town now doesn't want to get too deep, pulls themselves out of the rough water.
Oh, an incredibly close game, Relic, as we head into the halfway point of the game. Now an 8-point lead here in the right before the team start to navigate to either objective. It looks like BH3 really devoting, again, a lot of resources to this top path. Let's see how fast they can take this bottom objective. That is Gen 5, because they need to take the train to the top path because the fight is ensuing.
Oh, the play rough. Megu did so well to navigate that. Using the play rough and bringing Volto to the rest of the team. That's your main ADC gone. I know we got a Zoroark here as well, but Volto has been the one who's really been speaking up loud and proud. Qatar backline, foul play. Eldegoss falls as well. Electro Drift through the Regieleki. There's something sparking here as Gen 5 have got that Aleki moving towards the zone. 4 KOs against BH3.
And you call it sparking. It's been quite an electric game from start to finish. Another 50 banger in that top half. The breakup was wide open. And the fight continues to bleed here into the central area. Mew getting a KO with that boosted auto Electro Ball combo. Move swapping to the Solar Beam. Getting a KO streak of 2 from a boosted auto all the way from the Kanto region. Gen 5 is going to take the Regieleki, take that goal zone, and take their lunch money too.
BH3 just needs to take a moment and calm down here, because Gen 5 are getting inside their heads and they are living there rent-free. 136 to 194 is a scoreline that you can work with, but you do not want to feed the machine. 2 level 13s are Shifu and Miraidon, 2 level 12s for BH3 as far as they've gotten the Mimikyu and the Zoroark. Now the Espeon joins them on that level 12, but Gen 5 with a minute to go until Ray certainly looking the stronger of the two teams, albeit much closer now as BH3 yet again closes the gap.
It's the calm before the storm, Relic, and I feel like we've been in a storm for the last 8 minutes of the game. Right now, Gen 5 has the comfort of their Tier 1 goal zone to work around. One more objective in this bottom path. Gen 5 can very easily pivot on down there. Now 30 seconds before the final stretch. A couple of Pokemon to watch here. Whoa. Of course, Mimikyu has been so pivotal. Megu kind of on their own in this top path. They don't have enough points to break this. Here comes the Cavalry as they do see their Miraidon finally able to defend that goal zone. Zoroark does go down here. There is an objective in that bottom path, and it is that Reggie Ice buff is going to be really handy for these Pokemon that can stay on the field for a very long period of time. That passive healing is going to be pivotal.
Level 14's BH3 electing for the reset, and that means that they have given up position. Pokes from Cezuro, pokes from Mifil, of course, who has been denied that Inteleon, backline going after Fizzy, Snarl, Electro Ball, and then Gen 5 call off. Damage done, they've got the points lead as far as they're aware, but check out the big damage onto Japer as the Electro Drift once again proving havoc. Moving in, Fizzy, no hesitation whatsoever, catches out that Espeon, foul play, Sidekick Solaire, Future Meteor Storm, and that's 3 removed in the blink of an eye. Now the ring's unbound as Rayquaza going down. Hero play potentially from Eldegoss. Up with the Congo crash, doesn't land it. Gen 5, clinical.
A beautiful engagement there by Qatar to catch out 2 members of BH3 in that tall grass. That foul play, that positioning, that timing was amazing. Forcing out the Espeon Unite move. I believe they've got both the Espeon and the Zoroark in that last engagement. 2 very high value KOs. Those are the securing tools for BH3. Allowed Gen 5 the easy path forward to take the Rayquaza off the field and a one-way trip to Drill Peckers in the losers final.
You know, we were sitting here earlier in the day, we're thinking, whoa, what happened to Gen 5? Well, turns out that they had us in the first half, Draku, because this is much more like it. This is a team that looks like they are capable of doing what Nouns Esports did just 2 weeks ago and running the gauntlet, running the loser side of the bracket, and ultimately upsetting the apple cart. I think now is the time to sprinkle in the Gatlu fact of the day. Fun fact, everyone, Gatlu has never won the second online event of any season he has competed in. That is all 3 seasons, by the way. More on that later, I guess. Gen 5 progress.
We'll be heading on to the losers final, but let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here. Again, Gen 5 kind of having a middling early start to the day, losing out in dominant fashion to their would-be opponents in this next game. Drill Peckers losing out to them 0-2, having kind of a slower start against Lellover, still winning 2-0 over them. But like you were saying, Relic, Gen 5, I think they are just a slow start team. They might be a slaking across the board, but they have definitely found their true wants.
Just the 5 KOs across everybody on BH3. Donuts for the KOs and assist column for Greg and Fizzy. That front line basically sawn through, seen to. I decided to combine the 2 sentences because why not? We've run out of superlatives for this Gen 5 performance. And I gotta say, Megu on this Electro Drift Miraidon, that's how you do it.
Yeah. I want to give a couple of shout outs to the members of Gen 5. Talking about Megu, Yutao has been incredible on Urshifu. I think there's not many players that we can say that is some of the best Urshifu players in the world, and I think Yutao has emerged to becoming one of those players to talk about this Pokemon specifically. Of course, Qatar has been amazing in that engagement for Umbreon. We were talking about in the pre-show a Pokemon to watch, not only in its ability to support the team, but its ability to engage on the enemy team as well. We saw that do so well in the final stretch fight. Across the board, Gen 5 had a beautiful performance. From the defenders to the supportive class Pokemon to the carries. It's a beautiful thing to see for Gen 5.
And it's yet another showing, I think, of that Mew support and just how useful it is early game. Joining Suzuro, helping them out, getting that K opener, starting the landslide that was the disaster class that was the BH3 early game. I mean, my goodness, they were pummeled into the ground. I'm surprised that they managed to, again, narrow the distance between the 2 squads as well as they did for the second game running. Let us not forget. So credit where credit is due. BH3 showing signs of progress from the AOS Cup play-ins to today for the December Cup. But the gap between that very top echelon and where BH3 currently are still sizable, Draku.
You know, there isn't a Regigigas in at least the main series of Pokemon Unite, at least not on the battlefield. I know there is some mini games with Regigigas, but I think Gen 5 might be the Gigas of this roster or this lineup because they definitely did have a slow start, but I think they've passed that 5 turns in literal terms for Gen 5. But we got the proverbial run back. Relic, Drill Peckers knocking down Gen 5 to the loser side of the bracket. Now we see Drill Peckers here in the losers finals. We'll see where we are, but it's going to be a fun one, Relic.
It really will be a fun one. We've certainly seen progress from Gen 5. Quite conversely, I mean, Drill Pecker's going up against Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports looked immaculate for large parts of that series, utilizing so many different, there was 2 different combinations, but so many different styles of Pokemon and so many different styles of engagement, to the extent where we saw a Greedent and forcing out a mean look Umbreon for the first time in what seems like many weeks of competitive play, both in preseason and here now. They are the boss at the end of this run, Draku. But Gen 5 Drill Peckers, do you think that enough progress has been shown from Gen 5 to at least make this a closer series, if not completely turn the tides in who we should say is favorites going into it?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this in the green room, but Nouns Esports, again, looked the most vulnerable they have ever looked this past season, just because they had a new roster change in the last week. Nouns Esports definitely looking a whole lot stronger, but, you know, Drill Peckers is a team that has definitely surprised today. Maybe not the best performance in the winners finals against a kind of newly reformed Nouns Esports, but Drill Pecker seems to have Gen 5's number. Whether they can continue to win or continue their streak against Gen 5, we'll see in the losers final.
Right, well, we're going to sit back and enjoy this match, Draku. Going to be an exciting one. Soph and Kello back with all of you in a moment when the UNITE Championship Series returns after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokémon UNITE December Cup, as we're going to be covering now the loser finals as yet again Gen 5 will meet Drill Packers. And we know, Kettler, that earlier in the bracket today, Drill Packers had the upper hand.
Yeah, a little bit of deja vu here. And I think, Drill Peckers defeating Gen 5 2-0 earlier on in the day. I mean, that was quite a surprise, a bit of an upset, but let's have a look at our day so far. So, as we can see, yeah, Gen 5 Drill Peckers, they went up against each other, the 2-0 match up, but Gen 5s, they're doing the losers bracket run, so the complete opposite from what we saw with last month. But, I mean, so far they seem to be on a roll, considering they have managed to 2-0 Lelovers and then 2-0 BH3 as well.
Yeah, the 2-0s, the sweeps definitely build up such a big boost in the confidence, Keller. And on the other hand, they want to get a rematch against Nouns Esports, because if you didn't catch the EOS Cup play-ins just 2 weeks ago here on the channel, we had Nouns Esports bringing it back on the grand finals in a bracket reset for a total of 6 games. So every best of 3 was a 3-game series, and that was Nouns Esports taking the Travel Award to EUIC in February. So Gen 5 is definitely eager to have that rematch.
That was an absolutely wild weekend. Not only did we have the bracket resets for Europe, but we had bracket resets across all of the regions. But so we are going to head on into our draft. So the bans. Oh, we're having a Garchomp ban. Gen 5 knocking out the Land Shark for this one. I guess, what do you think about this?
Well, I'm kind of thinking that this fits the slot where Galaxy Eagle has been playing, because we saw them on this arena. I think we saw them on the Garchomp as well, so it might as well just be a target ban from Gen 5, which is a lot of respect, I will say. I admire those choices, and at the same time, the usual Blissey, Psyduck, and Zacian on the ban phase as well. The Mimikyu, though, is going to get picked as the priority, which means that on the other side, the Drill Packers confirmed the Umbreon and the Miraidon.
Yeah, 2 very strong Pokemon up there in terms of those picks. But one thing I've absolutely loved seeing as well today is that Trick Hooper. We've seen some incredible plays. The double Tricksters once again at it together. So Tao on the Mimikyu and Hooper. Plus Katar looking in a Slowbro as their defender. So the lockdown and ooh, the first Gyarados that we get to see. I mean, look, in terms of all-rounder picks, we know there's so many, and I absolutely love to see Megu bring a different all-rounder to the table here. But Galaxy Eagle, whoa, Mewtwo X?
Oh, wait. I totally made fun of Relic earlier today, or was it Draco, that said, maybe we're going to see a Mewtwo X. And I said, you are crazy, you're dreaming. I guess I was wrong. I'm going to have to, I don't know, potentially have to buy them a snack or a dinner, because I did lose that one. Interesting. Well, I honestly don't know how I feel about that. I kind of miss some range on this squad, but I guess if you have the charge beam, you should be okay.
I guess that's the one that is going to be providing that backline damage with Garchomp out of the question. Picking up this more brawly all-rounder. But I think in terms of the picks, Mewtwo Y seems to be the more popular choice. So really excited to see what comes from Galaxy Eagle. You can see their build, the Muscle Band, the Rapid Fire Scarf, along with that weakness policy there. But it's also the Global Unite move that Mewtwo do have. So if they're able to time that perfectly, get the stuns, and then allow Revenge or even BNJ to just dive on in. I mean, that is the perfect setup, but we also know that sometimes that Unite move can be dodged, and I mean, the maneuverability that you can have from a Mimikyu, even a Gyarados, it could be a tricky one to pull off here.
Well, but as you said, maybe the combo for the Miraidon and the Mewtwo X could just have people locked from a very long distance. We'll see if that's going to work out there for Drill Packers, because we know that Gen 5 have a very steady, trustworthy composition for your first game of the loser finals. Gen 5 on your purple side versus Drill Packers on the orange.
And we are going to send in the Eevee, the Leafeon Revenge, into that central area. It'll be interesting to see whether they're just going to get that one buff and then head on in and keep that pressure onto one of these lanes. But Frigo does have double stacking this time around, so making sure to rush towards that goal, get that Aeos cookie and attack weight stack for themselves.
I almost cost them much more than they were hoping, but they're still going to stand. And on this top side, we know the Mega needs to get as much as possible of their EXP to get their effort gauge up. One thing though, Callow, that I was kind of thinking could provide extra range is a Solar Blade. But I thought, certainly not. But it is what Revenge picked.
It is that slap it down a move, the big burst damage that it can provide there. So whether we're actually going to end up seeing the Solar Beam plus the Charge Beam from B&J, whether they've gone for this the Drift instead. But you know what? We're going to pivot up into the top path. As those birds are there, Mega still hasn't yet evolved into that Gyarados.
All right, we're back. I swear the connections have been crazy today for internet. We have returned. We're okay. Well, here we are, Kello. So what happened when basically I was lights out?
We are lights out. Our lights out overall this side as well, but we are good as we do have those birds spawn on and in. They ended up getting it taken, but I mean, so far, Gen 5, they have no points on the board. Currently, Utah has reached that level 7, so both of those movements are locked for them.
Finally, as that Gyarados getting the 30, nice dunk there for Megu. And the backup that comes through fits Azura as well. But we know just how much healing that it can be provided by an Eldegoss. So, Shadow Sneak almost connect there by Utah, but it's still going to be enough to take down the Eldegoss. And they are getting a good position here to guarantee levels before the Reggie spawn.
10 seconds left to go. Yes, as you mentioned, those Reggies do spawn on up. We do have only the one member from Gen 5 up here, making sure to try and get those levels. They are quite close to getting their Unite move, but it looks like we have Megu leaving that for Utah. That way they can get closer. But you know what? Drill Peckers, they have the advantage, the numbers to go shred down this Reg Ice for themselves uncontested.
Something that we actually have been seeing quite a bit today, right? Uncontested objectives all around. But something is going on here on the bot side as they are pushing and trying to guarantee at least the setup for an overdunk, while Lunda on the top side will guarantee the 30 plus Megu on another one if they can get it. But the Solar Blade comes in as well, and that's the damage that the Leafeon can guarantee just to push them back. So only 16 points that was scored on their top.
You have 16 points, but you look at the scoreboard, it's only a 2-point difference, 96 to 94. So being able to catch on up, but then even then, looking at the levels so far, catching on up. But Drill Peckers, they seem to still have the advantage as Susuro on that Hooper gets knocked on out and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Woo! And yet another Shadow Sneak that doesn't connect there for Utah. So Eldegoss will survive. Jean-Mi will be okay for that rotation to the bot side as they have the Charge Beam in a such priority position for B&J to try to get people away from this tier 1 pad, as there are just 4 points left to score and get the overdunk set up here for Drill Peckers. But Utah is also around for a 4-person push from both teams.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether they're going to break it with only a small dunk or whether they're going to try and capitalize on that, because we know those points come that late game can make such a big difference. But Drill Peckers, I mean, their goal downstairs is at 80 out of 80. As we pivot up onto the top path, a Galaxy E-Girl making sure to just lurk in the tall grass. Don't want to expose themselves over to Megu, who ended up soaking up that Boltoid. But we have 15 seconds left to go until the next basement Reggie and the Reggie Alecki spawn at the same time too.
it means that both teams are going to have to make a decision on what they want to do, or maybe they're going to split their efforts, as 3 members of Gen 5 are on the basement Reggie, while you have Mimikyu plus Gyarados for the Regieleki, and they could just as well rip it. Yutao has already started it, while we see Megu just keeping the pace away. The Mewtwo X ult will come through. Shadow Sneak connects into the backline with the play rough, almost takes it, but the shielding, that is crazy. The last Solar Blade does connect, and they manage to chunk it down on the health bar of Galaxy Eagle, and now Megu is the one person left standing. They could go for the Regieleki as they are. Well, on the bot side, Kello, we still have plenty of action to come through. Regice might as well just reset.
Yeah, it's getting dragged away, trying to be a part of the action. Meanwhile, Megu trying to shred down this Regieleki, but Revenge potentially coming in for a steal with the Solar Blade, but they end up doing a little bit too early, knowing that they had Yutao on their tail. I mean, Reg Ice is going to reset here, as the action is going to continue down in the bottom path.
Yeah, dealing damage from the back line is BNJ, but they still have a very steady front line with that slow bro. Well, Megu is in the central area with Yutao as well to try and steal as much EXP as possible. Regice has been initiated once again, and they are zoning them pretty well on the side of Drill Packers, and a slow beam that goes onto the Umbreon is huge. Now, Gen 5 has the numbers advantage, and they could continue to push forward, but Yutao and Megu have rejoined, and it doesn't look as great for Drill Packers. They could go for a flip, but they don't get it, and that is a Cotton Cloud Crash that is going to be used very close to the 3-minute mark. Should be reset enough in time for Rayquaza, but Gen 5 guarantees the bottom Reggie and Regieleki.
Yeah, that is massive for Gen 5 here. And you know what? The action isn't going to stop, as Gyarados is forced to use their Unite move as well. Dive underground, avoid that Leafeon there. But Yutao trying to shred on down, but it ends up being Slow Bro Surf to finish the job onto Frigo there. So they are not free to go, unfortunately. I mean, this pad is still left on 80 points here, Soph. So Gen 5 looks like they're going to pivot away, they knowing that they do not have the numbers to try and contest it.
Oh, there's no numbers on the health bar there for Lunder either, because that charge beam just chunked them down considerably. And as you were talking about numbers, 96 for Gen 5 versus 94 for Drill Packers, and 25 seconds for Rayquaza to spawn. Most of the Pokemon just looking to get their EXP back, and especially the Unite move gauge recharged. Now, you don't have the Bright Future Meteor Storm, you don't have the Cotton Cloud Crash, neither the Emerald 2-step for Drill Pack as well on the side of Gen 5. They still have the Glacial Stage and the Complete with Me, so very important damage dealer options alongside the Hooper Unbound for relocation.
There we go. It's a close battle. These teams do not know who is in the lead. Yes, the Gen 5 have the lead, but the thing is, do they want to take that risk? Have they managed to do that quick math in terms of their dunks? They have broken that top tier 1, but Megu needing to bounce on back to safety, knowing that they have both of those tier 1s available. Some little pokes and prods here onto Rayquaza, trying to kite out each other from each of the tall grass, but oh wait, Galaxy Eagle, okay, I thought they were going to get caught on out there, but no, they managed to grab a Speed Berry back to safety. But here we go, Revenge is diving onto Londa.
Oh, and their Emerald 2-step was back just in time, and it pops out the Glacial Stage only on one person as well, so they're going to try to force down that bot tier 1. Revenge has to use the eject button away, while you see on the side of Drill Packers, the Miraidon for BNJ is still doing quite some good poke and zoning around. The bounce from Megu was charged, but they decide not to engage at this point. The Hooper Unbound, now Katara's in the front line, trying to get a nice low beam, and it goes straight onto Galaxy Eagle, but they're not down yet. Yutao is, though, on the side of Gen 5, as they're still trying to get some damage into Drill Packers, but Gen 5 takes it, and it's the Glaceon who guarantees the Rayquaza. They have to go score, though, because Megu, your shield is running out.
Shield is running out, but we have John Me going and dunking in 80 points up into the top path. It is still a pretty close match, but 276 to 174. Make that 376, Soph, with 20 seconds left to go. Suzuru's going to pick up some gold from the gold mine left over from the fight of the Rayquaza. And look at dunking in another 80. What an insane final stretch. It was so close. The risks were there for both teams, but Gen 5 able to come out out on top. You've got to give it to the last hit from Lunda on the Glaceon to lock in that first win for our lower bracket final for Gen 5.
And that just shows, Kello, how our Icicle Spears are just so powerful still in the meta, because they didn't have the Glacial Stage, which could be a secure options for objectives. No, it was just the basic ability. They managed to take it, and it was so close all around, considering that Drill Packers were basically winning the team fight.
They were winning the team fight. I guess, yeah, they did have Galaxy Eagle actually use a pretty good Unite move. They did manage to get some stuns here and there, but oh my gosh, looking at these numbers, the thing that stands out for me, B&J Miraidon, the fact that this Pokemon seems just to slip on through draft time and time again bewilders me. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because the power of a Gen 5, they are the ones that lock down that Rayquaza and manage to make up that difference. But we're gonna have a squiz at some highlights here. I guess that's the thing, it was a pretty close match between these two teams, as we saw on the graph. They were at this point for pretty much the majority of the match, the 2 points difference.
It's crazy how that was the case. Yeah, because the timer was around 5 minutes on the last replay, and the points was still the same. So up until Rayquaza, everything was to be decided by that objective. And Kello, I honestly thought the Drill Packers was going to win it, because the health bars were going down so rapidly for Gen 5. But I guess that at the end of the day, if you still have Mega, if you still have the stunt that can come by Sazuro there, look, the health bars, down,
my gosh,
down. Mega has to go into the Dragon Current, while the Icicle Spears are there. Like, the Icicle Spears could have been blocked by anybody on Trail Packers, because we saw the Glaceon on the other side of the pit. But it wasn't. They were trying to secure it with Mega on the Dragon Current.
I think that's the thing. It's the pressure comes on in straight after that minute mark. You know, it's like, okay, it's still a close battle. Nobody's back capped here. We are going to have to go in for that flip. And it is a risk for either side, you know, especially when you don't go and take that team fight first. Get rid of, you know, one of the biggest threats, Lunda on the Glaceon, trusting in your allies to try and get the secure, whether it be revenge with a solar beam secure, or whether you're just trusting in a good old basic attack secure. But I don't know, like, it's just absolutely wild. But you know what, so they are best of threes here. I think from either side, in terms of compositions wise, it was okay. Don't know, I feel a little bit iffy, I'm not gonna lie, about the Mewtwo X. As I said, they did manage to get a great Unite move during that Rayquaza fight, after surviving and then having the recovery. But I guess, you know, is there another all-rounder that you can select instead of this?
Yeah, I would go for the Serena. I think she would be doing already much better, if you are considering that Pokemon that is not just melee range, all-rounder, can have some sort of survivability with lifesteal, and has a lockdown Unite. Of course, Mewtwo X, bigger area and map wide, but the Serena also does that, at least to one person. So maybe that could have been a good choice. I totally agree with you. I wasn't super enthused by the Mewtwo X. It just feels like now there is a discrepancy between the Mewtwo Y and the Mewtwo X, and how the Mewtwo Y that has been showing up much more frequently just has the better stats right now, since of course the first patch that we had, making former EX licenses playable and competitive, but also turning them down quite a bit.
I think one of the biggest things that pairs in well with that Mewtwo Y is Blissey. Helping Hand Blissey. It's the basic attack speed that Mewtwo Y has over, say, Mewtwo X. So not really hitting that benchmark there. Mind you, while, yeah, they do have the same Unite move, but I guess, yeah, going on into this next round, you know, we had Blissey, Garchomp being banned on out from Gen 5. We had Psyduck and Zacian being banned out. Do they go and switch up these bans? Is Garchomp, I know that caught me by surprise. It's a bit of a respect ban on Galaxy E-Girl, isn't it?
It is. I thought that was sublime, really, because it's not usual that we see that many target bans on Unite, because of course we only have 2 bans per team, so you got to be very certain of what you want to do. So even if they didn't win this first match, this first game of the series, if I was Galaxy Eagle, I would be pretty confident going into game 2.
Confident if they manage to get their Garchomp, or whether, they're going to go back to the earlier phase where they did play that Zarina Comfey duo as well. So no Comfeys for this one, but I guess breaking down that match, there was one moment that I noticed as well up in the top path. It was Galaxy Eagle, I believe they end up using move, but Yutao was actually running full heal that round, and I feel like full heal in terms of that item, not many players do play it, but I think it worked out so well for them, timing that way they could avoid getting stunned and then go in and finish the job. So, this is where things come into play. You might have Pokemon that don't seem to do well, but, well, how can you adjust your items, your move sets moving forward? We've talked about, Miraidon being the double hammer there, choosing the Electro Drift, or whether they end up going for the Charge Beam. That seems like a much bigger threat to get rid of than say, a Garchomp.
I agree. And B&J did so well on the Charge Beam. It was almost 100,000 damage that they dealt on the Pokemon. So it still works. It works out pretty well. And we saw that, for example, in that Rayquaza fight, the damage was being dealt by B&J themselves. So I don't know. Maybe the one thing that would have saved your Packers in that Rayquaza fight was just standing in front of the high school spears. Because we know for a fact that the Dragon Current did not have the final hit on the boss, right? We know that wasn't the case. So maybe in a dream, but the dream still stands when we have a best of 3, as you said, Kello. So game 2 is the chance for Drew Packers to turn this around, take us to a game 3, and potentially pull the lower bracket run that Nouns Esports did against Gen 5 2 weeks ago.
I think what's really interesting about today, Soph, is we've actually had no round 3s at all. All of the matches that we've seen on screen, but also off screen, have ended in that 2-0 sweep. So, will this be the first round 3 that we'll witness if Drill Peckers are able to take a game of Gen 5? I mean, they've already demonstrated that they can defeat them, considering they 2-0'd them earlier on in the day.
Yeah, it's something that they are desperately wanting to repeat as Gen 5 continues the Blissey plus Garchomp bans. Very interesting here, and massive respect to Drew Packers and Galaxy Eagle in particular, as they're also going to maintain the Psyduck and the Zacian bans, plus Umbreon and Miraidon first picks.
Yeah, it makes sense. Pretty much gotta lock on in those top dogs up first, but Qatar also locking down that Slowbro for themselves, and Suzuro switches on up for that Hooper. So far, exactly the same, whether we're going to see some switch ups come that last pick. I mean, Revenge, is the last one. So it depends on what Mega and Lunda go for, as John Me is going to lock in Eldegoss once again.
And we know that in early stages, laning phase, they do pretty well. Revenge going for the Glaceon that was picked by Gen 5 from Lunda. So that's not going to be available, although we know that it also changed because we saw Revenge earlier.
As an attacker in comparison to Glaceon, it is that 3-stage evolution. So it does take a little bit to get online, and we know earlier stage, it can struggle. So likely we are going to see Lunda head on into that central area, or whether they're actually going to send Mimikyu into that central area at first and Lunda down into that bottom path will be really interesting. But Galaxy E-Girl not going in for that Mewtwo X this time round, locking in the Blaziken. So I think in terms of if we're to rate the all-rounders, this is a much better pick. Overheat, we know that it has such a great secure tool.
It's so good, Keller. And although it was nerfed, as we have been mentioning, it hasn't been enough to drop it down from just the very well solid established place that this Pokemon has been and just taken in general in competitive. One thing that I wanted to point out on top of what you were mentioning, Kello, is how maybe we'll see a rotation from Lundar on the Delphox where they get the blue buff, and then we also have Utah in the central getting the red buff on the top side. So something along those lines would make sense, because that's usually what we also see with the Ninetales on the bot side.
I guess the downside is neither of them do hit that benchmark until, say, level 5 for Utah, I'm going to say level 7 for Delphox, really. So it could be a potential play here, but then going on into, say, Revenge on that Glaceon. They did take that central area last time round. So, hey, one thing I noticed as well, Soph, as we head on into this game, there are a fair few cursed incense that are being selected here.
Oh, well. So the Eldegoss is going to be denied big time as we get into game 2 of this loser finals, Gen 5 versus Drill Peckers. The last chance for Drill Peckers to try to turn this around. And we see Central Area just doing the usual, so no sharing of EXP, only Utah on their Mimikyu instead of what I suggested.
Yes, making sure to get that level 5, that way they do get their moves. But this is something that we saw last time, Frigo, once again running the double stacking items, so making sure to get in those earlier dunks, that way they can become more tanky, more strong. They did manage to miss that last hit to Lunda there, so don't get to hit that level 4 evolution.
It's very important that they do so, but on the other side, oh, we have an Icy Wind Glaceon, all right, as Revenge is joining here at the top side, and with 14 Gubbins as well, they could try to push in for Altaria and also the goal zone. The Magikarp is still Magikarp, and most of that EXP goes to Galaxy Eagle, now a Combuskin. They could try to go for something more, but they are, I presume, going to just try to deny the EXP from the Magikarp.
I think that is a really interesting pick from Revenge to choose the Icy Wind build this time around. The more maneuverability that it has, but you know what? That's the thing that you want to get away for. An enraged dragon, Megu, has finally become a Gyarados.
And it's dangerous, but also dangerous is Icy Wind on Glaceon for Revenge, as they are chasing people down, and they could continue to do so, but Utah themselves will go into their own central area to guarantee the buffs, but they're going to be slightly late for this 8-minute mark. They go with the Shadow Sneak over the wall, and they get some of them, but another side will go to Drill Peckers, but now in a very bad position as the Mean Look will lock it down. Utah still standing, but damage coming from the side of BNJ on the bot side of your screen is also going to zone them out, but not enough to get Utah away from your teammates. Drill Peckers are not going to be able to defend this tier 1 zone.
Absolute no way. Utah managed to get away with that. The Shadow Sneak position coming out from them to just lock down their opponents. And because of all of those KOs, soaking up all of that wild Pokemon experience, they're so close to getting their Unite move. The Play With Me, the lockdown, and there it is in time as well as they get caught out by that Mean Look. We are going to have these objectives spawn on up. It is going to be a Registeel down this bottom side. But, I mean, it's a 4v5 downstairs as we still have that Gyarados up into that top path. It's just a matter of who's going to get this last hit as Drill Peckers are trying to shred it on down. It ends up being Umbreon, Frigo, of all Pokemon to take that away. Glacial Stage ends up getting laid down by Revenge, and they're now seeking revenge, trying to take this tier 1 pad, pushing on 4th. But you have more members coming to join the party here as they are going to get denied and pushed on back.
They have to defend now, and they have to also go back to their Pokemon Center of their own and get a little bit of their healing. Speak to Nurse Joy, because those health bars were dangerously low, and if Gen 5 wanted to overcommit, they kind of could have. So we can continue here on this game 6 minutes on the clock, 133 points to 46. And Drill Packers this time a little more proactive, Kello, in taking that bottom Reggie. And even though we thought that maybe Megu was going to get the Reggie Alecki themselves, that kind of didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen, and they are still behind in points, but a great blaze kick to go and push down those Swabblers and Altaria over to their side. Reggie Alecki is getting started at, but U-Town needs to be cautious. They don't want to end up getting caught out by Maridon, as they do end up utilizing their Meteor Storm there as a great zoning tool.
It worked out really well. They have the Reggie Alecki as well, the 6th member that you have been talking about, Kello. It's going to land, and the Shadow Sneak does not connect to the Elder Ghost. Jean-Mi is going to be fine, as this tier 1 is going to get taken down. Defensive fireworks come through, and maybe Lunda could try to go for it. Clean up of the house. And indeed, although they lose the goal, they manage to take some of the opponents down, as 20 seconds for the next Reggie is on the clock.
I mean, looking at the points, it is quite close, 133 to 110. One thing that Gen 5 are missing, though, are that Hooper and Defender Unite move. They're both still sitting at that level 8. Revenge making sure to just farm up all the wild Pokemon that is around them, hoping to get their Unite move in time, as we do have that next basement Reggie spawning. And once again, I believe that was a Reggie Steel as we took a peek. No Reggie Rock!
Reggie Rock. All right, so extra defense and special defense. Almost getting locked there into the mean look. But they are going to be able to escape their Qatar. They still need to be careful, but the frontlining damage that comes through on the Delphox is absolutely crazy. Zones them out, and it's the Hooper Unbound who takes this one, as they're still trying to escape on the side of Drill Packers. But one last damage is applied by Sazuro to just say, no, you're not welcome here. Give me that 44 overdunk for Gen 5.
That is a massive soak, because now they've jumped the lead to 102 to 110. That is going to give them some experience around, but also just more control come that bottom side of the map. But as we pivot up to the top path, we do have about 10 seconds left to go until another Reggie Alecki spawns. We do have members circling around, utilizing that tall grass, making sure to be unseen. And look at this Galaxy E-Girl charges up their overheat, and once again they're going at it.
Because defensive fireworks already up, but the Meteor Storm also locks them up into the air and has to force out some of those eject buttons, especially from the attackers. Now going to the back line is Megu, but they are stuck in the mean look. They have to go into the Dragon Current for their invulnerability. They are going to go for the eject button, and they get two of them into the air. And Kello, this is looking mighty good for Gen 5, as they can still continue to keep on pushing. Lunda caught in the mean look themselves, as Qatar is finally going to take that frontline stance, but they get taken down themselves for it. 38 over dunk for Gen 5, 242 to 110, and make it a Reggie Alecki as well.
Holy macaroni. Call Megu the king of the sea. That was such a great Unite move coming out from them, being able to just push on forth, break that path, and now that Reggie Alecki is going to be going towards the T2. This puts Drill Packers in a precarious position, because we do have another basement Reggie spawning in 15 seconds, but you have Revenge that needs to deal with the Reggie Alecki first, so they are the securing tool. Looks like because of this, Drill Packers, they're not even going to go and contest it at all.
And it's very difficult to deal with the team that gets the objective with the extra buffs just before Rayquaza. If that is... Oh, Regice. All right. I was going to say, if that was a Reggie Steel, that would have been crazy. But the Regice is also going to be very fortuitous, especially for Megu, as they can bounce it in and out of a fight and secure some of the healing. As we are on the final stretch, 2 minutes. Megu in a potential flank position here, but Galaxy Ego and Frigo are very much aware of that, and they're pulling attention of 5 whole members of Drill Packers, as the totality of Gen 5 is taking control over this pit and the central area. They are just poking and prodding here on the Rayquaza Kello, but nobody really pulling the trigger just yet, aside from Lunda going with a flame charge and just poking them pretty well, just looking for Sazura, and whenever they're going to use the Hooper Unbound, and they do it immediately, and again with the bounce of the knockup, just huge by Megu, and they're
They're just completely tearing Drill Packers at the seams as Galaxy E goes between a rock and a hard place. They're gonna get taken down. 2 KO streak goes to Utah as they're still pushing, and the stuns that come through by Sazuro are huge. But then it's only Qatar and Sazuro as the supporter and the defender, and it's all right because Mega takes the Rayquaza, and Kalu Gen 5 might just take this with a sweep.
Look, we may have revenge on the opposite side, but I think Gen 5 just served that revenge dish ice cold to them. They originally lost to them in the upper side. So to take this a 2-0, turn the tables is absolutely wild. But we do have 40 seconds left on the clock. But 2 members are currently down for Drill Peckers, only just spawning on up. But looking at the AOS energy that they have on hand, don't think it's going to be enough points to make a difference. Mega making it on back, escaping the hit from Jean-Mi on the Eldegoss as well. But Utah caught on out all alone. Are they looking to just fight them all? Okay, I was gonna say no way they survive that, Soph.
No way a 1v4. Maybe in the dream. But the dream is here for Gen 5 for a rematch against Nouns Esports as they are still defending this go zone with all of their strength. And that is Gen 5 going to be your grand finalists as we move into the bracket, last stage of the competition.
There we go, 606 points to 125. We look at these stats, the standout there, Utah with the 12 KOs, but you know what, MVP Mega, definitely a great Unite move in that top path. But you look at this, we have some objectives being shared around both sides, but obviously it ended up coming down to that Rayquaza fight. Gen 5 coming out on top. You got to give it to Lunder as well to poke on out with their Flame Charge, but Mystical Fire combinations as well, and just weaken Drill Peckers ever so slightly. That way, when they did go in for that final charge, they were able to just come out on top.
I felt as well like we were missing, although there was the double stacking on the Umbreon for Drill Packers, I felt like they were missing a big front line because most of the time, the Shadow Sneak from Utah was hitting every valuable member in that backline. So maybe it was mispositioning, or maybe it's just how the composition was drafted. But overall, Gen 5 navigated the objectives so well, being able to be on every side of the map when necessary, and Mega on these plays, they were amazing. But always with Lunda there, and of course, the Energy Amplifier for the shortest of cooldowns on that fanciful firework.
Oh, 100%. It's such a great Unite move to use. The AoE, as you see it laid on down, can be such a great zoning tool to just take them away. I mean, oh my gosh. Sazuro on the Hooper Unbound, locking down the objective as well. And that's the thing. How are you going to push on forward when you see Hooper that huge? Like, no thanks. I'm not going near that. But yeah, this... was this the engaged Mega caught in the mean look, trying to push on fourth? They managed to break on 3, but the eject button was absolutely insane, and then it just allowed them to just go and clean on up. Also, Sazuro, like, putting the trick in the Phantom Force, that way Mega could get on out of there, like, eject button, plus that, just the combinations were wild.
They were so good, Keller, and as you say, the combination I think is the right word, because look at that. It's the layering of the fanciful fireworks into the bounce, into every single type of damage that they could apply, and then Utah going into the play, the back line, come play with me, and everything just working so well with each other. And this time, it doesn't even matter if, for example, Qatar or Sazuro were taken down, because the important part is that Utah and Megu were taking the objective. It was so well thought out altogether, and Gen 5 said, well, you might have swept us, but this time around, we're not gonna make the same mistake.
No, yes, it's you don't want to be fooled twice there. But once again, Soph, we are seeing another 2-0 set here. So I guess the pace is picking on up as we do finally have our grand finals up next. I mean, tables have turned though, haven't they? Last time we ended up seeing Gen 5 in that winner side, but now they're coming down from that losers bracket. Previously, we did see that reset, so a Gen 5 gonna be able to repeat history, but the opposite way around?
Because if we think about it, Keller, as you mentioned, the bracket, I feel like it's, yes, there is the side of being in the lower bracket where you haven't spent any time cooling off, you have it all warmed up, everything, you know, is like on target, but they have played 1, 2, 3 series so far. If they want to take the win over Nouns Esports, they have to take another best of 3 win and another best of 3 win for a total of 5 best of 3 series, which is absolutely crazy and, to be fair, not unheard of, because that is exactly what Nouns Esports did against Gen 5 2 weeks ago.
Yes, I guess it could be something that could be a positive or a negative, right? You're talking about the momentum that Gen 5 have right now, whether they're going to be able to keep those gears turning and keep it up, whereas Nouns, well, they have had that moment to cool down, whether they're actually just playing themselves or whether they're just strictly analyzing the team compositions here, making that plan come on into this next game. I mean, we've seen a lot of Mimikyu bans in the earlier sets, and maybe there is a good reason for that. You know, letting Utah have that Mimikyu there as that first pick can be quite risky. Whether Nouns decide to ban it or whether they decide to pick it up for themselves, that's something that we're all going to have to think of. But so we're actually going to have ourselves an interview quite shortly with a member from Gen 5 as well.
Yeah, and I believe that a couple of questions that we might have for them.
As we have Soph, I think is just connected there. So we will get the interview with y'all very shortly. All right, Soph, we're still having some troubles, but no stress there as she's just doing a little bit of a robot dance. So, I mean, that's the thing. Talking about this. All right, we're good?
We're good. I swear, technology has been disconnecting.
Robot dance.
Yeah,
Right.
we're robot dancing.
Yeah.
We have been disconnected so many times today, Keller. I don't know what's up, but
We're gonna have Soph once again do the robot dance, show off those moves, but we are going to have Utah come on in for an interview from Gen 5 and ask them a few questions about this match. So firstly, Utah, congratulations making it on into the grand finals up against Nouns. The climb isn't over yet, but first questions, I guess, how are you feeling coming up from the loser's side?
Yeah, to be honest, like when we lost in the winner bracket, like it was like pretty rough for everyone, I think. And like we, like in the loser run, like we just like mental reset, but like we bounced back and yeah, we just did our best. But yeah, it was pretty rough.
I think that's
the losses for the winner.
Yeah, I think, you know what, that's a great mentality to have. Just doing your best, seeing what you can do, and then keep that momentum moving on forth. But Soph, did you have a question as well?
oh yeah, I actually did, because Utah, it's something that myself and Keller, we had been talking, is the Mimikyu. You are a king of Mimikyu.
I think King of the Mimikyus there is what Soph would have put the crown on your head. I guess in terms of Mimikyu, is that your, would you say that is that your favorite all-rounder to pick?
To be honest, no. But I think like Mimikry is like just a very strong man overall. It's like the money is just ridiculous. Like when you hit level 7, you got like that shadow sneak, and like you can just like wipe the enemies, like play for mid Bs, etc. So yeah, Mimikry is very strong.
I think the distance that you can aim with the shadow sneaks,
Yeah,
guessing
sure.
you've had a lot of practice on that Pokemon, knowing where to utilize the walls, but also the tall grass. That way you can go and climb the distance. But I guess heading on in to the grand finals, is there anything, whether Nouns is listening right now, that you'd like to say to them before going in with a second rematch for the December Cup?
yeah, I was like pretty excited like to like meet Nouns again in the BO. So yeah, I just can't wait to play against them, and yeah, we're just gonna try our best, and yeah, I just can't wait.
That's it. Once again, trying your best. So all the best, Utah. We will see Nouns and Gen 5 plus Utah go up in the grand final. So thank you. All the best for that. And I guess as we head on out and wind on down, that is going to be us for Soph and I for the day, as Relic and Draku are going to be the ones to bring us into the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. And if I am here, I hope that I am. Thank you so much, Keller, for conducting that interview without me. I apologize for technical issues. But, as you said, Relic, Draco will take us through the grand finals where Gen 5 will meet yet again Nouns Esports. And that is it for myself and Keller, but stay tuned because the best of this bracket is yet to come. We're going to be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Well, I don't mean to be cliche, but the more things change, the more they stay the same. Welcome back to the UCS. Welcome back to the December Cup. Welcome back to myself, Relic, and Draku. And welcome back to the rivalry that has been promised to last from season start to season's end. We're in a grand finals again, Draku, and yet again, Nouns Esports versus Gen 5, though this time, the roles are reversed.
Yeah, in the last AOS Cup play-in finals, Nouns Esports found themselves on the loser side of the grand finals. Well, This time, Nouns Esports, all they got to do is win 2 games, and that line share prize pool of 1,500 will be theirs. Gen 5, they got to reset the bracket and also got to win an additional 2 games on top of Nouns Esports. They have been on fire, not lost a single map today. Gen 5, of course, losing in the earlier part of today, has been on fire. Definitely have picked up in the lower side of the bracket to find their way to the grand finals today.
We took a train ticket to, or we bought a train ticket to Sweep City, unfortunately. I say unfortunately, like, there's been some really explosive and really exciting games to watch, but as you can see here from this bracket, there is one best of 3 that's gone the distance on your screen. Lelovers versus BH3, a match that literally took place yesterday. And the thing is, Draku, as I brought out the fun fact, Gatlu has never won a second online tournament of a particular season, but we could still have an all-sweep day. If Gen 5 continue to do what they've been doing, and 2-0 sweep into a bracket reset, into a 2-0 sweep, we could have no series going the distance. Technically, we understand it's a bracket reset, so we would be going certainly some sort of distance, but the journey, the race, starts here in draft. First ban on the board for Nouns Esports in the purple. Zacian, Gen 5 with Umbreon, no sign of Psyduck yet, but you'd imagine coming sooner rather than later.
Nouns Esports definitely very lots of ingenuity from their team, as we've seen in the winners final set, pulling out a Greedent, but also a Trick Room Mimikyu. Taking a look at the bans here, nothing too out of the ordinary. Psyduck might be that last ban for Sazero. They're kind of rotating around a couple of different Pokemon, and Psyduck might come out to play here, Relic.
Okay, so if Nouns don't select Psyduck, is that technically that? I mean,
there it is.
There it is. Blaine has been let out the dumpster, and he is going. He is turned up. He said it's garbage time today, baby, because I'm going to be able to play this Pokemon. No Mimikyu, as you rightly say. That would be one of, I wouldn't say it's one of Toon's preferred options, but we did see Toon utilize it very well. Utah locking in early draft Leafeon, and Sazuro there with that Blissey, maybe setting up for the Mewtwo Y later on.
I wanted Psyduck to be our Pokemon to watch, but it's been our Pokemon to watch on the bench. And with one game for Nouns Esports to play this Psyduck, we're going to see potentially why this Pokemon has been banned for the entirety of today's event. Its passive ability, its ability to disable quite literally the ability, the move that Psyduck can play, has been something devastating for teams to go up against. We'll see how well this Psyduck is going to perform in today's event, or this match specifically. But Gen 5 has a really strong roster. Has not selected their attacker just yet. Lunder, their 10th pick gutter option, has a lot to pick from, but Adesu is going to be pulling out the Sylveon, I believe the only attacker today that has been playing Sylveon. I think in the last 2 events as well. Sylveon has been a Pokemon that has gotten a slew of nerfs, but also a slew of buffs as well.
Okay!
Continue to cook as well. A Cinderace! Take a look at that, Relic.
Let me check my notebook. I have to try and remember what moves this Pokemon has. It's been so long since I've seen a Cinderace out especially in a grand final. That is legitimate insanity. We have a Glaceon available. That's like Lunder's symbiotic pick. You think Lunder, you think Glaceon, and it's a Cinderace. Crazy. Absurd. No defenders for Nouns. I guess they got a Psyduck. Does it even count? I don't even know. Adesu, Sylveon, off the back of nerfs. Let us not forget this Sylveon. And yet he still has faith. Toon on the Talon. Who are you going to find as your targets? Well, maybe the Cinderace on top of the Leafeon as well, but I'm presuming, not that I know my recent Cinderace tech necessarily, Draku, but you would assume that they're going to run Faint, which surely counters Brave Bird or Fly, if you time it correctly. My mind has been decimated, and it's just game 1. Like, what a day. What a day.
Yeah, I don't know if Gen 5 is trying to maybe counter-pick this Psyduck. Psyduck, of course, picked in that first pick slot for Nouns Esports. But Gen 5 got to be worried about a couple of different things. One, Garchomp's abilities have all been increased in their own cooldowns. So with that disable debuff from that Psyduck onto the Garchomp, even the Leafeon as well, the extension of Aerial Ace is also, or the cooldown of Aerial Ace is also been extended as well. So first time we're seeing Psyduck is going to be in this bottom path, Toon in that bottom path as well, and we're going to see an early invade to Blaine.
Indeed, the grand finals begin here, and the grand finals will not begin with a steal for Blaine, but continuing to pressure Utah back onto that pad, and look how much shielding you get from that T2 at such an early point. Big pressure on this bottom path from Gen 5, looking towards that bottom path Talonflame, bottom path Fletchinder still, or Fletchling rather, doesn't sound right, but check this out, bruv, with the K opener on Qatar.
Mind you, now Esports not playing a traditional defender across their roster. I feel like Psyduck kind of plays as that support or defender-esque Pokemon because of all of its abilities to hinder the enemy team. Also generally very bulky as a Pokemon, especially when they have that full headache gauge at full. But here we go, first engagement between the two teams, and Nouns Esports nowhere to be found.
Double Evo, Gabite, and Blissey. Nouns Esports have rotated to the bottom path, bruv. Joined by that Fletchinder now. Combusken nowhere to be seen. Gatlu currently searching the central area for any sort of wild Pokemon that they can find. Another invade and another KO onto Qatar with this Snorlax. Nouns Esports finding a couple of them, and check this out. It's back up with a Daisu. Big Razor Leaf is not able to steal it away from themselves, but Cesaro does lock down the orange buff. Meanwhile, Gatlu trying to go into a fight with Megu. I wouldn't risk that personally.
Yeah, very scary with those auto attacks between the two Pokemon. And Adesu, again, has time and time again proven they are such a powerful force to be dealt with on this Pokemon. Again, Pokemon that has gotten some nerfs, gotten some buffs across the board for its defense and special defense buff, like a lot of the attackers have been receiving. So it's going to be a safeguard Blissey, most likely a safeguard and helping hand Blissey, especially when you have a Cinderace and another auto attacker, that Garchomp specifically. It's almost like a budget Mewtwo-Y, like I call Cinderace sometimes.
43-0 as 2.5 minutes rolls on by. Megu again utilizing this Dragon Rush very effectively. Mystical Fire Adesu watching brief as we await our first set of Reggies. Brave Bird steals away that Bumblebee. Qatar very isolated on this bottom path, but I think Gen 5 have other ideas.
Push on forward to maybe get some scores on this tier 1 Adesu. Kind of caught on an island in the speed flux zone. They're really fighting over that Baltor running through the speed flux zone. They have an X speed. I think Lunder's going to be able to lock in eject button followed by that blaze kick. Going to be able to get the knockout there. Still level 6 on the Garchomp. Should be able to get both abilities online now. And a lot of resources for Nouns Esports in this top path, but even more so for Gen 5. Flameswitch going directly into the wall. A very consistent crowd controlling tool. 100% effectiveness on the walls of Thea Sky Ruins.
Name a more iconic duo than Flame Sweep and the wall that's closest to you. 2 KO streak though for Brub on this Psyduck, and that has completely collapsed for Gen 5. Okay, there's a reset for the Regieleki. Cesaro throwing themselves at the zone. They will not be able to counter the Regieleki, or they won't be able to try and steal. No Egg Bomb, of course, on this particular build. And now almost a full rotate for Nouns Esports. That zone is going down on top path as Cesaro again looks towards the buffs, only because of Daisu roaming into the enemy central area yet again.
Really interesting first half of this match so far. I would say it's a little bit conservative, but a couple of members of Nouns Esports might prove me wrong as a commentator, specifically Adesu and the support player for Nouns Esports. Toonsland is going to go in deep onto the Garchomp, going to be able to get a knockout there. This is a Brave Bird Talonflame Relic. First time we've seen it today. Again, Brave Bird Talonflame most recently got a buff, has now increased damage reduction after the hits of the Brave Bird.
Oh, Qatar, my goodness, so isolated, no chance. That's 70 points of Dunkington Central that we're watching on our screens there, folks. 29-point over cap, 217-21 as we approach halftime.
Yeah, pretty significant lead for Nouns Esports, not only in the scoreline, but also in leveling as well. couple of members for Gen 5, they are Pokemon that scale rather late into the game. Level 11 is that benchmark moment for Cinderace, gets increased auto attack speed, same thing for Garchomp. I think the thing that I'm going to be watching, Relic, is how both this Cinderace and this Garchomp are going to play around that Blissey. Blissey is going to enhance the speed of those auto attacks, and especially in the longer team fight engagements, those auto attacks can do a lot of damage.
Gatlu with a poke onto Reggie Rock. Gen 5 taking the responsibility out of their hands as the Sai comes through. Blazing bicycle kick! Oh, absolutely nailed that. Lunda, Livid Outrage, finds a very similar fate actually to that earlier Flame Sweep, aka the wall, and up goes the shield as Guitar. Oh, Megu found in the tall grass. Oh, punished as the power nap comes out. Overheat, wow, completely shatters that shield as the flame sweep misses Yutao, who kind of hops, skips, and jumps over it. 272 to 21, and Gen 5 at least regaining some of the level situation into their favor.
Nouns Esports a really dominant position as we head into the final quarter of this game. This is now more than a 250-point lead. Another Regieleki is going to spawn onto the field, most likely the final Regieleki, at least for this game 1 of our grand finals set. You see Nouns Esports really pushing on forward to ensure that Gatlu has enough space to take this off of the field. I think if there's one thing in favor, a really unfortunate reset there for Gatlu is going to continue to combo onto that Regieleki. But as you can see on that minimap, Gen 5 starting to position for maybe a push on that bottom path before maybe retreating back to their right side. But Nouns Esports really spreading out a net in the central area of the field.
Brother's been absolute menace on this side. Ducks swimming around right now as the Dragon Rush will look to claim a couple more of these clouds. Overheat those steals away the rest. Between Lunda and Megu here, that Regieleki will be dispelled. Allows them a little bit of time to rotate onto bottom path, where we see Nouns are already setting up the stalls. There will be enough time to take this bottom Reggie, whatever it might be, Draku, but the identity of the Reggie could also be essential in either cementing Nouns and their dominance in this final 2 minutes, or giving Gen 5 the boost that they need to actually compete in the first place.
Very quiet middle part of the game. There's going to be one more Southern Reggie spawn. It's going to be a huge gamble for Nouns Esports, and it is going to be a Reggie steal. We know how polarizing this objective can be. They are going to wait out maybe some time to take full advantage of that Reggie steal buff. Gen 5 is going to score in this top path, bring them a little closer to scoring parity, but this Reggie steal buff is going to be devastating. The damage output from Nouns Esports might be the thing that tips it over the scale.
Oh, that's a big heavy slam into the shield, and Nouns Esports at 6s and 7s here. Big dive, overheat, and the Talonflame is taken out the support network immediately. The Bliss Assistance was fired off onto Lunda, but he has to rotate round 2. Never mind, because Toon is starting to cook. 2 KO streak. 2 major players for Gen 5 out. Make that 3, thanks to Gatlu. No mercy from this particular German. Megu lies in wait. Lunda also got that blazing bicycle kick. Nouns Esports not fully committed to the rip, and now they turn again. Megu makes their presence known. Livid Outrage is available. Lunda's been taken out, but it doesn't matter because Overheat's simply too good.
Oh, it was the best securing tool in the game, even though it was nerfed in the most recent balance patch. It is so impactful for what it is able to do with objectives on the field. Nouns Esports with a lot of points in their pocket, postering up on all of these goal zones. Gatlu has lost their shield, but has all the time in the world to score onto this tier 2 goal zone. 420 to 121, 1 minute and 1 game remaining in order to secure that prize pool for the grand finals.
Oh, and Draku is such a bad omen on a day like today, where the game 1 winner has gone on to win game 2. Are Nouns Esports really going to go undefeated today? It's so interesting, isn't it, when we looked at that early season switch for Sorayu, 4 KO streak for Toon, by the way, seeing Blaine step into the squad. But I tell you what, this coach has refound his fighting form, an essential element that has allowed the likes of a Desu to flex, allowed Toon to roam the central area at his own discretion. Gatlu feeling as good as we've ever seen him. Nouns Esports, oh, what a relief for their fans. They look so back.
They have 2 bird Pokemon on the side of Nouns Esports, but the wind beneath their wings has definitely been the impact that Blaine has provided for their team. They demand attention in the central area.